majority of the revenue in this industry. So if you'd like to help out the YouTube side of things, or just give me passive ad revenue, you can do that by popping over to that stream right there, that link that I just put into the chat. And that will give you a link to the YouTube stream, where if you leave a like on it, or alternatively, leave it up in a second tab, it do make number go up, which make more people watch on that side of things. So, but I do, however, pay attention to Twitch chat a lot more. Nope, I have not. I have not said no. I don't really watch a huge amount of gaming content on YouTube. I watch a little bit, but I don't watch a lot of Ambiguous Amphibian. I like his stuff, but it doesn't really pop up in my things I feel like watching today lists. Ira Stupid, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Lethal Frag? Lethal Frag took like 2 years off at one point, didn't he? Like, he took a chunk. He was gone for a long time. The one streamer from like way long ago that I miss dearly is Man vs. Game. I miss him so dearly. Wish he'd come back. Where have you gone, man? Wait, watching who for COD stuff early on? Lethal Frag did Call of Duty? I had no idea. I mean, sure. It sounds like a Call of Duty name, but I had no idea about that. I want to say that the first time I remember watching Lethal Frag was around the time Risk of Rain 1 came out. So I remember him from like that sort of thing. But just out of curiosity, said enough. Why do you ask about that particular interview? Was there any interesting like tidbits in there that would be relevant to me, or? I wonder if he still plays Call of Duty. That's a funny way of putting that, Royal Green, over in the YouTube chat. Wow, this stream is so engaging and interesting. The algorithm should definitely recommend this stream to a lot of people. If only it was that easy, man. It's fun so far? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of respect for Project Zomboid. It's just, as a video game, I find it kind of difficult to play. Because I'm not super... Engaged is the wrong word. Entertained, I guess, by, like, survival crafting games, so... Like, there's a few games where it's like, oh, wow, this looks really interesting, then I realize it's a base building survival crafting game, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go around and gather shit and then put it in a box, and then go out and gather more shit, and then put it in a box, and then go out and gather more shit, and then put it in a box, and then stare at a meter for a bit while I build a thing, and then go out and gather shit and put it in a box. Like, that's just not a gameplay loop I want to engage with for a very long period of time. Anyway, speaking of gameplay loops I do want to engage with for a very long period of time. This is Dwarf Fortress. You may have heard of it. This is our current little fort, which is Subtlescribe, which is supposed to be a library fort, which has a pretty big library in it right now. It's had some pretty horrific calamities. So the last few hours of gameplay has been trying to balance moods. We were up to like almost 40 very angry dwarves for a little bit. We're recovering slowly. So let's do a real quick fort tour. Then we will read the named dwarves, and then I will give free ways their dwarf. Our mayor is a necromancer, who might be undead. I'm not actually sure. He doesn't feel much, so it wouldn't surprise me if he was undead. Anyway, but we have our mayor is a necromancer. We have this little library up here, and we have 3. Progressively getting more upset, except for this one who's very happy, were creatures. And down here is the first layer of the library. And then we have This is our front door currently, which is going to get replaced hopefully by a nicer front door soon. And then down here is our first layer of bedrooms, some more bedrooms, tunnels going to bedrooms, some more bedrooms, and surprise, some more bedrooms. I think we actually have enough right now. Let me double check. Okay, so we are missing a few, but that's fine. You're a baby, and then these are all also babies. So we have an undead baby, which is very sad. But, you know, we have some temples down here as well. If I go down another layer, this is more library. We have mayor's quarters and stuff. I have another little office cornered out here for when we need more office space, and I should probably make the manager's office a little bit nicer. Down here we have gem cutting, and then here we have 2 different guild halls. We got the Mountain of Gems, which is our gem setter hall, and then over here we got the gem, the jeweler hall more specifically. So we are doing a lot of work with gems. We've got glass up here. We've got metal smithing all the way along here. Obviously, the fortress is on a volcano. And then, you know, we got our wood crafting and then some other stuff I got to move temporarily, but it's fine. And then down here, we've got a pile of socks and then some cloths and clothing and such. Down here, I can't remember if I ever finished this, so let's check. Yes, so this is the Engineers Guild. The Trust Me, I'm an Engineer Guild. And various other rooms and spaces, spoons and races. This is the Doctor's Guild and the hospital, which has a shoe that needs to be unforbidden. Apparently, we are trading currently. I don't know if we've actually traded yet. Yes, we have. One layer up here, we've just got some more guild halls here, and then there is a way down here which goes all the way down to caverns. We've got a little minecart route that's running down. We've got several different caverns, and some of these calamities that keep happening is we keep getting forgotten beasts I keep accidentally mining into the caverns and forgotten beasts keep attacking. We also had a bunch of lizard people get in at one point, which was not good. The caverns down here is where our elephants are grazing, and if I go a little bit further down this tiny little stairway, we've got this big old open area which has more elephants in it, which are apparently starving to death. Great. So I should move those elephants back up to here. So I'm having to cycle them out pretty consistently because turns out my stray baby elephants eat stuff way too quickly, and I don't want them to starve to death. If I go down a little bit further, you can also see that we've got this lower area down here. These elephants are not starving to death, but you know. Then we've got this area down here, and I'm just waiting for the stuff to spread. We might have to just dump more water on it again, because we're using these pumps to pump water onto these pastures. But we are also growing food down here. We also have some extra bedrooms down here, which I think are the nicest bedrooms in the whole fortress. Tickets is the command you're looking for, Creed. Sorry for being a bit off topic, but you just wanted to say thanks for making a Discover Keeper RL. It's probably the very first roguelike game you've ever played, and you're really enjoying it. It's a very weird roguelike, but very non-traditional, but it is a neat little thing. Happy to help, though. And then from here, we can move up, and then up, and then up, and then up, and then up. These ramps lead up to here, which is our Anything Goes temple, which needs some expansion work done on it, I think. Over here, we have our Rangers Guild, because we are planning to do some more stuff, and then a spot for our Marks Dwarfs to train. And we have some more ramps going up here, and then they go around this corner, and then this is where the baddies come in. Right above here is a little stairway right here, which goes down to what's about to be a boulder stockpile, but one layer up is where a lot of ammunition is going, and this is how we defend the fort. This is where I line my Marks Dwarves up, and hopefully they turn the baddies into Swiss cheese before they make it into the fortress. Fingers crossed. How many years old is this fort? Exclamation point goal, I think, says the year. I think it was 521 that we embarked on. Now, for the named dwarves in the fort, we have Anander, Arende, Ash, Baka Glass, Darius Cardrin, Dragoon, Equisitipo, Fallout Rain, Geotrack, Grunty Thirst, and Gonatank, as well as Kashmir Goat, and Clockworks, Handchest, and Lyagushka, Metroid John, Moma's Wolfie, and the were creature, Napalm Sideburns, Neokai, Neurokeys, Nodokasa, Notrum, Presme, Rolf, who's the one with the baby zombie, who's very happy, thankfully enough, Royal Green, and Stingray, Stone, Telenartho, UGDPY, Wintersy, and Zwari HC. So something that I did. Now, this isn't done yet. None of this is actually functional yet, but something I just want to talk about real quick before we name this dwarf. I've commissioned a bunch of emotes from Cooler, my artist, and The idea that I have is this. I'm going to be giving tier 2 subscribers a special emote. Okay? And this special emote is going to be a command in my bot. Okay? And this command in my bot is going to have a cooldown. Okay? And the way this is going to work, it's going to be similar to the way the sound commands work. And the way this is going to work is whenever that cooldown is up, I'm thinking about maybe once every 40 minutes to an hour or something. Tier 2 subscribers can just randomly at somebody in chat with this emote and give them a dwarf. That's what we're going to do. And then, claim this for my bot. There's an undead non-baby. There's just the baby. I don't think I have another one. Regardless, I have to name a different dwarf first, but... Yeah, the only other undead is named. I mean, there's, like, ones that aren't in the fort. Like, I could give it to this... I could give it to the goblin with its guts hanging out. Which I think is right here. I could name this. I could do that. If you're okay with that. So that's kind of the plan. I've got some other ideas for it as well. But essentially, I'm trying to figure out exactly how it's going to work. I'm not totally sure. But I'm going to have another system where everybody else is going to get emotes that are basically a yes or a no, so you can veto. So chat's going to have some sort of veto power. I need to figure it out exactly. It's going to take a little bit of fiddling to get the system working correctly. But basically, you guys are just going to be able to give out dwarves, and the rest of chat can say yay or nay. Gonna make multiple accounts and gift dwarves to yourself. So you're gonna make multiple accounts and subscribe them to me at tier 2 so that you can give dwarves to yourself. I may have discovered a racket. Sounds like it went, yeah. So that's kind of the plan. You made a Twitch bot in JavaScript over the weekend. I already have a bot, and it takes Python scripts, but... All right. So I need to name Freeways. Freeways, you still here? Haven't seen you in chat in a minute. But what kind of dwarf would you like, if you have any preference? Well, I mean, if here's the thing. It's going to have a cooldown stone, right? So... If you're making multiple accounts and giving yourself multiple dwarves, and I figure out what you're doing, I'm just going to remove your ability to use the command, right? Like, if chat ruins it, then that person will just not have the ability to do that anymore, and I can do that pretty easily. So, I mean, I assume that people are going to abuse it the first week it's out, because that's what people do. And that's called beta testing, right? Unless Creed is saying, like, I'm going to subscribe on my main account at tier 2 and then make a bunch of alt accounts and then give my alt accounts a bunch of dwarves, which would be fair. You could try to do that, but here's the thing, right? Chat can veto it, right? And it's not like it's really costing you anything aside from the subscription. So, like, we need to figure out how the whole system's going to work. But yeah, I'll bet you it could be a bit of fun. It'll be a bit of fun, you know? It'll be a bit of fun. And then hopefully this system will stop people from just complaining that the Twitch redemptions are broken. But we're now at this point just waiting on me figuring out the ironing out the details and Cooler drawing the emotes. Why would you want more than one dwarf? Think about that question. Think about that question. Just think about it. I mean, I literally just got followed by an account that I'm pretty sure is like Diamond Destruct's 4th alt account. All right. So I'm waiting on Freeways to tell me what kind of dwarf he wants. Going up in chat to see if he's not around. We'll just wait until he gets back. Let's play. All right. So, chat room, when Freeways pops back in, if I miss him, can you all just start adding me and be like, hey. I mean, if worst case scenario, if the no's and yeses don't end up getting used for my intended purpose, like if we decide to not go that route, worst case scenario, we just have, you know, absolute worst case scenario, we just end up with no and yes emotes, which I'm sure we could find uses for. Really hoping to get those votes for mayor. Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, absolutely. He's going to name every single dwarf gremlin. Only to eventually die in battle.
No.
Yeah, I'm always kind of amazed how many people are like, yeah, I want to die horribly. It's like, but why? All right, so I need to like remind myself of what I was doing, because currently we're still working on like sorting out moods. I know that like the last thing that happened was we got that little siege the other day. I'm also in an ad break right now, so I'm just gonna pause. The last thing that we had was we had that siege, so we're still just working on prettying things up and making the fort nicer. Library is currently sitting at what? 92 books. World map around us is a clusterfuck. And that's putting it nicely. Oh shit, there's a monastery right there. Racked arches? I mean, sure, there's some books here that we could go snatch. Seems fine. For the glory of Valhalla. Yeah, the problem with this fort right now is I don't really have like a specific goal, like kind of at all. Also, there's a Goblin Fortress right next door to me. That's interesting. I didn't realize that there's so many books in these places. Oh, hold on. I'm just going to send you there. I'm just going to send you there. Just go steal books from these two places, please. From Racked Arches and We'll Listen. We'll Listen, chat. Remember that. We'll listen. I feel like that's an unintentional pun for that monastery. If you go to that monastery, just remember that we'll listen. Cheers, Xerox. Also, hi, JJ, and Chris, and Jack, and everybody else on the YouTube side of things. Hello. Did anyone have 3 lava moats breach the surface and flood 2/3 of the map? I have a question. Did you reclaim the location? Because that sounds like a reclaim. Because reclaims change the liquid levels on the map when you reclaim it. You know, actually, I'm just going to smooth these, is what I'm going to do. I'm going to smooth these and then do stairs for these. And I'm also going to make more bedrooms, because I'm assuming that we're going to get another migrant wave in a minute. So we're just going to pre-prep bedrooms is what we're going to do for the next little bit. And try and make these bedrooms slightly higher value, which will increase their general happiness. And making these smoothed will increase the value of them slightly. But hello, Noel Man. I'm all right today. We're just talking about the new planned concept for how we could theoretically give out dwarves in the near future instead of using the channel points command, because it's clearly not working. So we are hopefully going to upgrade to a better system at some point in the near future. But aside from that, pretty good. Hello, Corey. How are you? Long time. First time, long time. You know. That's kind of how I feel about the YouTube chat in a lot of cases. First time, long time. First time stream watcher, long time viewer. Embarked on a scorching hot forest area with 3. So when you say 3 lava moats, you mean like those pools, right? You're referring to lava pools, correct? Or are you referring to something else? Because I don't know what moats means necessarily. Because when I read moats, I read that to mean like you put the lava there. So are you saying that there was just lava on the surface? I'm just trying to clarify like what you're saying you saw. I guess I would need to see a screenshot to fully know what you mean. Because like lava pools are normally underground. That's weird that they're above ground, but like, yeah, it could happen. But the flooding part is weird. That seems odd. Yeah, if you could like post some screenshots of this, I'd be very curious to see these. I'm about to ask about caverns. Why does it seem that your 3/4 you did on a map, your caverns has mud? No plants or anything. It means there's a lot of erosion of water in the area. You embarked in a very, very, very wet region. Or actually, sorry, no, the opposite. It means there isn't a lot of water in the area. You embarked in a very dry region because muddy caverns are dry caverns, air quotes. So there isn't enough dirt, there isn't enough moisture in the air in the vicinity to do that. And that just happens sometimes if you're embarking in really dry regions. It's one of those... There's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that like seem like they're not intended, but actually it's just like kind of showing just how advanced the world generation can be, and things like how advanced the weather generation can be, and erosion and all that. It's like they come across as to some people as an issue or something that's wrong with the map, and it's like, no, like that happens based on where you settle. In fact, on this particular map, I was very worried that I wasn't going to get any plants in the caverns because there's no aquifer on this map. And we're right next to a rocky wasteland, which is sort of a desert thing. We're just going around and replacing all these gnarly rock stairs with nicer stairs. Also gonna replace the lower one here. Just so the colors match. The upper one can stay the darker color for the basalt. Okay, am I missing any? Yeah, tons. Greylangers swooped in and stole all of your artifacts. I once started a fort, and Greylangers instantly, within minutes of starting the fort, and I was still looking at the map, stole my anvil. So, yeah, Greylangers can be a pain. Yeah, so if you're in the similar area, if you're settling in similar areas, then yeah, absolutely. You've just settled somewhere that's pretty dry, that doesn't have a lot of natural rainfall, so thus there isn't a lot of aquifers likely, or very thin aquifers. It's like I had somebody asking about that, and they're just like, and my question for them was, are you settling somewhere with an aquifer? And their response was, no, I disabled aquifers. I was like, well, there's a lot less water in your world, so that might have something to do with it. Also, the part of the way that caverns generate, oddly enough, is dictated by the types of demons in your world. So if you have a lot of specific things like dry caverns, it's actually like a hint as to what kind of demons are in your world, which is actually kind of really interesting once you start to make those associations, because then when you plan to, you know, go to ultra endgame and like dig too deep or whatever, it gives you a the ability to sort of plan for what you're going to be fighting. It's been Greylanger is fighting. Oh, poor Greylanger. So, and also to those of you who saw that short I put up on YouTube, this is in fact the world with the baby zombie. This is the baby zombie. Zatan diamond tramples, which is very sad. But his mom's happy, so I guess it's not all bad. It's not all bad. We're getting those stairs built and things smoothed. Some animals to allow them to steal things. Training for some animals to allow them to steal things. Like if you had kias or otherwise untamed, you can train them for stealing with your army and send them off. Oh, you mean like those videos that pop up on the internet every now and again of the guys that train crows to go collect money? It's just like crows just like showing up and like put money in drawer, fly away, come back, put money in drawer, fly away, come back, put money in drawer. In response for like treats or whatever. It's kind of what that's reminding me of. It's one of my favorite like subgenres of weird videos on the internet is people training crows to steal shit from them. Not really. It's not really already in Telenar though. It's not quite that simple. I think basically what you're asking for is you're asking for war-trained animals to be able to bring back loot the same way dwarves do. I wouldn't say the functionality is already in. Because you're not asking for war-trained animals, you're asking for thieving-trained animals. So that's probably one of those features that, if I had to bet on the surface, looks really simple. I wonder how simple it actually would be to implement. That's one of the most dangerous things when it comes to, like, game development speculation, I think, is saying the functionality is already there, or it's a simple solution. Because
this bedroom setup is so cool.
That's almost never the case. Cheers, Mice Nerd. People really like the stairs going up / down into bedrooms. Like, they think it's a neat aesthetic. I will say it's kind of annoying to go around and do all this, like, the stair constructions, but... How do you feel about your bedroom? Blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. Sweet, they're up to modest quarters now, which is good. That's increased the value quite significantly. 66 copper bars currently. Well, we're smelting the native copper slowly. Turns out there's a lot of it. All these are all dwarves running over here to gather blocks to go construct them into these stairs. You wonder how the privacy is too? I mean, I'm going to give them all hatch covers. That's the next plan. Like, but I kind of want to do like rock hatch covers and try and encrust them with gems. Because currently, like, we're doing a lot of, or not at this exact moment. I made a bunch of raw green glass and we've been cutting raw green glass. Yeah, see, we're cutting glass into gems. So we're doing that with doors a whole bunch. But I want to do that as well with trapdoors so that they'll have, like, you know, little trapdoors. Like, let's do, hold on, let's check something. Copper, or, where's stone? Let's go to stone. There. I got 34 copper nuggets. Let's just cancel this. Copper, smelt, native copper ore. And let's just do 34. And I'm going to make copper hatch cover. And let's just make 40 of them. Dragons are rare in default world gen. Most worlds get 2 to 4 dragons by default. If you want more dragons, you have to go into advanced world gen. You can watch my video on caves if you want to see how to do that. But seriously, Meister, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. You must dig deeper to find those different kinds of demons. Given your situation, you would not be surprised if they were called Nestle demons. Well, like, I'm not entirely sure how that, like, is your situation, but do they look different when they're encrusted? No. But the way that you tell if they're encrusted is when you click on them. Like, this is just, you know, what's the word? Artifact of being an ASCII game, right? Like, sprite variations and things are something that will work their way into the game with time, but this is the difference you get, is when you click on them, you see the borders here. So these symbols imply that they are encrusted with multiple types of gems. It's encircled with bands of exceptionally worked oval granite cabochons, right? So granite, cut granite in that case. Sprite variation is something that will come in with time. Personally, I think that there are sprites that are straight up missing from the game right now that should be a higher priority. And we're, not there yet. I'm gonna trade these 2 shoes for a berry. Let's do that. Okay, so I sent out 2 squads to just go grab some books. And they did. We're not actually fighting. So for those of you who maybe forgot, check the friendly fun local command exclamation point goal if you want to know what the goal of this fort is. But the simple version is we're not actively trying to fight things in hand-to-hand combat in this fort. I'm trying to hoard books. And my squads purely exist as like treasure hunters, basically. Where you know a dragon is, you're looking forward to that one? Yeah. I mean, my plan for adventure mode was originally to play this world purely until adventure mode hit. But honestly, I think my plan at this point is to wait until adventure mode hits, and then when adventure mode hits, I'm going to spend like 4 hours in advanced world gen, generating a new world. And that's going to be the world that we're going to play on. Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to do another layer like those upper ones because you guys really like the way those look. So let's go down here and queue up another one. Someone earlier was saying that they look like beehives, and I do tend to agree with that. It's kind of the almost checkerboard pattern. Or like an insect hive, which, honestly, pretty cool vibe for a fort. Because then it's just a matter of, like, fitting stairs around the edges. Dragoon the Greater? I have a feeling you will. Like, because zombies are, like, very unique, permanent residents. And also because they don't really get negative thoughts, they can't end up in those situations where they just never petition to join. I mean, he's already kind of part of it. There's still some issues with, like, intelligent undead. Like, I can't send them out on missions because that'll just kill them. So he's, like, his use will be limited, but the stuff that he'll be able to do, around the fort is going to be, quite useful all the same. Oh, man, I kind of screwed this up. So I need to get rid of you. I need you to be over here. There we go. You got to go there. You got to go there. You got to go there. Yeah, I would be surprised if that zombie didn't petition to join. Okay, so I think that's correct. Does every single one of these have... You don't? You don't. Okay. Okay, I may need to move you back. That's a bit iffy. Let's see if I can cram another one in here. Yeah, I can. We'll make it work. Okay, so that brings us up to what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 20. That's not bad. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Extra bed counts. One is missing stairs? Which one? Oh, this one. So what if I do this? Erase that. Like, you know, when you're looking at the layouts of apartment buildings, and then there will be like one weird apartment that's like the corner apartment, and because it's like just in the weird spot, it just has like a very strange layout. There's a couple of units like that in this building where, for some reason, because of where the apartment is situated, it's like a weirdly triangular apartment with like a weird nook at the back because it's like they crammed it into the corner of a building. How many? That one still needs one right there too. So let's swap you so you can be more on this side and bring you up there. I think that's everything. Strangely, yeah, but somehow they have a bigger patio, and somehow they also have like more square footage, even though it's just really weirdly laid out. So like no furniture fit. Like one of my neighbors, his unit has like that weird triangular bedroom thing that I'm talking about. You can't fit a bed in there properly. Like you just can't do it, like at all. Which is really funny because on paper he should have like the nicest layout in the building because he has the most square footage, but at the same time, like it just doesn't function correctly. Okay, so one of the last things I did yesterday was I got proper kitchens set up. So we have these stills now. I'm going to expand this area back here. This is also going to be kitchen expansion. And then we have all of these food things, pots, you know, sitting here, and we're gonna install some doors onto the kitchen. I'm thinking we'll put some windows into here so that they can look out. Was eating. I did not give you a dwarf yet because I wanted to know what kind of dwarf you wanted. So I was waiting. I have informed chat to yell at me when you pop back now, so I guess chat can yell at me if they want. Windows increase the value of things, and dwarves can see through them, but they can't see through them. Things can't stealth on the other side of windows, but dwarves can't see through them, if that makes any sense. A peasant. I think I have one. Or no, I got several. Actually, I got a lot of peasants. What peasant you wanted? We got Manam, Doran, Alath, Asob, Zuntir, Endok, or Ezm. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Stone. Pretty same thing. Okay, all caught up on YouTube chat too. A happy peasant. A happy peasant. Well, Doran appears to be the least unhappy. I wouldn't say any of them are really happy. Doran's the least unhappy. Zuntir and Endok are pretty neutral. And Alath and Ezm are... Well, Alath is the most pissed. Ezm's pretty neutral. Doran? Okay, so you get to be Lady Dwarf Doran. You know, honestly, because of the color of her eyes, she kind of a little bit looks like, what's it called? Jawa. Kind of looks like a Jawa. But freeways. I can't remember how many you've had in this fort, so if you could remind me, that'd be great. Or if you've even had one in this fort. She's buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them, is sometimes cruel, and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She is slow to trust others, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and tries to consider what others think of her. And she is quick to form negative views about things and often feels envious of others and tries to do things correctly each time and has an active imagination. She can sometimes act without deliberation and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything ever anymore. Personally finds that acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes fine pewter and rock crystal and chestnut wood, jute paper and picks and rabbits for their ears, and the words of the scintillating sister and the sight of the festive bewilderment, and when possible prefers to consume monarch butterfly and papaya wine and papaya wine. Honestly, I would drink a papaya wine. I want to know what papaya wine tastes like. I love papaya and I never get it because papaya is one of those fruits where like you can only really, it's only good fresh. Like if it's not like, if it wasn't like picked in the last 2 hours, it's not a papaya. And I can't get fresh papaya here and it hurts me. It's like one of the things I really hate about living here and wish I could live further south because I love papaya. Whenever I go to California, I have to just I will, if I'm ever in like Orange County, California, or like anywhere in LA or anywhere like close to places where they grow papayas, I will walk into a grocery store at some point and just buy a papaya and sit on the ground outside of the grocery store and eat it because I miss papaya so much. Anyway, reindeer's milk, papaya wine and reindeer's milk, and absolutely hates flies. I agree very much. Felt satisfied at work and was lonely after being away from family for too long. She's a former member of the religion, the Legendary Communion. Well, that's interesting. She's a former member of the Neutral Armor as well. And is now a member of us. Well, that's cool. You left your religion. I wonder why that was. Worships a lot of deities. Oh, boy. Huh. Wonder why you did that. She was accepting, remembering seeing the goblin Uspus stolen lock, the comet Consides, the sun's dead body, and became more cruel and learned to disdain power. That was the goblin that we had to kill 1 billion times, which I made a video out of. Or one of them. And you feel blissful remembering having a bath. What is choose a duck? Show up in the first hour of the stream and you'll find out. 3 papaya trees in your backyard. Please give me a papaya if I ever come by your house, which I never will. But please give me a papaya if I walk past. God, I miss papayas. Every now and again, I will buy a papaya here and I'm just like painfully disappointed. It's you know, like when you buy a super, when you have a super unripe fruit that you'd let like unnaturally ripen. Ugh, not great. It's not great. It's not great. All right, I need to move these doors. I've got too many doors. So let's go into this stockpile here and just look up doors. I'm going to move these doors elsewhere. I don't know where, but I'm going to find a place for them. I'm thinking like maybe making some store. Oh, actually, let's just use this area right here as like just a doors stockpile. I might do something else with this area later, but for right now, this is literally just going to be for doors. Quality and material don't matter. Have I tasted canned papaya? Yeah, no, it's not the same. I mean, it's good. So that dwarf that's tantruming is behind a wall. They are sealed off from the rest of the world. There's instruction on how to DIY papaya wine. I am not even remotely surprised by this. Not even remotely surprised by this. And then let's go to bone, decorate with bone. We're just decorating whatever's close with bone. Whatever's close with bone. Yeah, there's something about just watching dwarves run around. Like, it's the same in ASCII too, right? Like, say what you will about ASCII, and plenty of people dislike ASCII, but watching the game move... I've been saying this for years. The most important thing about making a city builder, a colony builder, or a town builder is it has to be fun to just watch it move. It has to be fun to watch things pass by, which is why I'm so excited about the concept of Ulfsire making a more conquesty, like 4X-y type of game, because Ulfsire's game, Path of Acra, is so fun to just watch move. If you're making a game like this, the most important thing is to make it entertaining to just watch the things do the things. That has to be mesmerizing, it has to be entertaining, it has to be interesting, it has to be compelling, and it has to be able to do that for long periods of time. I have so many obsidian thrones. Holy crap. So hold on. I have how many obsidian? Is 32? Okay, so 31, 32, 33. Okay, so I have 33 obsidian thrones. So let's do rock tables, I guess. Oopsies. That is adamantine ballista arrows. Gonna say, how much obsidian do I am running low on quartzite. I gotta go make more quartzite. Ooh, I'll bet you I don't have enough orthoclase. I have to go get more of it. Tons of slate, tons of micro. Let's do microcline tables. And some migrants have arrived. Huh. Was that your guys' gear? I'm assuming it was. Probably turn their gear back on. Legendary Soaper. How? I mean, Master Comedian and Legendary Soaper. This dwarf's career completely checks out. 100%. He's hysterical and he makes soap. I think that, like, if you're going to be a legendary soaper, you have to have a sense of humor. That's, like, two completely mandatory things. Person thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Lots of clean jokes. Oh, his humor is very, very clean. Never makes a dirty joke. And if you make a dirty joke, he will show up and clean it for you. I think we should make this guy into a tavern performer. And also make a soap industry. When a dwarf lies about their identity, do they also lie about their skills? Yes and no. Sometimes they'll just show up with nothing, and sometimes they'll have, like, extraordinarily high skills in, like, lying, which they don't actually have here, so I'm not too worried about this dwarf not being what they say they are, but that being said, I don't know. I don't know. This dude's, like, actually a serial killer, too? Legendary quality soap. Great. Legendary quality soap. Desires little for himself in the way of possessions. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. When he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. Exhales sharply when he's angry. Had a lover in a previous fort. I still think we need to make this guy into a tavern keeper. Yeah, this guy. Okay, so let's jump back down and just give it a glance as people walk in. See what we're getting. Another jeweler, okay. A shearer, all right. Yeah, that's a zombie with a guts build that is now named Calcium Crypt. Courtesy of chat. Also, I would just like to say thank you to Lightning Roger for getting that, the the third spot on the bits leaderboard, but if you happen to have bits on your account here on the Twitch side of things, it only costs you 11 cents to knock out that number 3 spot. It's a very cheap entry point to getting your name up there right now. Lava will instantly, not instantly, will infinitely refill, yes. So if you do, like, put a hole in the side of it, it will infinitely drain into the map, yes. Also, what's up, Taiwan is king? There you go. Like Shark Jumping Walrus just did. Personally finds artwork boring, blah, blah, blah. 4 children and 2 lovers. Thank you.
Rounding my bits total.
Cathode. You had 200 bits of it. Look at that, Starsmore. Cheers, friend. Streamer doesn't do, I don't do any kinds of, like, for lack of a better term, sponsored segments. So every now and again, I gotta yell about a leaderboard or point out a thing, you know? Personally hates those who wield power over others. Me too. Dislikes those who seek to acquire power of others. Has a greedy streak and finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. We're gonna have a lot of beds we're gonna need to make and set up in a little bit here. I'm gonna have to eat that calf. High Master Lie Maker. I'm a High Master Truth Maker. You're also a good judge of intent. And a competent liar. Interesting. Skilled shearer as well. Lying and lying. I'm also going to put this person into the tavern, but this person isn't going to be a performer. They're going to be a tavern keep. Because being a tavern keep is actually one of the fastest ways to increase your speaking skills.
But here are me last bits.
Cheers, Nero Keys. Means a lot. Thanks for the $1. Or $1.90. I almost said $1.50, but thanks for the 40 pennies. Hey, it ain't much, but it is honest bits. Retard. Profound sense of duty. Though he still holds the law in disdain. Personally values self-control and does not respect the law. Volbach, can I put you into my Marksy Dwarf squad?
Hype.
Thanks for the doll hair, Alfie. Is it? I don't know. I just said it was, so I guess it is. Tends to make a small mess with her. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She's brave in the face of imminent danger. There you go. I'm going to send my main squad somewhere far away to go steal books. Like, let's say... Looking for something that has, like, multiple pages. Like an abandoned fort or something. Or a destroyed city, maybe. How about... I was going to say my old fort. Man, that's sad. We don't even know what River Depths has. It's that far away. Let's say there is quite a... Oh, there we go. That's a good spot. Raptor Inked. Hermetic Law. Let's go loot stuff. Get us stuff, please. Because I'm curious about something. Is this their gear? Maybe. 63 years old. Tiny amount last night, and you could use the mouse as much as you wanted smoothly. You guessed the classic version. Has tools available like DF Hack and... Are we asking, like, is it worth to play the ASCII version? It depends on what you're talking about. If you want to play version 50, it's exactly the same as this version. You don't need DF Hack or DF Therapist, just like you don't need DF Hack or DF Therapist for this version. If you want to learn older versions of the game, you also don't need DF Hacker, DF Therapist. It's just going to take you a little bit longer to wrap your brain around what you're looking at, because such is the way of playing an ASCII game. But is it worth trying? It is literally the same game, so sure. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? There's two types of veteran players Swedish go by. There are those of us who just play whatever the most recent version is, which the vast majority of us are playing on Steam, right? And then there are the people who are like, I don't like the UI changes, and they're still playing on ASCII, right? And then there are the people who, I still don't like graphics, but I like the UI changes, and they're playing on this version. I've absolutely encountered some people, but they're a minority group, right? Because what you need to remember is a lot of the veteran players of this game played with tile sets, right? So the vast majority of the game's player base over the years, sure, we were playing a version of the game that was entirely keyboard driven, but most of them were using tile sets. Kashmir, thanks for the $15.
Dwarf train.
What's up, dude? So at the end of the day, absolutely, there are people playing on ASCII, but it's not like a talking point for people who care. People who care just play the version they prefer, right? And if you're playing the version you prefer, enjoy it, right? But I think that the wrinkle that you need to remember is the vast majority of the veteran players played with various graphical tile sets. They were all using Vetelinger's tile set. They were using Space Fox. They were using even things like Humble, which is like mostly ASCII but has like dwarf characters that have color and stuff. You just find it less cluttered. Yeah, I mean, literally play the version that works for you. I think it becomes a point of discussion and contention for certain people that is also a very small minority. And the reason I play with the graphics on is, like, I can absolutely play with the graphics off. But the reason I play with the graphics on is because I'm aware that it's already hard enough for me to explain to people how to play this game without having to explain what they're looking at as well. So it removes a barrier for bringing new audience members in. And because I stream full time, like, it's redundant for me to just, you know, add an extra barrier to entry for me. That is just the way of ASCII. ASCII will always have accessibility issues, right? Like, one of the biggest issues with ASCII in the past was, like, if you are colorblind, get fucked. Quite literally. Like, of course it has accessibility issues. It's ASCII. But ASCII is also more accessible to certain types of people, right? Like, somebody like me, an ASCII game is easier for me to follow than a game with a tile set. Because, yeah, no, dyslexia as well. I have severe vision issues. I have extremely restrictive tunnel vision is an easy way to put it. Basically, I can't see out of this eye, and this eye has restrictive tunnel vision, and I have a lot of floating blind spots. So it's a lot easier for me to discern what's going on in a game that's ASCII versus a game with graphics. Fortunately, this tile set is, like, clear enough that I don't have too much trouble with it, but I have run into some issues with it. Personally, for me, ASCII is easier. The existence of the ASCII version is an artifact of the game's past, and yeah, it has accessibility issues. It always will. Every ASCII game will always have accessibility issues because of the way they work, right? So what you need to remember about ASCII games is they are a certain type of game. They already have Braille monitors, so if you want to play Dwarf Fortress textually, I guess theoretically you could. But what you need to remember is when it comes to ASCII games, things like NetHack, you can play with no vision. Like, if you are 100% darkness, no vision, you can play NetHack because the game can be read to you by text-to-speech, right? Older versions of Dwarf Fortress, you could do that as well. So to a certain type of audience, ASCII is more accessible. To some other people, it's not going to be as accessible. And that's just kind of the way of it. And they could increase the mod support at some point to make tile sets more compatible with it again, instead of you having to manually edit every single individual tile, which is what you have to do right now. And maybe at some point that could be better, but right now, if you need the accessibility, your best bet is to just play the premium version. And as far as keyboard accessibility goes, that's coming. It's coming slowly, but it's coming. So And also, as far as colors go in ASCII, if the colors are a problem for you accessibility-wise, you can change that too, right? So at the end of the day, I think what you need to remember is first-person games are largely inaccessible for me to play. I can't play most of those games anymore. I used to when I was younger. You know, games like Battlefield or Counter-Strike even. I used to be able to play no problem. But as graphics have gotten better, and as field of view has gotten worse in some cases and better in other cases, a lot of first-person games are what I would describe as borderline inaccessible for me. Not because they're not playable. I can play them, but they make me feel ill. And that is something that's gotten worse as my vision has gotten worse. So I would argue the vast majority of the games industry are making games that are inaccessible for me. So not every game is going to be accessible to everybody. Not everybody is going to be able to play every game. And I think that that's okay to a degree. I think that if you try and make a game, I mean, for me, Cyberpunk looks like a beautiful screensaver. I have almost no interest in playing it though. If you're making a video game and you're making it specifically for a very specific audience, you're never going to sell as many copies, and that's true. However, I think the game can be better off for that. And I think that we are used to an era of video games right now where they're trying to make video games for everybody. And the reason they try to make video games for everybody is when you're making a AAA game with a budget of $350 million, including marketing, bitch, you gotta sell it to everybody because you gotta make that money back, right? And I like that there are indie games out there that sell at a price point that it doesn't need to be accessible for everybody. Because the people that get into a game like that will appreciate it and enjoy it so much more than a game that is made for everybody. I don't even know where this rant came from, but you just inspired a babble. So I'm going to keep staring at dwarves now. And while I'm happy that the ASCII stuff exists as an option, it's never going to be as accessible as the paid version. And it's not like the paid version is extraordinarily expensive. Well, I mean, when you talk about slowing the game down for Dwarf Fortress, I mean, you can literally just lower the frame rate. Like, if game run too fast for you, the game speed is tied to the frame rate, so you could literally, like, I have it set at 80 frames per second right now. I could set this down to 20 and the game would run significantly slower. So I don't think that every single game needs to be accessible to everybody. And I'm pretty firm on that, though. But I say that as somebody who, you know, very few games are accessible to me these days. Very quick to anger, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. Another new arrival, still waiting on a lot of this stuff to go away. Values tranquility in a peaceful day and finds leisure time wasteful. I mean, honestly, that's the thing is I really like a lot of the concepts behind a lot of AAA games, but I don't like games that are made for everybody. And I think that's okay. Like as an example, I played Bastion, loved it. I played Transistor and I loved it, and I played Pyre with my ex. We sat on, back when I had a TV when my ex still lived here, we sat on a sofa and we played Pyre over the span of like 6 months. Loved it. I find Hades to be the most frustrating experience I've had in a video game in years. Because of how, like, its writing is incredible. The music is great. But as a video game, it's like, you made a very, very, very well-tuned game for a massive audience that I'm not a part of. And I think that's okay. That they made a game that's not for me. But it makes me sad, and I wish that that was a game for me, but it's not. And when I look at a lot of AAA games, I go, man, in theory, this would be an awesome game that I would love to play, but the way you've built this, I don't want to play it. Hit like tilde to pop up this window for DF hack and type in disable overlay. Disable overlay. It'll disable every feature that DF hack does and hide it, but you can still tap that button to make it pop up if you need it. Aren't the games... Well, I mean, if you sanitize it enough to make it for everybody, eventually it becomes made for nobody, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I could think of an example of a game. Actually, well, here's
Queued playthrough tutorial. Then put 25 hours into it in under a week. I know I've only scratched the surface, but I already know this game is insane.
Caves of Cud is a game made by mentally deranged crazy people for mentally deranged crazy people, and as a mentally deranged crazy person, I love Cud too. Cud is wonderful. But I think the closest thing that I could come to for a game that's made for everybody and thus nobody would probably be like the Marvel live service thing, or maybe Far Cry. But at the same time, Far Cry sells extremely well, so I guess maybe it's not made for nobody. But cheers, Silver Falcon. Thank you very much for the 6 month. And also, Real Man Chuck, thanks for continuing that subscription as a tier 1. Getting a bunch, even more peasants. This is a huge migrant wave, too. Oh, it's because you're sleeping. That's why you haven't left yet. Makes sense. It's made for Far Cry players at this point. I loved that first Far Cry. I am consistently saddened by where that franchise went. And I do honestly wonder sometimes how much of my love for that first Far Cry is actually just rose-tinted glasses. Because I loved that Far Cry that took place in Africa. The one with the pills that everybody hated. Or that first, not that first Far Cry, the second Far Cry. Far Cry 2. The first Ubisoft Far Cry. The first Far Cry was fine. I didn't love it. Who liked Primal? I'm pretty sure like that was the least liked Far Cry. Like the worst reviewed one anyway. I never played Primal, so I can't really speak to it. Can you get a bearded glassmaker or somebody in the glass industry? Can I will finish placing these quartzite floors and then I will find you a glassmaker. And if I can't find you somebody who's designated as a glassmaker, I will search by jobs underneath one of my glassmaker shops and give you somebody in the glass industry. Because we are actually making glass at this point. We're making raw green glass and then cutting them into gems. So you're part of the gems industry in the long run, but... maybe Just Cause. I don't know. Just Cause 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, if I were to make, like, a top 50 games ever, like, Just Cause 2 would probably be in the teens somewhere. I adore Just Cause 2. That is not a great game, but my God, I love that fucking game. I love that game. That game is fantastic. Also, true story, first M-rated game I was given permission by my parents to buy before I was legally allowed to buy M-rated games. What am I drinking? Black coffee. What are you drinking? I need to go dig up more quartzite, don't I? Lime vodka. I brought a bottle of gin home. Technically two, but I gave one of them to my bartender because I know how to bribe him to get free beer, and I will probably pay for it in free beer. So, yeah. Tash gets free gin, and I will probably walk out with twice the value in free beer. Almost noon. Where's the beer? Fun fact, I don't have any beer in my apartment right now. I got plenty of whiskey, but I don't need to start drinking whiskey at 11:30 in the morning. Hey, Nicola. And Jimmy Jazz. Over on the YouTube side of things. I do look at the YouTube chat, just not as frequently. All right. So somebody in the glass industry. I got a new arrival who's a glass maker. How's this look to you? Salty. Ever played The Legend of Dragoon? Nope. Fun fact, I've never actually played a game on a PlayStation 1. I remember seeing one of my cousins playing games on his PlayStation 1. I want to say around the time the PlayStation 3 was coming out, because they were a family that, like, only bought tech and video game stuff from, like, the thrift store. So he had I remember seeing him playing, I want to say Twisted Metal. And thinking, man, that's a bad frame rate. Anyway, I remember playing, I think it was Gran Turismo on a PS2 once, and that was my only time being near a PlayStation. No, it was Gran Turismo, and Destruction Derby, I think. Smashing cars in together. Which was at a friend of my parents' house who had kids. And I guess a dad that played a lot of PlayStation. And I remember playing those. Yeah, I was never a console kid, basically. So, no, I have not. Anyway, so this is going to be Salty Tempest. Salty dislikes helping others and is quite ambitious, tends to avoid crowds and tends to not reveal personal information, could be considered rude, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is curious and eager to learn and is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is somewhat quarrelsome and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is quite comfortable in his appearance He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And when he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. He stomps his feet when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes mudstone and platinum and sapphire and Sangaro ribbed wood, magpie leather and large gems, and the words of the certainty of directions, and the sound of the rhythm of drumming and the sight of the meandering play, and when possible prefers to consume goat cheese, and carrot bone and wild carrot plants, and mead, and absolutely hates oysters. He has one passing acquaintance, and he's a member of the Heliotrope Sweet Creed, which I'm not familiar with at all. Family members wise, you don't have anything, you just worship the one person, and you are a talented glassmaker. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to actually queue up 100 sand and 100 raw green glass. Sand, raw green glass. And let's just do 200 and 200. Those will work alternating, and we will get those rolling. Nice and easy. Set in a burger punk world? Is that like steampunk but McDonald's? What the heck is burger punk exactly? Do elaborate. I would like to know. Am I... Okay, I need to cut more slate blocks. We're not cutting any blocks right now, that's why. Let's just do 500 rock blocks. Platinum and sapphire. Damn right. You've got a little bit of the taste for the fancy. Speaking of, the fancy. This dwarf is walking around with a 543 dwarf buck earring. Wait, never mind. Just sitting there? No? Okay. Well then, why did it say that you had it? Maybe I clicked on the wrong dwarf. Wow. Okay, never mind. This is a dwarf with some of the fancy. Got 2 crowns, basalt and a schist crown, and an aluminum earring. This dwarf has a bit of taste for the fancy. Married? Mm. How do you feel about your fancy clothing? You want to wander? Want to help friends? You want to practice martial art? How do you use 2 crowns? Balance. Like, you know those images of people that, like, carry massive, like, not bags, that carry large pots or baskets on their heads? That, but, you know, crowns. Let's make 20 bed. I also need to do soap. And I think I'm just gonna real quick run through here and get these gems out of here, and we'll just replace those with slate walls, I guess. While that's rolling, do this. Try and get ones with stuff. Okay, there's nothing with these encrusted, that's fine. And let's go here. That's not the tool I wanted. I'll just use this if I have to. Missed one chest, main staircase. Oops. Let's do this now. Actually, we'll start off with this. Okay, yeah, nothing has gems in it. I'm in an ad break. I'm just gonna finish placing these and then I'll pause. Seems like everything. Oh, missed this as well. All right. I'll spot them as we go. You discovered a golden salve. Golden salve? True, asking the Egyptians is a pretty good response to that. Having deja vu. This is in fact live. Yes, Nicola. Probably because you saw this being built on a VOD, or this being built on a VOD, or this being built on a VOD. Not this, because this I just dug out like just a couple minutes ago. So none of this is being dug out on a VOD. So you are not in fact having deja vu. I assure you that this is live. Main 2 right mid main stair doesn't have cabinet. Right. Now we just have to get those beds sorted. Also, this one doesn't have a cat. Oh no, it does. There's just a dwarf standing on top of it. Caught in a landslide? Something reality? Okay. Dwarves are still leaving. There we go. They made it off the map. That's good. This is a documentary. Well, I mean, I did record a bunch of footage for a Dwarf Fortress documentary, but that's not going to be out for a little bit still. Here's hoping it'll get done at some point this year, though.
3 baker's years? that's how this works. Thanks for the dwarfing crypt calcium.
What's a baker's year? I mean, I think I know. Baker's dozen is when you order a dozen of a thing and they give you an extra, right? So would that be 3 times 13? I guess. Anyway, thank you very much, Jam Jalopy, for the 39th month. Appreciate you. Good to have you. Thanks for sticking around for such a long period of time. For assembling a brain would be easier to spot in 3D. I disagree with that, but here's the thing. I would have spotted them, but the thing is, the way my eyes work, right? Because you're saying it would be easier to spot in 3D. I completely disagree. It would, however, be easier to spot for me once everything got built. So if you guys hadn't told me, by around this point, I'd be able to look at it and be like, okay, which ones have I missed? Because now I can actually see them. The problem is I can't, and it doesn't matter what the pattern is, but these little outlines are really hard for me to see and like discern between. They all look very similar to me. So it doesn't actually make that much of a difference at the end of the day. It's just once they're constructed, I can see them and then I can select between them much easier. The ones that are actually in their bedrooms are going to be much more of a value add. Like these ones. I decoded the nonsense. It just took a second of undesired brain activity. How dare you make me think? There we go. So bedrooms have upgraded to very good now. Although modest quarters. So something else I think we should do. Statues for every bedroom. Let's say rock statue. Microcline, 140. That's what we'll do. You thought that the 13th was for themselves? I thought it was like, if you show up at the same place a lot, then they give you a bonus, was how Baker's Dozens worked. I've only ever gotten a Baker's Dozen once at a bakery because most of the bakeries I've been to in my life have been pretty corporatized and they're not allowed to do stuff like that because it's all like, you know, maximum profits per sale and all that. So unfortunately, you don't really get deals like that as often at places like that. All right, I've spot here I can put a bed in. That is not the tool I wanted. All right, so let's go down to here. So these all still need to become bedrooms too, so let's fill the last few out with beds. Let's see, how many of them am I missing? The one at the end. Okay. Then let's get you assigned as well. Then I am going to manually go through these and assign, but I'm literally just doing that so that I know how many more I need to make. Salty gets that bedroom, you get this bedroom, you get this bedroom. You get that bedroom. You get that bedroom. That bedroom, you get that bedroom, you get that bedroom, you get that bedroom, this bedroom, that poor baby. Yeah, that should be good. Need to do what? Make a weird shaped bedroom or just play Dwarf Fortress? M. Jalopy? You mean the zombie goblin? The zombie goblin isn't even part of my faction. He just lives there. I mean, I could kill him, but like, why? He's friendly. I mean, he became friendly like halfway through a fight against him, so at some point, like, it defected from goblin kind and became friendly to my faction, and I mean, he just, like I said, he just lives there. We had to kill him like 80 times to do that. We beat him into submission, and now he's finally friendly. He'll never join my faction, but it's kind of funny to just have him around. Okay, so let's drop down to this lower layer and jump up to here and assign some animals that don't have pastures yet. And let's go down to here and take a peek. I think I'm going to try pumping some more water into here. See if I can get some better coverage. Slaughtered him into submission? Sure. Why would I play a lesser version of a game? Retag. 1 second. You know when you hear screaming and it's like, is someone getting beaten up level of screaming? That's what I just heard, but I'm pretty sure it's just like 2 ladies arguing. I think it's okay, but something about why are you judging me? It's like, okay, I can just ignore that. It was mildly concerning through the door with my headphones on, but I'll pay like a degree of attention. I don't know, there's a bunch of Airbnbs in my building again, so we're getting some weird neighbors now. Fortunately, though, the laws are changing in a couple months, and hopefully those will all go away. That or they'll just be operating legally. All right, so we are pumping a bunch of water in again. I'm also sure they'll work it out. I'm not too concerned anymore. I was concerned for a couple seconds there, though. Who knows, Nicola? Who knows? Maybe one of them woke up in bed with the other one's boyfriend and now they're yelling at each other. Who knows? He became friendly by force. Well, I mean, he traumatized most of my fort in doing so, so... What's the best way to drain an ocean? Lava. Put lava on it. You getting all the Gremlins related stuff? I watched a little bit of that, and I'm like, I understand why people like this. This seems kind of neat. I think I'm good. Also, hello, Diamond. Were you the person with the user account like a couple hours ago that followed me named Mayor Gremlin, or is there a completely unrelated Mayor Gremlin? Important DMs just arrived in my inbox that I can't talk about, so that's happening. Also, for whatever it's worth, I don't hear the screaming anymore, so... Like I said, I think they'll work. Every now and again, they're like, you know, living in an apartment. Every now and again, you hear somebody screaming, and you go, okay, do I call the non-emergency number? Is there abuse happening? And, like, it's happened before. Can I say from whom? Toady? I'll say this. It's related to having him on stream again. I don't have a date. I can't give you a date because I have to communicate the date with Kit Fox because, let's just say a couple of, actually no, the last interview I did happened to be at a point right before they were about to release a thing. The week before they were going to release a thing, and Kit Fox was kind of like, hey, could you, like, communicate with us the next time you do one of these so that we don't have to release a bunch of shit early for you? Thanks. So, I'm being polite this time. So I don't have a date or anything, but that's a lot of pogs. Don't do it. I mean, stuff has actively been leaked on this stream about Dwarf Fortress on multiple occasions. So, you know. Let's just let that flow. See if that gives us better dirt coverage. Well, I'm not baiting you with anything. Chat asked what, and I said what it was. The only people baiting you is you. Early leaking is just easy press. Not always. Not always. Early leaking just ruins the surprise for people that have been working very hard for a surprise to happen. For large games, sure, it can be easy press. In a lot of cases, and especially the stuff that was leaked about Dwarf Fortress on this stream, it's small enough things that it doesn't really bring press. It just kind of ruins a surprise. Especially, you know, when you take into consideration that there's a decent number of people working on this game that work on it for a very long time. If something is set to be released at a specific time to get as much impact and as many people seeing it as possible, it can actually hurt the spread of information when a smaller group of people find it early or learn about it early. I kind of want to just expel this person. The last thing I need is a bunch of active tantrumers. So we're just going to boot you out. I don't really like doing that, but we're going to do that this time. So yeah, I mean, to a degree, getting stuff leaked early can absolutely garner you some press, but it's not always the press that you want. Why not one-man raid them instead? Because I'm not raiding things. Like, that goes against the entire goal of this fort. Also, because I don't really do that ever. I generally just try to recover and recoup dwarves. If you type an exclamation point goal, it'll tell you the goal of this fort. The last few forts I've done have been very violence heavy, and I want this one to be not neutral. I mean, we'll get invaded, but I don't want to build up a military. I have one, but it exists purely to steal books. And the only local militia we have is Mark's dwarves, so ranged dwarves. Is there any reason to have a public tavern? That's how you get different varieties of people in your fortress, and that's how you learn secrets and rumors from around the world and keep up with local history. It's also like the way that you get crimes, which is a requirement for any kind of law-based playstyle. So is there a reason to have a public fort or a public tavern? Sure. It also, in some ways, can keep your dwarves happier because they get to talk with more people. At least for very social dwarves. And like anything, let me ask you a question. Is there any reason to do literally anything in Dwarf Fortress? Because there's no reward system in this game for doing anything, really. So is there any reason to do anything in Dwarf Fortress? It depends on what kind of fortress you want to run. It's entirely player driven. So it's one of those questions where, oh, why do you do anything? To recruit roaming entertainers, to get mercenaries showing up. If you don't want to have any military and you have a big tavern close to your cavern, then you could have a cavern tavern and they'll defend against forgotten beasts for you. You know, stuff like that. What's up, Bench? Everything, like, Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about, like, trying to do the most optimal thing. Being optimal in Dwarf Fortress is boring. That is one of the oldest pieces of advice you'll ever get about Dwarf Fortress. A safe, optimal fortress is a boring, dull fortress where nothing happens. And so it's up to the player to make things interesting. And having a public tavern is a very good way to make things interesting. Also, I would argue that having a tavern keeper is another way to make things interesting, because then you get tavern brawls, which I think are a good feature. Because, once again, a safe fort is a boring fort. Yeah, I think everything in Dwarf Fortress needs positive effects and negative consequences. We are starting to run low on drinks here. Whenever I hear that drink sound, I always get a little bit paranoid because they haven't actually updated it in this branch yet, I don't think. The one that was getting content trolled. If you don't have enough prison cells, and usually tavern brawls are pretty large. Because the punishment that they get for almost all crimes is a short period of time in prison or a beating, right? And so if it's a minor crime, they'll get, at the very least, a short period of time in prison. I need to move these. I could put the soap maker's workshop down in the kitchen. That would make a degree of sense, because Hollow's going to be close by. Yeah, but did that happen on the beta branch? I know it happened on the main branch. I'm not certain it happened on the beta branch, which is why I'm a little bit paranoid. Yeah, if the prison is full, then everybody gets beating. Because a ghoul came through and killed all but 2 of your starting dwarves? Yep. I remember watching a fort very shortly after all that stuff was added to the game, the ghouls and the zombies and whatnot. And they showed up pretty early. And came, like, the intelligent undead specifically showed up pretty early, and the person playing had about 12 dwarves at the time. This was in version 47, and the only reason they survived was because a cat distracted 2 of the last intelligent undead, and they were able to dig straight underground and seal it off with 2 dwarves. So they just had 2 dwarves stuck in the caves by themselves with a dead fortress on the surface, and it was pretty amazing. I wonder if they're going to actually siege or if they're going to leave. Yeah, they left. Okay, so that means we are getting snatchers, probably. Oh, and a human caravan has arrived. That's timing. Yeah, they ended up retiring that fort pretty quick, but we're gonna have to deal with these snatchers. Okay, so you're getting hit by bolts already too. Yeah, Pigbone bolt hits him in the upper leg, tearing him. Firing bolts. Not bad. Come on, dwarves, you can hit him. Dwarves are chasing him. Come on. Knock him down. There you go. And drop his stuff. As it should be. You can get your body chucked. And we'll get the free bags. It's probably all of them. If I had to bet. Scott Snatchers in your game at the exact same time, really? The broker, Napalm Sideburns, meets up with the human high necromancer, high treasurer, Igil Lucretia. Greetings to our people. There is much to discuss. What do I want to request from them? So they have grizzly bears. I'm gonna just keep requesting grizzly bears because I think just an army of grizzly bears would be fantastic. Glorious day. Arrow, how are you? Backpack. They need backpacks. Okay. So this is all crowns and earrings. Okay. Well, I don't need to trade too much, so we'll just bring that bin over and we'll just suss out what we need to sell. Everything else just ammo. Okay. Yep. No, it certainly seems that necromancers have worked their way into jobs of importance. Yeah, yoinked children become goblin citizens and usually put into the military. Not always, but usually. I already have elephants. Black flag. I'm raising elephants in my basement. Speaking of, looks like they listened to my request from last year. So I need quite a bit of value here. So let's just give them some earrings, shall we? Because they brought us a bunch of grizzly bears just like I requested, which was very kind of them, meaning I'm gonna have to set up a proper grizzly bear pen. I also don't need to sell them that much stuff. There we go. And trade. Not bad, if I do say so myself. So now I need to figure out where I'm gonna put my grizzlies. I'm thinking we put the grizzlies like right here. Let's expand this layer a little bit. Are the bears going to eat the elephants? No? That's like asking if you get a pet dog, will it eat your pet cat? I mean, not if you train it. Okay, so over here. Oh, I know why the sand ain't working. Because during that last siege, I had to get rid of my sand collection zone. I also should probably make this a indoor sand collection zone. So let's see if I can do that. Won't be too difficult. Let's just go, I don't know. There, we'll use nice blocks. That'll be pretty nice of us. And yes, I'm aware there's an open space right there. That's intentional. No, actually, I want to use slate, I think. And then I'm going to go here, and we're going to go stairs down a layer. I'm going to delete this lower one for right now, and I'm going to build stairs down to here. Connect that there. Gonna take a second, but this is going to be where we are gathering sand. Cats overbreeding is a very, very reliable, fast source of meat, yes. Also, other things. Okay, so this right here is going to get that built. Hopefully it doesn't cancel. It might. So go play, Bench. Nobody's stopping you. What are you staring at, Squiddymon? Unless you're staring at the I forgot my liberty. Also, speaking of my life for Super Earth, and all of you Super Earth people, is that game playable yet? Oh, eating cats, right. Yes. Well, I mean, that's a very common thing in Dwarf Fort. Cats, dogs, horses, reindeer. And the reason I say is because I would like to play Helldivers 2 on my own time. Not on stream, but on my own time, I would like to play that. And I keep looking, and every time I look, it's like, servers are still fucked. Don't play this game yet. But I'm kind of waiting until they fix everything, and then I'm going to sneak in and casually play on my lonesome with randos. Playable now? Okay. I haven't looked since Friday. So, because I basically disconnected from the internet for 2 days. Important DMs continue. Played on Sunday, servers were fine. Reached playable status. Oh no, absolutely. I mean, no game's perfect. Everything's a constant work in progress. All right. Just kind of, oh man, I was sitting here hoping that we could get these done. God damn it. Maybe?
Can you believe I've been a menace in this chat for a year now?
Nope. No, I can't. But then again, I never believe anything I read on the internet, so I wouldn't believe that either. Geotrack the Scholars were taken by a Fey mood. Don't believe things you read on the internet, chat. Even chat. Ash, thank you very much for the 12 months. Appreciate you. Feels like it's been longer, actually. Oh, sweet. I didn't need to do that. It did get completed. Just waiting on the last 2 walls now. Sweet, all that's done. Especially chat. I mean, I'm physically incapable of taking compliments, so that's like along the same lines as not don't listen to anything chat says. Okay, let's just get this removed and then replace this with Gabbro real quick. Trying to get these gems out of here, you know? Should we listen? I don't know. That's up to you. It's 100% up to you. Oh, wow, that was quick. Stoneworker's Workshop? I was about to check in on it to see what he was doing. Grab 2 pieces of slate. Oh, a slate, sorry, a piece of slate and a piece of basalt. This is Geotrack. I was bored after leading an unexciting life for too long. You know, I might need to have mandatory wrestling squads for this fort. I might need to do that because I'm seeing enough dwarves that are like, yo, dude, like I really wanna, you know, punch things. No real context. And it's like, suppose? Like, maybe we need a season of the year where literally everybody just wrestles in the tavern. Let's go up and start placing statues, I think. And also get some more trapdoors placed. Nope, don't have enough yet. Statues it is then. Also, some of these still need nicer stairs. Because every dwarf is getting a fancy statue. The reason I have to do this manually is because it just does by closest, and the closest ones are not the engraved ones. Yeah, like a wrestling event season. What is that? I keep feeling like they're sneaking more statues in. Like, I've never seen that. Sucks to be the person who literally just has a B. Yeah, they must have snuck more statue art in. Look at this. I haven't seen any of these before. We're going to have to go through and take a peek at these, because I'm seeing a lot of statues I haven't seen before. We'll let them continue making them fancy before I keep placing them, but... Geotrack the Scholar has created a Licid Keg, a slate earring, and claims it as a personal treasure. All right, well, I need to put that in your bedroom then. All right, let's jump to you. This is a slate earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular basalt cabochons and menaces with spikes of slate. All right, where's your bedroom then? They added one for fight scenes. That's pretty sick. Yeah, I know. I need to go look at those once they get set up. Moods are also swinging positive again, which is good. I mean, we still have like those 15 dwarves that are pissed, but... Also, yeah, I've seen the variation in the bases already quite a bit, but not so much on the statue front. All right, let's jump up a layer as they do this. So what's this? It's a dwarf fighting something large. Well-designed image of, what, like a dwarf and an elf, I guess? By Rolf. Athmel is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the stabbing of the elf Cold Butcher. Oh, so it's like an elven zombie. Cool. These are like flags. An image of dwarves in microcline by Atir. It's the foundation of Subtlescribe. Okay. What about this? Like the sword in the air and the guy on the ground? It's a Grey Haunt. Grey Haunt is striking down Ral. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Ral by the Grey Haunt in Emeraldheim. in the Towers of Alchemy in the late autumn of 288. Imagine just getting to sleep with like an image of a demon killing a dwarf at the foot of your bed. I'm sure that dwarf appreciates it. What about this one? It's an image of dwarves. The dwarves are refusing Mebzith. Mebzith looks dejected. The artwork relates to the removal of the dwarf Mebzith from the position of captain of the guard of the living fire in the midwinter of 254, of 524. So it's me demoting somebody from captain of the guard. They're just into horror. Totally. I mean, it's like those dwarves that like various demons for their terrifying features. So let's see how Baka likes their bedroom. Actually, who's the bedroom with that? This is Rolf. Okay. Rolf, how do you like your bedroom? Although Rolf did draw that thing, and Rolf is the one with the dead baby, with the undead baby. I mean, not the dead baby, the undead baby. And what's the quality of your room? Grand bedroom. There we go. Bedrooms are getting better. Make a statue of the guy getting fired. Yeah, it's just like that one story that blew up on Reddit ages ago around the time, well, not ages ago, but around the time Premium released, where this person realized that they had a dwarf that was just making tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of statues of hamsters, and then realized the dwarf hated hamsters. So they were like expressing their anger towards hamsters through art. Which is just very Dwarf Fortress. I am, in fact, playing on the experimental branch, yeah. I've been playing on the experimental branch with the exception of that one day where half the buttons were breaking the game. What I want to know about that, the baby that lives forever is if mom ends up in combat, will baby use necromancy powers? That's the thing I would like to know about that. I need a ashery, I think. I always forget. It's like, where do I make lie again? I always lie to myself that this is an easy process, and it never is! Ash. Make ash. Let's make, I don't know, 50 ash. Lie. 50. Soap. From Talo. 50. I'm elfing dwarfy. I mean dwarfing elfy. What type of dwarf am I dwarfing elfy? Napalm. I was able to make that work. When did you have that issue, Nicola? Because you click the thing, you click, you drag, you drop the click and drag, and then the big screen, full screen thing pops up, and then you click confirm. It worked for me. Elfie, what do we want you? Elfie, what do want you? Someone happy related to food or farming. Got one happy farmer. I don't have anybody. I haven't really started making meals, so I don't really have anybody. I got brewers. I got two pissed. I got some pretty pissed off brewers. I got a very happy butcher. I don't know if you want to be a butcher. A real happy butcher. Igon. Edzel's a pretty happy farmer. I can go up a little bit. I've got a very happy animal trainer. My dad once called me a walking spoonerism when I was younger, but the problem is my dad intentionally does walking like my dad intentionally says spoonerisms all the time because he thinks they're funny. It's like his variant of a dad joke. So I kind of like absorbed that from my dad. Elfie Bean is slow to hate, strong, musical, disdains eloquence, is not easily depressed and resilient. She never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and almost never feels discouraged. Is confident under pressure and is slow to anger. She has a quite noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she has a calm demeanor. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations at work, and she has a greedy streak, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. And likes schist, black bronze, and praise opal, and clear glass, and reindeer antler, and lorikeet bone, and sheep's wool, and the color lemon, gems, and amulets, and animal men for their dewlaps. And the words of the certainty of directions and the sight of the bride of intricacies, and when possible prefers to consume whipvine and Spanish leaves, and can't stand bark scorpions. I can words. Well, and sometimes I words poorly intentionally. You're a member of the Rangers Guild. You worship the Roomy Bees Order, which I've seen that now twice, and I don't know what that is. You have a husband who is alive, which is good. You have a bedroom, which is modest, and you have a daughter named Ineth. And you feel empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems, and you want to craft an object. Spinnerisms are fantastic, yes. Which is also why I sometimes say mastering a crafter work. Because who doesn't want to master craft work? I mean, come on. Korg is phenomenal. Great synthesizers. Allegedly. I don't own any of them, so what do I know? So when there's smoke coming out of the kitchen, we can tell them that it's just quartz. It's fine. Tourist over here is reciting some poetry, which he feels fondness after, and he also feels fondness after speaking with an acquaintance. We're gonna brew drinks from plant because, as you can see, we finally have a good amount of plant. I'm just gonna brew 500 drink from plant. We're also going to meal. We're gonna make lavish meals. We're gonna make 500 of those too. So I'm going to plop some kitchens down. I'm gonna make this kitchen out of quartzite. We'll make a pink kitchen. Kinda wanna put one over here. There we go. You're going to grab a lunch. I'm going to show lunch who's boss. I'll just place these. I don't care too much if they are encrusted with stuff. They'll all slowly get their statues placed. Uh-oh, you didn't get a cabinet. There we go, there you do. I'm also going to close this. That's a bit of a risk. Oh, cloth on statues. Yeah, sometimes items on buildings can be a little bit hard to discern at a glance. Also right here, let's go to finished goods and go pot. I think it was finished goods? No, it's here. We're just gonna put empty pots into this stockpile. Doesn't matter the material, but we're gonna put empty pots into this stockpile because I'm pretty sure we got a good amount. Instead of putting them elsewhere. Encrust furniture with cut glass and encrust furniture with cut glass. We're gonna do that. Get all that done. And then right here, I'm just gonna make a stockpile for slabs. Again, doesn't matter the material or quality. You know, I'm actually going to do a thing. I'm going to go to this boulder stockpile, and I'm going to add slabs to it. I'm going to say, load slabs, please. All materials. And you're also going to load from this stockpile, stockpile 24. And this stockpile right here is going to take slabs. Basically, I'm just going to stack them all right there. Just so that they are close by, clear, and easy to get quickly for when they're needed. So these will be picked up and then plopped into this, basically. Is any elevation good for making a fort? If you're new to the game, you really want two things that are very specific. You want something that is calm. Specifically, you want to look for calm, and you want to look for something that has plenty of resources. Specifically, like trees on the surface and vegetation in the area. Everything else is gravy. It's whatever you feel like. If you have a creek, getting water for wounds is much better and easier. If you don't have surface water, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult to heal injuries, which is what water is primarily used for. Whereas alcohol is what you want your dwarves to be drinking. Nothing wrong with elves here, Mr. White. And also, Palm Top Pitbull, I didn't actually say hi to you when you said hello. So hello, hope you're doing well. Time for a new fort with you? Yeah, there you go. All right. We got some migrants. Speaking of migrants, Jack, can I get a round of beers? It's the awareness test. Let's jump down to the lower levels and move extra livestock I don't need down here. Let's also check into here and see if that helped increase the amount of stuff growing down here. Nothing super obvious just yet, but it is growing. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go pets and livestock, and I'm going to slaughter everything I don't want to have around or don't immediately need. That's goats. We're keeping the elephant calves. That's straight cow. Keeping all those grizzlies. Got to get those placed, actually. We'll do the grizzly placement in a moment. Because stuff is grazing underground, I have pretty limited space because of that. And because I have pretty limited space, I have to be careful. About what I let graze. Raging Cave, thanks for gifting a subscription to Bastet. Welcome back, Bastet, and thank you, Raging Cave. Intimidation. I mean, your least happy dwarf probably just needs a change of job. Usually I find dwarves that are like perpetually horrifically upset. Really all they need usually is just they need to be put into the right job or be around the right people, right? Like this dwarf, self-pity after being away from friends. You are in the tavern. Your needs are you want to be with family and be with friends. So you need to make some friends. So Kashmir should probably just stay in the tavern and library for a while. But because they're set to ready, they're also having a hard time doing that. I'm actually just going to send them to off-duty. I need a place to put my weapons right now, and I don't know where to do that. Thinking about, like, putting them... Meh. Ooh. I got an idea. What if I put my metal weapons into here and then get them to, you know, encrust them with gems over time? I'm just blanking. Where the heck are shields in this?
This is Sparta!
Good afternoon.
Wintersy, thank you very much for the $3 in bits. Oh, there it is. Duh. Sometimes I just draw a blank.
I'm Crypt Bounce by to say hello.
Bouncing by to say hi? Well, hi, Van Ori. Thanks for the 13th month. Let's also remove slabs from here. So just get them moved over to there. Some dwarves are just angry because that's who they are. Yep, as somebody who can be a mental puzzle sometimes, that is definitely the way for some people. And dwarves are people too. Okay, so all of these stray bears that are not in the military are going to go here. There they go. And I'm going to slowly start assigning war bears to nobles. Slowly. Very slowly.
Back from lunch.
That was a quick lunch. Almost a me levels of quick lunch. Thank you very much for the hype train and the $1, Alfie. Hope you had a good lunch. Hope things are getting better around your neck of the woods these days. This one dwarf called Zolban, he's the least happy dwarf in the fort. He's just got a bad situation. Yeah, and then like you read their description, it's like, oh, like horrific levels of PTSD due to some awful event that happened to them, and then you just kind of feel bad, and you're like, man, I'd be upset too, man. All right, so since I have this soap maker's workshop now, there you go. Legendary Soaper. You get this job. Because you are a legendary soaper, so make me legendary soap, please.
Happy to be here. Crypt comfy.
So, scrolling back up. Good, Charles! You know, your dwarf is, like, still kind of legendary in the world. I mean, we met, and up until you died, you did so much. Like, you made artifacts, you showed up multiple times in multiple situations. Your dwarf was such a good dwarf. I miss good Charles the dwarf. Thank you very much for the Prime sub.
Message. I want to UWU in their general direction.
Thanks for the 4 pennies. Neokai. You want to uwu in their general direction? So, I was listening to a podcast last night. Cox and Crendor podcast specifically. I recommend it. With Jesse Cox and Crendor. But the reason I recommend that podcast is because they give very good advice on things like scam texts. Apparently, Jesse received a text message from some random person that was introducing themselves with a lady name, and he just pretended that she was a person that he met on Tinder. And it was just like, oh yeah, no, we're going out for lunch. It's like, so how was last night? And then they're just like, I am a recruiter for this thing. And then he's like, yeah, but like, you know, we went out last night. Like, what? This is same name from Tinder, right? I don't know who you're talking. And then basically like accused the scammer / bot of like like using people's heartstrings to like get marketing money in them and how that's not cool. And yeah, eventually it just like stopped responding. Yeah, you're the third person to mention that today. As somebody who's not very heavily connected to the Project Zomboid community, it seems interesting. Probably something I would listen to, but it's not something I have listened to of my own volition. I am subscribed to Ambiguous Amphibian, but I don't actually watch his videos that often. It's nothing against him, it's just don't watch his videos that often. A legendary miner, and don't blame him for... I too would be mad if all I could do was mine coal all the time, forever. It's time to marble. And basalt. I'm moving this so it's got a nicer pattern instead of just having a weird square in the middle. Grabbing lye pots. That looked like it just got canceled. Do I not have a lot of tallow? I guess I don't have a lot of fat. Should probably just make some more butcher shops. And also, because I'm in an ad break, I'm just gonna go check something. Question, Manchuck, what's SS referring to in this instance, out of curiosity? Is that one of my dwarves? Hope not. Looks like it. There we go. Huh. Man, I left some baby out to just end up in a tomb. Oh, Social Security. Okay. I think of something very specific when I think of SS, and it's involving German military in World War II. So I was just like, what does your SS being canceled mean? Include multiple people in this session. One of my favorite things that I've been getting recently with scam calls is I ask them to give me a recipe for something. Like when I get a scam call and I'm pretty sure it's a human or like a robot trying to be a human, I ask them for a recipe because I've gotten 2 different pancake recipes. So shout outs to ChatGPT, you know. Anyway, due to a car finding a car with 75 pounds of coke, I told the scammer that there should have been at least 80 pounds in there, so what did the cop do with my 5 pounds of coke? That's pretty good. A+. Learned to remember that last night that stuff can grow on red sand and your lovely red sand bird pasture and dance for it, become covered in umber lichen. If you put flooring down and then deconstruct the flooring and then put bars over top of them, you can still see the sand through the bars and nothing will grow underneath the bars. So, I don't know if that fixes your problem exactly, but... Save the game? Okay. If you insist. You're now tempted to post a pancake recipe in chat. Just like, if you're on any customer service line and you think you're talking to like somebody whose job was lost to ChatGPT, ask them for some sort of random recipe. Or directions to somewhere. because you get some pretty funny responses, I find. So we're in an ad break now. Was it the start of this fort and had the crash and lost about an hour of work? Yes. Yes, this fortress lost some progress to a crash early on. Why is that? Why how many A's are in the letter mayonnaise specifically? Is it because it's like kind of a tongue twister? I'm just kind of curious what response you'd get from that is. I mean, yeah, that is a pretty good nonsense question, yeah. Okay, so am I cooking fat? That is the other question. Labor, kitchens. Okay, so I just straight up don't have any Tala right now. That's what's going on. Dwarven rum. Oh shit! And I'm cooking my booze. Gotta love it. Thanks. Please stop cooking my booze. Thank you. I was gonna say I'm not out of wood. Do I not have a wood burner? Could that be the issue? No, I do. It's right there. Rum ham does sound good. You know, just like pork and rum. Just like a rum glazed ham. Oh, no, absolutely. Which is why it's like so goddamn schizophrenic. I'm currently in an ad break, so we gotta wait. That aren't just tree answers. It says I'm not well, that means they set it up correctly at the very least, right, Giraffe? You know, I had kind of a revelation recently, which is all of like these OS systems and phone providers are like trying to ham fist like these kind of crappy chatbots into different systems, right? But the thing that I hadn't really thought about is I'm pretty tech literate, right? I know my way around an OS. I know what control panel is in Windows. I know how to use a command prompt window. I know how to find command prompt. I know what command prompt is useful for. I know what Linux is. I can like use a Linux install. I know about different web browsers and how the internet works and how to, you know, defragment a disk and how to build a computer. And I know the basics about. I know how to computer. I can computer, right? But the tech industry has spent the last, I don't know, 15 years, basically since the iPhone, making every single operating system and OS into a closed box. You know, with like making OSs as accessible to non-tech literate people as possible, right? So, you know, just trying their best to make every single OS usable to the most tech illiterate person, which isn't a bad thing. And I think that this kind of hit peak with Windows 8, at least for me. I think Mac has been doing this longer than Microsoft has, but the longer I use computers, tech literate people get more pissed off with modern OS design, whether it's UI design or just like the way things are laid out or how accessible the deeper menus are. They're making them idiot proof. But the problem is they're making them people proof because they've over engineered them to a point where they're becoming less usable, and they've been going this way for a while. So I have a question. Is ChatGPT just their, like, big mind solution for bad UI design? Because what's going to happen is you're going to have a generation of people that just, like, don't learn how to use computers at all, instead of, like, forgetting. So they're like, well, you don't know how to use computers. So you go to computer and you go, computer, open a web browser and open YouTube. Computer, what is a better web browser? Like, is that what this is? Is this just like the world's most fucking expensive band-aid for bad UI design? Because that's what it is to me. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. I don't know. I'm still of the opinion until there's like a fully sentient humanoid robot that can fold my laundry and jerk me off, I don't want AI. So I don't know. And then the computer's just like, you must be a child, and no, I can't show you that. Because no adult would write that. Time. I can't fold my laundry, though. That's the hard bit. The world makes a better... It makes something idiot-proof, the world gets dumber. Also, hi, Epion. Hope you're doing well, dude. Your boss asks you to go make it back the way it was before. Your boss and me are of the same mental capacity, I think. Let's make 10 more copper pins. Ah, 5. We'll make 5 more copper pins. It is a park ranger quote that the overlap of the smartest bears and the stupidest people make good trash can. Yeah, no, I can see that. I've absolutely seen some people have a really hard time with trash cans. And I know exactly the type of trash can you're talking about. So I need a farmer's guild. I don't really want to put it in the basement, though. I mean... I do. Wait, do I... Oh, this needs to be upgraded. I was going to say, I thought I already had a farmer's guild. What? I just need to increase the value of this thing. Yeah, I had this support call years ago. The person can't send an email. So I go through and find nothing wrong, and after I get a screen share what's going on, and I see the person click send and then click on the no on the pop-up. The pop-up said, do you want to send this with no subject? You know, I feel really bad for anybody who's working in tech support right now. Because at the very least, back when computers were a lot harder, there was like, most people who would call tech support would probably know the relative steps to like begin deciphering the problems themselves. You know, like people generally, I think, and who owned a computer probably knew how to, you know, use ad remove programs, right? Or like some basic antivirus software. Or, but now people like the generation of people that have grown up with just iPhones and didn't have to learn how to use computers at all, I kind of feel bad for. Because it's gonna be like any kind, like whenever I have to talk to an actual tech support person usually for internet, right? They always start to walk me through and they're like, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I already signed into my modem and like checked if I could reset anything. So all the reset tests have already been done. And he goes, oh, wow. Okay, well, I'm gonna do them anyway because I have to, but like, it's good to know that they won't work. I'll start working on other things that might work as well. It's like, can like halfway do their job for them. We had a person today that I need admin to install our fonts. Okay, cool. I give you local admin on your device, and they hit me with, how do I install the fonts? And where do I download them? I mean, installing fonts isn't the most straightforward thing in the world. Not helped by the fact that Windows never finished all their new and improved ways of doing things on Control Panel. You know, I think that the fact that there's still remnants of old Control Panel, so I'm talking to YouTube chat, the fact that there's still remnants of old Control Panel on Windows is the only reason I'm still using Windows. The fact that if I dig a little bit, I can still get to those old settings menus is literally the only reason I am still using Windows. Like if they'd killed that, I wouldn't. Close the window, you're letting the internet out. Wouldn't that be more like you're letting more internet in? Be like the opposite. Do I have green glass? Should make green glass blocks. Yeah, let's make some green glass blocks. I want some windows going through to lower levels. Where's my sand gerb? Okay, that's perplexing. Why? Why you no work? Am I out of empty bags? Is that the problem? Probably. Nope, not out of bags. We do in fact have empty bags. Kind of everywhere, in fact. This is why whenever I have to deal with customer support, my request is like 2 pages long. I have to include the I did this data and all the... Yeah, I guess I never have to like actually... I very rarely have to end up dealing with... the hell is quicklime used for? Add this to the list of things that I forget in this video game. Concrete? Probably. Parchment. Right. Let me just DF wiki and remind myself how to make paper. So I should probably set up a paper industry. Just grabbing that, like... Skin, milk of lime, and a tanner shot. Parchment, skill account, vellum. Sheets. You know, I don't think I've ever actually made milk of lime in Dwarf Fortress, like, ever. Like, genuinely, I'm pretty sure I've never made that. Where did that nice, handy little flowchart go? There was a flowchart for this. I lost it? Ah, whatever. We'll just roll through it. So I need querns and a screw press, basically. All right, well, let's do that. Let's just make 4. 4 querns. I don't feel like doing power. We'll make them out of base salt. I mean, you can kind of just import boatloads of literally anything in this game. So, I mean, by that logic, literally everything in this game is kind of useless. Do I have any soap yet? Okay, what's our holdup on soap? Literally just no fat, I guess. Also don't get a written job cancellation. This guy's real happy. Well, at least he's not a vampire because he is drinking alcohol, so. Paper industry, is that what I'm looking for? How did I not end up on this page initially? All right, well, anyway. Just made it a tanner shop, really? You know, it's funny. There's a term out there called use it or lose it. And frankly, I have this bad habit of not using certain parts of this game for long enough that I literally forget how it works. Sheet? No. Oh, no, tanner shop, not leatherworks. Duh. Wrong workshop. This thing. Yeah, that's what I need. As far as milk of lime, not, So no, quick lime isn't milk of lime. So then what the fuck's quick lime? Hold on. Trying to figure out how to get that quick lime out of a bag. It's literally what I'm trying to do. It's used at the eye. Oh, okay. So quick lime is made into milk. Right. Got it. Got it. Of course. Of course. Ashery. Milk of lime. Please just get all that crap out of there. Actually, we'll just pause this job here because I got 2 of them. I lost the legendary DF soap maker skill just like dwarves do. I'm sure. Although you can't actually degrade below your skills, they just get rusty at the thing, which means they get worse at it. But they don't actually lose the legendary status once they're legendary. Okay, so I literally just had the 1 bag. Well, at the very least, it was just the 1. Now I just need skin. Gotta butcher something. Kind of tempted to butcher some elephants. Or like the dog even. Let's just butcher the dog. What else can I butcher? Gonna geld the puppy. Butcher one of the, maybe 2 of the bears. Yeah, we'll do that. I can tell you this, I've never used Vim, so I can't give you a accurate response as to whether or not it would be any good for me at the very least. Did I not get any fat from this bear? Grizzly bear fat, there it is. They should automatically be rendering fat, I would think. But let's double check. Let's wait until you've made tallow, and then I will remove bare tallow from making into meals, because I would really like to have some soap, please. I don't mind this new list, kitchen system, but the issue that I have with it, I don't know if any of you guys have run into this, is it's not a list of everything that you've ever had. It's a list of the things that you currently have. So if I don't currently have something, I can't forbid it, which is kind of annoying. Because, like, currently I have cow tallow and grizzly bear tallow, right? But earlier when I had no tallow, I couldn't do this and stop them from cooking it because I had none. I kind of wish it was a list of things that you'd always had instead of just the things that you currently have. Because Farmers Guild, let's oops, go up a few layers to here and check the value. It's better, but still needs some doing. It's probably a piece of feedback I should give to Putnam, actually. Just gonna throw some of these in because they're higher value. Just these copper armor stands. Not that the farmers need armor, but, you know, ceremonial armor stands. Put one in that, the last one in that has this. Chuck these in as well. But yeah, about when stuff like that is like being discussed, it's like if something bothers you about the game's UI design, especially with the menus that are changing, please go tell Putnam. Like just at Putnam, because she's the one that's making it, and she's the one with control over the way things end up being currently. Let's see. Have I? As for their hose and speed, oh, totally. Yeah, no, I mean, a shovel's a weapon if you're dedicated enough. So, I would consider that a weapon. I don't think they'd let you get onto an airplane with a full-size gardening shovel. They'd probably let you put it in checked baggage, but a book is a weapon. Knowledge is a weapon. Challenge accepted. It's like the TSA's old Twitter account, which used to be one of my favorite parts of Twitter. It's just like, there we go. We have satisfied the needs of the guild hall. It used to be one of my favorite parts of Twitter was just, oh, can I bring a toaster and a battery onto a plane? And stuff like that. Like just people asking the most ridiculous requests of, can I bring this on an airplane? Used to be one of my favorite parts of Twitter. Rest in peace, good Twitter. You died at exactly the right time, right when you were supposed to go away. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. A sharpened shovel is a very effective weapon. My foot agrees with you. The one time I stabbed my foot with a sharpened shovel. It didn't feel so good. Let's see, how are we doing on bedrooms right now? Quite a few. Need bedding. Well, let's check our quartzite supplies. Pretty decent. I can bring a parachute on the plane. I flew in a plane this past weekend. I flew in what's called a twin otter, or as pilot guy, the local pilot around the chat room informed me, pilots refer to them as twatters. And it was pretty windy that day, and it's not a large plane. I mean, it's a little propeller plane, right? And it got blown around quite a bit. But, you know, it wasn't so bad. It's fine. train in hand-to-hand combat with shovels. I'd be honestly surprised if there is a military in the world that doesn't train at least some hand-to-hand combat with shovels. That to me would be more surprising. Because just like chat mentioned, like it's an essential trench digging tool. It's like if you're building a camp in an active combat zone, congratulations, you probably need a shovel to not die. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, like, Flair Airlines, who crashed, what, like, 2 planes in the last 2 years or something? Nobody died in either of those. Those were literally just, like, pilot incompetence, which is the funny thing. But I've flown with them, like, a dozen times in the last decade and never had an issue, so... Also, old hockey thighs, what up? Good to see you. And you lost half the train. Oh, that's exciting. Usually when I take Amtrak, I end up just being unlucky and sitting right next to a toilet and smelling poop the entire trip. That's my Amtrak experience. I don't hate Amtrak. I'd rather take Amtrak than the bus, but... If I'm going to Seattle, it's the only time I'd take Amtrak. Apparently, it's finally running again, which I would love to do. Oh, no, right? I will say, though, every single time I go visit Victoria on Vancouver Island, I'm more tempted to just move to Victoria. Because I really like Victoria. Victoria's a really nice place. Some DF advice. What kind of advice do you need, Hockey Thighs? If I can't help, chat can. Basically need an ironing board? I'm assuming to, like, keep your... Because, like, I was in, like, St. John Ambulance years ago, which is basically just medic cadets, right? And we had to keep our uniforms pristine, so I'm assuming it's, like, that's a clothing-related thing, right? I went to sleep with a tutorial on the TV and woke up with you speaking... you in Dwarven. Which tutorial? What video have I uploaded where I speak Dwarven? Like, I know I will say Dwarven words occasionally, but like, give me Dwarf. What kind of Dwarf you want once game done save? Oh, I mean, I suppose. I also love how when people refer to that video, it keeps getting longer. It's like, it's 7.5 hours. But like, at this point, I've heard people tell me it's a 12-hour tutorial a couple of times. It's like, you love that video? I'm glad. It's my highest earning video of the last year. Which I think is funny. Personally. Happy beard. That's easy enough. Would you like to be Tourist, the gem setter? Or Dastot, the bone doctor? Or Cuddle, the gem setter? You're tired of making your forts look like an underground Umbrella Corp Labs. What's an underground Umbrella Corp lab look like? I mean, like, I've seen... I'm not what I would describe as a Resident Evil fan. I've seen those terrible movies and I like them, but you're married to Elfie Bean, by the way. Raging Cave. Square and plain. Are they? I mean, I imagine they would be the shapes of Umbrella Corp logos, and that's like a fun, like, almost circular octagon kind of weird shape. But, if you're talking about how to build more organic forts, try either building close to the surface on steep mountain maps and restricting yourself to the space given to you by the mountain, similar to what I'm doing in this fort. Or alternatively, go down to the cavern layers and then try and build everything on one level. Because if you're in the cavern layers, you will have, or on a minimum, like a very small number of levels. And like, set a rule in your head and be like, well, I can only build in this kind of enclosed space where I'm forced to build things in a, how do I word this? Where you are forced to work within constraints. My favorite way to learn how to build interesting looking forts was I went down to the caverns. Just go to the caverns. Like, you don't even need to break into the caverns. Just build in the layers around the caverns. In Advanced World Gen, I think it's 10 layers. Although I think it also depends on the size of the world. That's also a way. There's also a... There's a... hold on, let me grab the page for it. There's the playstyle challenge on the wiki. There is one of these, I think it's called... No. Which one is it? I'm in an ad break, so I can't even show you this now. Anyway, there's... I will wait until the ads are done. Is one you've run overnight a few times at really low volume level, and you've always slept well hearing others talk around you, but since you live alone, you run audiobooks or stuff? Yeah, I use Podcast Addict and put a podcast on and then wait for it to time out. That, or I put my talk radio on a timer, but... All right, I'm waiting for the ads to be done. And then I'll keep blabbing about, like, advice. One of these challenges is the simple version of saying this. I don't even know where it is, but one of these challenges is literally just only mine the boulders you need. So that could be a way to do it, because I find when you're building very large embarks, people tend to... Not wood free, no. Only cut down the only dig out the areas you need. So essentially, that would be like, if I dig out 2 tiles here, I would need to immediately cut those into something, being that furniture, tables or something. So if you very much limit the amount of space you can dig out, then you don't end up like this, with like a massive stack of boulders, right? Which I have, and is very much just sitting right there. Which isn't a bad thing. It just means that... It's not necessarily a bad thing, it just means that you are very much restricted in how you can build. Right? It's a nice stack of boulder. It's a very bold stack of boulder, yeah. But yeah, between like digging in parts of the world that force you to be creative with the look and feel of the area that you are building in, such as forcing yourself to only build in the caverns or something to that extent. Aside from doing that, my recommendation would be just stare at the playstyle challenge wiki, and I'm just realizing I'm out of wood again. Great. When's the next trade? Oh, sweet. We're in early autumn. I should hopefully get some wood to trade. Grumble. Surface has no wood, and I'm being very cautious around the caves. It's got a little lag spike there. That's interesting. That is interesting. Is 150 my pop item? I don't think it is. It might be. I don't remember changing it at all for this fort. Nope, 200 and 220. I don't think I've adjusted the population limit at all in this fort, actually. Got it. Baka, I'm glad to hear that you are first. Do you have his speech prepared for the fact that you are first? Because that is a requirement of being first. You need to prepare a speech, you need to put on a presentation, and provide everybody with a word-for-word PDF covering everything that was discussed in your speech. With your reasoning behind your grand desire to be first. I expect this by at least 2 p.m. on my desk. And no typos. Also, what's up, Buck? It's good to see you. Let's do statues. We'll let them get a little bit more engraved. Due to rotation, beds don't rotate. If somebody's saying that, it means they are not actually designating them as bedrooms. So if you just place beds, dwarves will sleep in them, but they'll get upset thoughts because they're not sleeping in a bed that they own. They're only sleeping in a bed, right? You could also just make dormitories where beds will rotate, but dwarves will still get unhappy thoughts about not having their own bedroom. If you assign them as bedrooms, they don't rotate. However, military dwarves who leave the fort for a while give up their bedroom and have to claim a new one when they get back. So yeah, you could do it that way, but it's not a good way to keep your dwarves happy, if that's the goal. Because beds don't rotate unless you're not assigning them, which is an extraordinarily large negative for dwarves' mental state, basically. Because, as you can see, these are all assigned bedrooms. Each dwarf has an assigned bedroom. In fact, I'm even going to give these kids their own bedrooms because it makes them way happier. Families do share beds, yep. But you can make them happier by assigning them their own bedroom. But still, that's... if you have 200 dwarves, 30 beds is not enough, even if they're all families. Children do, and they also won't claim them, but if you assign them their own bedrooms, it makes them real happy, and they'll go use them. I gave one to this baby, mostly because I feel bad. The baby. The undead baby. Did I ever get soap? Yay! I got dog soap, cow soap, buffalo soap, and grizzly bear soap. Excellent. Can also get rid of these now. Yeah, I just need to move the wood furnace. Caravan has arrived to trade. Hey! Well, the main reason I find a lot of children actually are pissed off constantly is because very few people go to standing orders, chores, and then, I mean, even I haven't, and then remove burial, cleaning, and refuse hauling from children. Because the way children work in Dwarf Fortress is they pick up a chore, they do the chore, it's whatever needs to be done. They'll go do the chore. Once the chore is complete, they will then play in that location for a bit. So if you want your children to be significantly happier, don't let them play in piles of bodies. If you want them to be even happier, put toys everywhere. If you want them to be even happier, give them their own specific burrow that is limited to just guild halls. Make the guild halls available to anybody who's a dwarf in your fort, and then they'll just go hang out in the guild halls, play with toys, and like learn skills, and then you'll have like legendary, I don't know, crafts dwarves or like gem cutters before they become adults. In fact, I should do that with these ones. And that's like your fastest way to just improve the moods of kids in Dwarf Fort. All right, so it's time to trade. Let's just sell crappy clothing. You played in piles of bodies and you don't complain? All right, well then you're just that specific mood that works. Tell that to the other 245 children that also had to play in piles of bodies. And ask them about how much they have to spend on antidepressants per month. Look pretty heavy. Child advice needs a YouTube short? Clip it and I'll think about it. The only way things get made into YouTube shorts is when people clip them. So I don't really go back and clip stuff. Have I noticed the consistencies with justice and notability, and notably disorderly content, or is that really what it's called? Disorderly content. So I have a question. What do you mean by consistencies? So justice just openly improves the mood of your fort. Just in general, I should really set up justice. Justice massively improves the general happiness levels of your fort. Massively. That's like literally all it does. It improves thought. It improves the general thoughts, because any dwarf who values the law is happier if there's justice. Any dwarf who values the law, which is most of them, or has some happiness towards the law, if a dwarf commits a crime, like any kind of tantruming, then when that crime is punished, every single dwarf in your fort who values the law gets a happy thought. Is there like rhyme or reason why there would be a disorderly content? So it's conduct, not content. You're screwing with my brain. Stop that. It's conduct, not content. So disorderly conduct is the crime that is committed when a dwarf tantrums. Dwarves tantrum when they're stressed. So if a dwarf is pissed off, a dwarf will tantrum. When you get tantrums, that is the cause of disorderly conduct. Of course, tavern keepers can also cause that by getting dwarves drunk, and dwarves can get drunk and brawl without tavern keepers too. But the main cause of disorderly conduct is tantruming. Why would training wrestling be disorderly conduct? No, if I were to just make all the dwarves join wrestling squads, that is the opposite. That's literally just making random military squads for the dwarves. That's all that is. Oh man, they didn't bring me much. They are not thrilled with me. I guess I will buy everything off of them that I can afford. Basically, that's like asking, is joining a football team getting into fights with other kids in high school? No, you join the football team. Playing in a football game is not actively being in a fight with somebody. You're playing football. It's a violent sport. So no, that's not disorderly conduct. Okay, speaking of, I should probably actually set up a captain of the guard. I should probably actually do that. And also prisons. Just a matter of where. I mean, if we're talking about WWE styles of wrestling, some of those wrestlers should be in prison just on principle. But, you know, it is also kind of a funny mental image. I mean, at that point, it's up to you to decide what is and what isn't disorderly, right? So that'll be office and dining hall. I'll connect these two. Then I need to figure out where to put the actual prison cells. I kind of... Okay, so like, what if my prison cells are right down here? And it's just an open room full of chains. Nice chains, of course. Made with the highest quality craft store ship. And up above, I replace a chunk of this floor with glass so that the tavern goers can just stare down at those in prison. And the way you get into prison is by going to the captain of the guard's office and following this very long hallway along the edge of the volcano. They can get divorced in Legends. I don't think they can get divorced in Fortress mode. If somebody's partner dies, they can remarry, though. Famously, I once had a dwarven mayor. We joke about ordering the execution, but it was just a dwarf committed a crime because I screwed up trading, and I traded a banned item. Anyway, that dwarf got a beating and got, like, two-shot by the captain of the guard, because the captain of the guard in that fort was kind of strong. And then the guy's wife immediately, like, within weeks, married the mayor. And then they had, like, 11 kids, which is like, wow. So dwarves can remarry. Dwarves can also have multiple partners, but they can't have multiple marriages. So dwarves could, like, get married and then have, like, 4 lovers in the fort. So, like, that's a thing. Let's just do slate. So yeah, stuff like that's always entertaining. I kind of want to just have, like, open lava flows in the prison because I think it would look really cool. The problem with that is if I have somebody who's tied up and they happen to tantrum, issue is they could theoretically push the person who's trying to give them, like, food or water or whatever into the lava, and that would be very suboptimal. But, like, fun? Thank you, Pat. What's up, dude? Obsidian throne looks nice. Anti-ash microcline tables. It'll be office, and this will be dining hall. Kavish, the siege operator, has been taken by a Fey mood. Alrighty. Office. Dining hall. I'm going to go here. Throw 2 of those in, because I don't have 3. I thought I had 3, but I only have 2. And let's throw a statue right there, just to increase the value a little bit. And I think just smooth the walls. What we'll do for right now. Are you telling me it's time to stop? Also, what's up, Commander Honk? How's things? But yeah, no, you can see some pretty hysterical divorcing stuffs in not Fortress mode, in Legends. Legends is where you find some pretty funny stuff related to that. Ooh, I could very easily. Okay, so because I have this lava reservoir already set up, it's way too easy for me to just have lava in the walls. So I obviously have to have lava in the walls. And I obviously have to have lava in the floor. It's too easy for me to not. I'm going to regret this because this is going to be an annoying thing to dig around later, but it's far too easy. Slate is an interesting color in this game. So literally all I need to do is I need to go up to here and channel out this, which will open this up, which will pour it down into here. Although, actually, what I should do... I need it to fall down, like, right here. So what I can do... I can channel down right here. Channel down right here. Yeah, okay. So I can dig this tile right here out, basically. And then I will just channel in, so it'll just flow. And we can just build over top of it, and it'll be fine. And I'll have to drop this bridge down temporarily, but it'll be fine. It will be fine. The problem with this is if I don't do this correctly, I could very easily like cause the whole thing to overflow. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of one of these so it doesn't overflow. Is that an underground lava moat? Yeah. I mean, it's supplying all of my workshops. And then everybody's like, is that not safe? It's like, well, if a dwarf falls in, collateral damage for the sake of room design. It is what it is. It'll be a shame if it happens, but it's pretty unlikely to happen. Merchants will be leaving soon. I've already traded for their entire caravan. And I'm kind of sad that they didn't bring me wood. I'm also realizing they haven't asked me what I would like to trade for next year, which is also a damn shame. Most of them are gray. Yeah. I don't know. I don't need the colors of the metals in Dwarf Fortress to be 100% real life accurate. I just need the colors to be, you know, nice to look at. I just need them to be nice. Exactly. So you understand. I've never planned a thing in my life. I don't know what I'm going to eat for lunch tomorrow. I can guess, but I don't plan things, no. I ad hoc everything. It's really funny when like people compliment, like just as sort of an example of this, it's really funny to me when people are just like, Blind, I love your scripted videos. I'm like, scripts? What? I've never scripted a video in my life. With the exception of like those lore reads because they kind of come with a script. Trying to get off your PC? Typing in Twitch chat ain't gonna help with that. Believe it or not.
Half a year already? What?
Time flies, Smitchell. Also, Smitchell, I sent you a thing, which I think you already got because you responded to it. Could you forward that to Quendelf? I realized recently I don't share any Discord servers with Quendelf. Thank you. Be very helpful. The thing that I'm referring to, chat room, is we've announced that we are planning a new hot potato. I obviously can't say who's in it yet because that stays on the DL for a little bit. But there is a hot potato that is being planned for Dwarf Fortress. If you're not familiar with what that is, it's a community charity event that my stream team runs. We've been running them for years with RimWorld. It's basically just a succession fort, but with streamers for charity, and it happens over a weekend. Did one last year, and it was great. We're trying to plan another one in a couple months. Okay, let's check on this. How are we doing? You need silk specifically. We've already got silk. Well, you need logs. I may have to challenge the caverns. Because I'm waiting for stuff to grow here, but it takes a bit. Same with here. There's just a wall of hungry heads right there. So if I open up that side, we'll just get swarmed with hungry heads. There's this cavern layer, which I haven't gone into much. Let's go into this cavern layer. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this whole setup. I think this area looks pretty dope in general. So what layer are you on? You're on the lower layer. What, Batomi? Excuse me? I don't know what you're saying. Can you ever import shells? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever managed to actually have shells as an accessible thing to import. Because fish all come pre-prepared, like you can import fish, but... Okay, let me just double check that collect webs is off. Actually, let's just go to tasks. I'll disable it as soon as it pops up. I just want to pause it. I don't want to permanently disable it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately start placing walls. Here we go. Wish us luck. Oh, you're going from orgy. Which of my videos do I recommend? Chat, recommend videos. Let's let chat do that. I mean, you've played OG Dwarf Fort, right? So there isn't going to be too much for you to learn because you already kind of know the basics. It's still the same game, right? think that's everything. Man, I want to run up in here and grab all this. Chat 2 seconds. I gotta go use the toilet. I will be right back. Ah! Oh yeah, I mean, the complete tutorial is great, but... Dwarven shotgun, there you go. Are my recent World Gen ones? Hell yeah. Glad you like those. I really wanted to get one done yesterday, another World Gen video, but I wasn't able to because, long story short, I got stuck in traffic. I had a bus's door break down, so I had to get off of a bus and then get onto another bus. And some buses got canceled, so I had to wait for... I spent a lot of time on public transit doing fuck all yesterday trying to get to my parents' house, which was a frustrating experience, but I survived. All right, well, let's let the dwarves do this. Doc Randall, thank you very much for the 10th month. I don't know why I didn't say cheers, but... Pause, pause, pause. You go there. You're gonna run all the way around to there, and then you should be able to get back down. Getting all these filled out. You're back in. Oh, God. Okay, well, I couldn't remember if there was anything in here, which is part of the reason. I was very worried about doing this. This is a towering quadruped composed of green glass. Beware its deadly spittle. Ooh. Ooh. Well, I don't really have military that can kill it. Let's see if we can kill it. So Dragoon is dueling with it. He's able to stun it. We've got this random dwarf walking past. You've got a pickaxe, which is good. Well, at least you're fracturing it, so that's good. I don't really like I said, I don't really have a military that can fight this thing. Strange Mood versus Forgotten Beast. Did the Strange Mood walk past it? Oh, there you are. Okay, there's blood everywhere. That is dwarf blood. I don't see who's bleeding. So I'm not sure where the blood is coming from. But there is, in fact, blood. Miner strikes it, fracturing it. Okay, well, they are doing damage to it. Okay, the creature is now dead. I still don't know who's bleeding. Got the kill. Miner strikes the Forgotten Beast in the head with a copper pick, and the severed part was cloven asunder. So I'm just going to cancel these military squads coming here. Was it you who got it? Damn! Kodal, look at that. Whew. From what I can tell, minimal deaths. So that's good. Okay, so you're the one who's injured. Servesh down here, but you're getting moved up. Hoy, well that was stressful for a second there. What are you doing? Storing item in stockpile. Bodies. Ah, bodies. Okay, so I'm gonna go to stockpiles real quick, and we're just gonna forbid all of this and all of that. Stop it. Doesn't matter. We don't need to worry about those.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, indeed. Darren, thank you very much for the 46th month. Month. Appreciate you greatly. It means a lot. Thank you so much for continuing to keep this channel funded. 1 month at a time. Just gotta get that sealed up. And that should be it, at least for a bit. I will have to seal this area off again. Okay. What do you need now? Raw clear glass. Fuck you. Stupid dwarf. Potash is what I need, right? Then pearl ash. You big needy. I mean, I have all the stuff to do it now, but ugh. That's it. I mean, nobody's died yet. We did have some pretty major. We did have a pretty major fight with that Forgotten Beast, but nobody's dead yet, so far so good. We're just gonna get this done. And then we'll make clear glass, which I have the stuff for, so that part's easy. Okay, come on. Come on. You got this, Dwarfus. There you go, sis. Clear. Raw. Do it now. I mean it. This is not a drill. All right, well, yellow sand is now there. Now we're just waiting on the pearl ash. Exactly, Lightning Roger. Now they're doing that, so let's follow you. Oh, there you go, see? Yeah, picky son of a door. Oh my god, I need to make you new pants. Cloth. Ah, sweet, pigtail. Let's just make 45. Let's make 50 pairs of pants. Let's do cloth trousers. Cloth dress. Cloth sock. Cloth glove. Yarn mitten. And cloth shoe. We'll do 50 of each. Turns out another really good way to like get your dwarves to clear the need to acquire object thing is just make a bunch of new clothes. Actually a really effective way to do that. Okay, so what else are you going for? That's your raw clear glass. You always forget about socks. The best way to remind yourself what a dwarf needs bones. My god, is there anything you don't need? The best way to remind yourself what you need to do for your dwarves is literally just look at what your other dwarves are wearing. Just open up one of your other dwarves and just be like, oh, well, you're wearing this, and this. So clearly, you must need these things that everybody else is wearing. We'll do that. That'll get me bones. Although, what's odd is I should have bones. Literally wants one of every cloth. My god. Cannot one of every. It wants plant cloth and cave spider silk cloth. Yeah. There you go. Water buffalo cow bone. So I'm going to go along here and construct walls here because I'm only going to get one opportunity to construct walls along here. After I fill this up with lava, I'm going to get 0 opportunity to construct walls along this. Because it's going to be full of lava. So I'm just going to smooth all of this so I remember where I'm constructing. It'll also make it easier to not accidentally dig through it in the future. Because constructed walls can't, be accidentally dug through. No, absolutely. 100% they will just go get new clothes. If there is unclaimed clothing available, yes. And then they will leave their clothes everywhere unless they have a bedroom assigned to them. And if they have a bedroom assigned to them with a cabinet in it, like this one. This doesn't actually have a dwarf assigned to it right now, which is great. Means that we are keeping up. But if they have a cabinet available, I'm looking to see if I can find one. Yeah, there we go. Once they've been in the fort for a bit and they start getting used clothes, they will just put their old clothes as they claim new clothes into their cabinet. And if they gain crafts, so things like crowns, rings, or whatever, they will put their crafts, crowns and rings and whatever, into their chest. So I think I just answered that question, man, Chuck. I haven't seen it yet, but a bug where a dwarf cooks and will continuously add to a cooked meal until they end up making a roast with 500 ingredients. No, but I've had that happen with other types of items. I have a question. Humor me here. Was that kitchen in a guild hall? Ooh, what material do I use? Don't believe so. Because what causes that to happen with other types of things, if you put a craft store shop in a craft dwarf's guild hall, then they will infinitely add items to artifacts until they run out of items, and then they will go insane until you remove it from the guild hall. And this happens for all mootable items. At least it has for a long time. But the thing is, there's other things that can cause that bug, so that bug is kind of like elusive, so it's like a known bug, and they know that they need to fix it, but they haven't been able to figure out how. At least that's what I heard from Putnam when I spoke to her about it. So is there a purpose for tattered clothes? You can become Goodwill and sell used clothing to all human. Very effective trade good. Probably my #1 export. Used clothing. Smelly socks. Very effective. So do dwarves. In regards to loving used clothes. And smelly loincloths, naturally. Is it really a dwarven fortress if your #1 export doesn't include rancid old loincloths? Because I think not. Truly. Yes, your dwarf is in fact still alive. Doesn't bug me. It's all good. Also, speaking of bugging me, we are changing over the next few weeks the way that you guys redeem dwarves. Currently, the way you guys redeem dwarves is you guys wait for 5,000 channel points and then try and redeem them in Twitch chat. What I'm doing, and what I'm going to be changing it to, is I'm giving tier 2 subscribers a specific emote which has to be drawn. And tier 2 and tier 3 subscribers, cheers, Xylem. Just let me know what kind of dwarf you want approximately. Tier 2 and tier 3 subscribers will have access to this emote. And what this emote is it's going to be connected to a command in my bot. So when it's used, every probably about 30, 40 minutes, they can then @ somebody in chat or themselves and just be like, this person gets a dwarf. And then everybody else is going to get yes and no emotes, and you guys get to decide whether or not that person gets a dwarf. And then they can choose what dwarf they want. That's what I'm going to do. And that can include like somebody in YouTube chat too. So Twitch chat gets a lot of power. But I think that's a little bit more fair. And I might also leave the redemption available and just give it a slightly longer cooldown. Weaponsmith or craft store? Beard or no beard? Would you like to be a boy dwarf or a lady dwarf? I do have a ton of craft stores. Why is my phone? Text message from my aunt. Doing all right, Ermalok. The bot does in fact read the emote as being a string of text, but I can restrict certain commands to not function unless unless you're giving me certain amounts of money. As an example, if I type in like this emote, and someone who isn't a tier 2 subscriber, who isn't in like the exclusive list of tier 2/tier 3 subscribers, and you use it, nothing happens. And it'll be the exact same thing. It's just going to have a slightly longer cooldown than the other sound commands. It's also going to make a sound so that I don't miss it. All right. So, you would like a beard. Okay. I don't really have any weaponsmiths. I don't have... well, actually, hold on. I have a metal crafter. This blacksmith is kind of pissed because you killed a zombie a bunch of times, but let's give you this one. Xylium Ringtireds, the Folds of Dimpling, creator of Gazothalisseg Aran Rab, which translates to the Folds of Dimpling, becomes completely helpless in stressful situations and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, though he is disturbed by this as he values quiet. So at least in the abstract. That's a fancy table. I'm going to pause for a second and then go read that table's description. He very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, tends to be a bit wasteful in working on projects, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he rarely feels discouraged. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to avoid crowds. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He greets others very loudly. So he shouts. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, values peace over war, and respects the development of skill. Does not see the point of working hard. He likes horn, silver, and aluminum, as well as precious fire opal, Simang leather, I don't know what that is, and gems and figurines and crutches and dogs for their loyalty. Sloth bear men for their floppy ears, and Impossible prefers to consume salmon and date wine and absolutely hates mosquitoes. You remember the Faith of Wandering? And like I said, you've killed zombie many times. You are in the military, the Hermetic Law, but I think I'm actually going to remove you from this squad. Because let's be honest, you don't read like somebody who would enjoy being in the military at all. Rolf, thanks for the prime.
I got to pull this lever crypt platlin.
Chat room, can I get a round of beers? The 21st month! You're a legendary blacksmith, and you need some new pants. And new shoes. And new gloves. And you're currently carrying a plump helmet spawn. Might be a forgotten beast? Possibly. Let me Google it. It might also be like a weird bird or something. It's a primate. It's a monkey. So I guess you... So you like primate, basically. It's primate leather. So monkey, like, I guess that's just like a term for all monkey. It's like, I'm looking at this and it's like, according to this, it's like, our higher primates. So you like monkey leather, basically. And you don't discriminate between monkey type. Which is kind of neat. Yeah, welcome to the fort. Now let's go check this artifact. Hold on, before I do anything, Kvish. You're in the legendary communion. What a name. What a goddamn name, man. So the artifact was... Siege Operator has created Altlest Sneb Ognan Sub, a Billen table, and offers it to the living fire. Well, you're offering it to us. I feel like it would be inappropriate to put it into a temple for a religion that he doesn't worship. So, Tavern? What do you think, chat? Oh, it's a specific gibbon. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Those two words are way too similar. This is a Billen table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of cushioned slate cabochons and emerald-cut clear glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of Billen and cave spider silk and slate and pigtail. I also should have searched for that on Stract instead of Google. It probably would have given me a more accurate result. This object menaces with spikes of Billen and cave spider silk and slate and pigtail. On the item is an image of a rice plant and water buffalo bone. Tavern is certainly an option, I think. Also, I just want to take an opportunity to say, hey, if you're watching over there on YouTube, thanks a lot. And hey, if you're watching over here on Twitch, could you help me out a little bit here? Let's get some more likes onto that YouTube stream, because the YouTube view count's a little bit sad these days, at least for today. We haven't started a new fort in like at least a week, so a lot of the less consistent YouTube audience loses interest pretty quickly. If you go over there, give the stream a like, and if you happen to have the bandwidth, leave it up in a second tab. Be greatly appreciated. All right, so I think we're gonna go put this in the tavern. And for right now, we'll put it up here. It's a very fancy table. It doesn't matter what type of blocks I put down in there. Nope. No, there is... artifacts are an unfortunately very underdeveloped feature right now, considering a lot of artifacts just straight up aren't usable. There is no negatives with selling, getting rid of, displaying artifacts outside of a dwarf's room, nothing. However, dwarves obviously will get upset if, like, you destroy it, like if you crush it under a drawbridge, which doesn't actually permanently destroy it, because it reappears if you re-embark. However, that will upset them, but that's about it. It's one of those features that's a half-built placeholder feature planned to be expanded upon heavily when Myths and Magic becomes a thing. So it's waiting on Myths and Magic, basically. Because they are planned to be magical items in the future, as I understand it. Investment 47 assassinated me tickets? What? Did you lose all your tickets or something, Stone? I'm confused. You remove the lever option from all dwarves except for Chora's children. What, then do you just have some infinitely repeating lever pulls or something? Ah, okay. Wait, really? I thought that you had a ton of tickets, Stone. Weren't you at, like, some ludicrously high number recently? I guess that changed. You lost him? Rip. Well played, I suppose. I love just dwarves just, like, dropping pants. Like, this dwarf desperately needs new pants. Obviously needed new pants. I mean, the fact that they're running around pantsless right now is terrifying. However, hopefully they get very happy thoughts when they acquire new pants in a few seconds. Go acquire your new pants, dwarf. There you go. Are you crying with happiness? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they are crying enough that their tears are spewing into their mouth. And it's because they didn't actually get good new pants. They got slightly less used pants. Which is very funny to me for some reason. Maybe I'm just a bad person, but I think that's really funny. No, they did replace their pants because their pants were double X's and they dropped them on the ground. These were their pants. And it's in air quotes, tatters. That's how bad those pants are. It's 5 o'clock, you can now play. Hell yeah! Shift's over, I guess. Well, I guess it's 5:05 technically. I'm just going to smooth this lower layer. And then we're going to fill this thing up with lava. You know, honestly, I'm sure many people in their lives have ugly cried because they got hand-me-down pants instead of getting the designer pants they wanted. The Hot Topic in 2005. I just cry whenever I see that Hot Topic still exists these days, but you know. It's just back to school shopping drama. I mean, it's been a long time since I was a kid. Deep Space, cheers. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. It's been a long time since I've been a kid. And Very long time since I've thought about any of that shit. And at this point, I would assume that most of that kind of drama would be surrounding probably still fashion, but also more electronics at this point. F for all the moms who sewed on patches. Dude, I've patched my own shit. I've patched metal shirts these days, and now I show up with patched metal shirts at shows, and people go, hell yeah, dude! And it's like, there you go. As if you have a certain mosh pit shirt that you really like, and you show up at the mosh pit with it patched up, that you get a certain level of respect for that. $22 years ago? Not quite that long for me, but long enough. So the denomination of glitter needs higher value. Which one is it? Is it this one or the other one? It's this one. The denomination of glitter. Well, let's smooth up these walls. Priority number 1. I guess we'll just throw in some more rows of tables. The fancy ones. I could actually, like, unbuild these. Okay, never mind. Those do have stuff on them as well. And another offering place I could throw in? Yeah, I do. And let's throw a couple of these in. And let's throw a couple of these in. Feel like there's a story behind it. I made an uneven number of chairs and tables out of copper. So I ended up with an extra one. From old to new. There you go. Batome. There you go. And if you need a tour of the UI, probably just the basic getting started video would do it. Definitely needs a pole dancing setup. What, for the denomination of glitter? See, two kinds of people, I guess, Black Flag Redneck over in YouTube chat. Black Flag Redneck says the denomination of glitter needs a pole dancing setup. My brain goes to kids' craft table. So, you know, two kinds of people, I suppose. Maybe this table is where the religious figure sits when they are on break. That's their lunch table. So what are all the dwarves doing right now? Clearly not what I need them to be doing. Down here smoothing walls. Checks out. All right, well, let's jump down to the caverns. Okay, well, I need to scroll down until I find that layer that I just fought the Forgotten Beast at. And also, let's leave that in. Let's just lock this door for right now. Actually, never mind. I'm not going to lock this door, but I am going to chop down all these trees. Just can't chop down that one. They're all just piling out of the soon-to-be captain of the guard's office. This area here is getting increased in value pretty drastically. God of Gems. I want to say it's wealth. Hold on, let me double check. I looked this up last week, but Beauty. Never mind. Yeah, we do need a old answers table. It's the Temple of Beauty. This is like minerals and whatnot. It's like that Mariah Carey movie. I am not sure what movie you're talking about. It's a copper altar. Drag show temple. There you go. Yeah, actually, that would cause a lot of glitter. Beauty, Mr. White. We're not quite there with value, but we're getting there. Throw a couple more statues in here and that should do it. Man, that is one of the worst times to do literally anything. September 1st, 2001. What a time. I was camping at, Lake Louise, that's the name of it. I literally went to Google and typed in famous lakes in Canada. In Banff, yeah. Which is like one of the most postcarded lakes of all time. It's a pretty lake. Yeah, it's like, where were you on September 11th, 2001? I was literally in a canoe on this lake. That was a weird canoe trip because me and my dad and my sisters, we were out on the canoe and then paddled back to the shore. And as we got to the shore, my mom just was like, you need to come see this, my dad. And then me and my sisters had to stay outside. Weird day. Didn't actually figure out what happened until like 4 days later or something. Because we were little kids, you know. Area is too busy for your taste off winter. Yeah, no, we were there in the campsite. Okay, so I need to get all of these dwarves into here. We're actually gonna fight these guys. This can't be that big of a migrant wave though. There shouldn't be much reason for them to be outside right now, and if they are, well, I suppose it sucks to be them. That is open. Sweet. You're supposed to go station there, dwarf. Could be reading kindergarten stories to kids. No, I was the kid who was practically in kindergarten. Snatchers. Ah. Well, Mark's dwarves are getting to work. Volbach here, firing off iron bolts, striking the thief in the lower body, tearing the muscle and tearing the stomach. Through the giant cave spider's silk tunic. In fact, it hit the tunic so hard that the tunic has crumbled. And Volbach says, can it all end so quickly? This doesn't scare me. Volbach then proceeds to fire a water buffalo bone bolt at the goblin bowman in the lower body, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Meanwhile, right next to him is Erush, who has fired 2 water buffalo bone bolts at the creature, striking it once in the lower arm, tearing the muscle, and once in the lower leg, also tearing the muscle. It appears that the thieves have decided they've had enough and are now running. Dwarves are continuing to fire bolts. More dwarves are coming out with more bolts now. going to continue and going to begin firing. I will now begin to station them a little further this way, as they are going to start coming around that first corner. And I can also pop down here, and we can set these as prepare to fire and begin firing boulders at these creatures too. Because this should be, yes, it is. Yeah, somebody asked in the YouTube comments, they're like, can't he just like dump lava on their heads? And somebody else responded to it perfectly, which was, if you do something enough times, it eventually becomes boring no matter how exciting. So the reason I'm not doing something that's significantly more efficient is because, well, gotta keep things interesting. Oh, looks like the siege is broken. Didn't even need the catapults. And just like that, the goblins are leaving. What a bunch of cowards. Fortunately, we can keep firing. We shall protect our perfectly legitimately borrowed books from the library. Keep making that goblin vomit. He's probably just getting hit with bone bolts. Most of these are bone bolts, too. Like, we're not really using anything fancy. Like, bone bolts and then whatever we can pick up from them. So, not a lot of great stuff is the simple version. I think they're running out of ammo. Nope, no, they're still doing. They might just not be able to see him where they're at because he's pretty far down. They're advancing in a they have decided to take this invasion elsewhere, I would say. We're working at a movie theater which opened way after the plane hit, and some guy came up to watch a movie. Some guy came in to watch a movie and wouldn't leave until it was over. Oh, did you like have to close or something? I don't know what like work was like at that point, I guess, because I was too young to really experience any of that. Because I know a good chunk of a lot of countries just kind of shut down, but we'll just throw some engravings on the floor. They were easy. Are you a newfie, Pat? Or are you just saying that? Because if you are, you would be the third person with a username Pat, who is also from Newfoundland, that I know of. On the big TV in the conference room, wow. Wandering in and out throughout the day, but work went on as normal. Jeez. Seems kind of like a lot. It's not quite high enough value yet. Good lord. We'll put 2 more of these offering places in here. I do like the fact that all of the tantrums are coming from my were creatures. Still not high enough value? You cereal? Come on, game. Yeah, I know a lot of flights got canceled. I don't know, you're speaking coherently enough. At least from what I can read. You know what? I'm going to put 2 aluminum pillars in here, and I'm going to engrave them. That should get us up to a high enough value. Oh, okay. Makes sense. We have the poles. You did, in fact, get the poles. Although we call them pillars in these parts. And what was the name of this deity? Rithul. Most often takes the form as a female dwarf and is associated with beauty. Dwarven goddess of beauty. I don't actually have any gold, so I couldn't do that. So the high intricacy is now stone. And the second religious figure for this fortress is going to be Wintersea. Sacred Sheen. And we got an image of Dang the Goblin. An image of Dang the Goblin. Dang is screaming. The artwork relates to the moment when Rithul cursed the goblin to assume the form of a mammoth-like creature every full moon in flea poison. So the first image they draw of the god of beauty is the god of beauty cursing somebody to be a mammoth. And the second is an image of of the god of beauty cursing a goblin to be a hyena. Cool. Also, fun fact, mammoths don't exist in Dwarf Fortress, but were-mammoths do. That's kind of terrifying, actually. Of course the god of beauty likes to curse things. That's perfectly logical. Well, the only temples you need to make Hyperion Complex are the ones that they demand. And even those you don't need to make. But if you don't make them, then everybody who worships that god who's a member of that religion will get mad at you. So you don't actually need to make any temples. Generally, what I recommend is you make one temple that doesn't need any value requirement. That's just to no specific deity, right? So make that. And then when they request specific religion temples, make those. You don't need to make a temple for every single god. Which I think is where a lot of people overwhelm themselves. How are we doing on soap? Hey, there we go. Not bad. Oh, let's go up. Claim all the random goblin bits. And these don't actually need to fire. But it highly depends on the faction that you're playing Hyperion Complex and how diverse the pantheon of gods they worship is. So I can't give you a number on average because I've had forts where I've built, 30 or so temples, and I've had forts where I've built 4. I've had forts where I've built 2. So it's not really a thing where I can just give you a number and be like, this is how many I built, because I honestly, I don't know how many I built. Uh-oh. Did I just assign a dwarf to leave that can't? Watching the frame rate drop and going, all right, why is this happening? Gotta be one of the military dwarves. It's gotta be. Okay. Let's just go down the list.
Crypt beer.
Has anybody left the map yet? No. Let's do this then. Missions. Remove mission. And then frame rate comes back. Okay, so somebody is stuck somewhere. Shanira, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. With the guts in the tavern is terrifying. That's my bot, Calcium Crypt. So if he's slow to post beers today, that's why. That is actually the you know, the name of it. At least we're getting through those trousers and the dresses. I need to go to labor, kitchen. Stop cooking the tallow. Let's just do 20 of each. I want to make some more soap. Calcium Crypt is a bot. Did you think that that was just a very, like, consistently high-speed poster? Because that's, like, some incredible muscle memory. But yes, I can happily confirm to you that Calcium Crypt is not a human typing really quickly. Who's also very, very good at remembering everybody's ticket totals and doing the math in real time. True Trooper, yeah, one of the most dedicated moderators I've ever seen. Even if some of us are subbed to that channel, I stream on that channel I haven't in a while. I've been trying to avoid burnout, so I've been trying to work as little as possible as of late. But I do stream on that channel sometimes. I think it's like something I do the most like in the dead of winter / terrible weather seasons. When the weather's nice, I don't do it so much because on my days off when I'm not streaming, or my days off streaming rather, I am nowhere near. I don't work as long a stretch unless the weather is really bad. If the weather is really bad, then I'm much more consistent about like, you know, putting in like 6 to 7 hour stretches on a day off when I'm not streaming. But if the weather's good, I'll work for like an hour and 40 minutes and then go outside for a bit. Work for 90 minutes and then go do something else. Work for 30 minutes and then go do something else. You bought 6 months, you think? I don't know. And then Twitch also has this problem right now where back when I made it, I sort of did it partially just to get more emote slots. But the issue is, well, to put it simply, Twitch keeps giving us more emote slots. I have an absurd amount of emote slots right now. Like, it is actually getting ridiculous how many emote slots I have. So because of that, I kind of don't need the emote slots anymore. Like, I have something like 28 more animated emote slots or something, which is ridiculous. Yeah, and that's why you guys can take notes. What I should really do on the second account, actually, is I should stream myself making mixtapes, which would be something that would get me banned on this account. So, what's the worst that could happen? it gets a single content ID strike against it, and then I just don't ever stream on it again. It's the worst that could happen. What's up, Dragna? Yeah, it's hard to keep track of YouTube names because a lot of people have their real names over on YouTube. Yeah, that's a goblin zombie with entrails hanging out. It attacked us. Honestly, I would take being an eternal zombie, cowering for eternal damnation inside of a, you know, tavern. I would do that. I would do that. There's worse places you could be cursed to have to hang around forever as a zombie. That's friendly, that doesn't really do anything. Like, honestly, like, if you had to choose between... If you had to choose between... like, I don't know, being cursed to be a zombie forever in a graveyard versus being cursed to being a zombie forever in a tavern, I think the tavern would be more entertaining. If anything, you might even become like the tavern's mascot, you know? Oh. Oh, okay, so I've got a dwarf that's stuck in place. Dwarf not supposed to be. I thought you made it back in. Wait, hold on. I guess I didn't block this off all the way. So... Oh. Okay, hold on. Did I just unblock it? Did I chop down too many trees? Is that what I did? That is, in fact, exactly what I did. All right, well, I gotta forbid some things real quick. Get back inside, dwarfs. All of you. Sounds like you're kind of hell. I mean, it also sounds like just being a service worker living in Las Vegas, but... Let's just get all these dwarves back inside. While we wait for these to get constructed. Okay. Okay. Now I can turn this off again. So I just received an email that I need to skim. Hold on. I'm communicating back and forth with that label that I was talking about at the beginning of the stream that I got those tapes from. What are we focusing on? I'm trying to seal off the caverns because I accidentally unsealed them again. Which is like an ongoing concern in this fort. I was also responding to a email from the people who, some people in Victoria who I bought a tape from while I was in Victoria at a little nerd store called Cavity Curiosities. I'm in an ad break anyway. And they do limited runs of weird electronic, well, not weird, but like niche electronic music. This is pretty Aphex Twin-y kind of thing. But also a lot of noise and stuff like that. And their tapes are very cheap. So I basically just like fired them an email. Was like, hey, can I like, would you guys like fire takedowns at me if I stream this stuff? Because like the intros of the streams are very, you know, music focused, right? So as long as they're not issuing takedowns, which the response I got was positive, then I have the okay go to stream these, which is good and cool. Partially because I can then write the $20 worth of tapes that I just bought off of their Bandcamp yesterday evening off on my taxes next year. That's also a thing that I can subtly do at that point. All right, let's see about this dwarf in the clothes shop. They're running off and gathering stuff. Wow, okay. Cloth, fungi wood, slate, nice blocks, nice. Yeah, that's all that it is. Because, you know, I'm a crazy person who likes tapes. But also, just for reference, if you ever, you know, want to buy some weird music, here's a link to the exact Bandcamp that I'm referring to right there. There it is for YouTube chat as well if you want. Although I don't stream the music chunks on the YouTube because that is more damaging to a channel than what I currently do on Twitch. Because like if a VOD gets muted on Twitch, it's fine. I don't actually lose any revenue. I just, a chunk of the VOD gets muted. Whereas if a VOD gets muted on YouTube, I lose all of the revenue, which is why I don't do any of the music portion of the stream on YouTube, because YouTube is an all or nothing platform. Twitch just mutes the VOD. For a second there, I thought we were getting a Tavern song because the game got quiet all of a sudden. But no. A lot of dwarves in the Tavern. Oh, they are dancing. We maybe just missed one. May have almost gotten one. Maybe we'll start getting Tavern songs played. Speaking of music. All right, so this is now filling. So this is my future prison. Ooh, 12 aluminum chains. I think that'll do. I think that will do. You're a seasoned NetHack player. He's trying to tip your toes into Dwarf Fortress 100 hours in, and you still have no idea what you're doing. Do you need tutorials? Because I got a ton of them. Although I would honestly recommend just the wiki. I mean, if you can wrap your head around NetHack, then I think, like, I guess the one thing to always remind people, doesn't matter how many hours in Dwarf Fortress, you will still have the thought in your head that you have no idea what you're doing. It's a certain percentage of your population. I don't know what the percentage is. Manchuck have to all be performing the same song at a time, meaning dwarves need to actively, what's the word? Dwarves need to actively all know the same song. So you need to be in a fort where most of your fortress all knows the same song, they all know the same dance, and then they all need to perform it at the same time in the tavern. Isn't Content ID working live on YouTube and post? Yeah, so Content ID doesn't trigger mid-stream on Twitch, which is the risk, right? So if they have copy protection or Content ID on it, I don't care, personally. As long as they're not actively pursuing takedowns against content using their music, When it comes to record labels, like, I don't care if you have copy protection on your music, as long as I'm not going to get a takedown request from the artist or the label associated with the artist, then I'm okay with streaming the music, because I don't care if my VOD gets muted on Twitch. That doesn't bother me, because the music section is like relegated to the beginning of the stream, right? So it's specifically one portion of the VOD, and that's okay. If they want to mute like 2 minutes at the beginning of my stream, I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. But I will not stream a record if there's any history of the label or the artist in question actually issuing content takedown requests on Twitch, which generally only happens from Warner Music Group. So, you know. Hello, Clino. How's things, dude? What is up? My Simon in dwarf language. What's your favorite one? Is it Kogan Sun? I'm just sad that Cobalt March never made it in to the official soundtrack. Like, there's still a lot of songs on that fan soundtrack that I feel like deserve the premium quality enhancement, I suppose. But also, Agent Nye, another thing. If you feel you need help learning Dwarf Fort, my Discord is not a bad place, but the official Kit Fox Discord is generally better, even. There's questions rooms where whenever you're confused about something, just be like, bah, help! And someone will probably give you, at the very least, a attempt to give you an accurate answer. Yeah, because it's a percentage of the dwarves having to know the same song, right? Getting into my Discord is easy enough. It's just to join code blind or !Discord, or click on the image beneath the stream. The link just takes you to my team's Discord, which is Halcyon Frequency. Also, what version are you playing? Are you playing the free version, or are you playing premium? What are we working on now in the fort? I am building a prison. Is what I'm building. Which is going to be directly below the tavern, and I'm going to put a glass floor in the tavern so that those up in the tavern can laugh at those in prison. Naturally. And so that those trying to sleep in prison won't ever get a wink of sleep, because all they hear is the footsteps of the tavern. So this is the dance floor in the tavern, and this is the prison. Naturally. And once everything is set up for the prison, then at that point I can... once that is set up in the prison, then at that point I can, you know, appoint a captain of the guard. Because I'm not appointing a captain of the guard until the prison's ready. And of course, it's got this beautiful in-floor heating in the prison. Yeah, well, there's a pretty big difference between, like, a single-screen roguelike in ASCII and Dwarf Fortress's scale of ASCII. Like, the only, I guess, roguelike that I've ever played that scales up to that level of absurdity when it comes to ASCII would probably be Angband, but even Angband ain't that bad. Like, Dwarf Fortress is like obtuse ASCII, even amongst obtuse ASCII veterans. Although the ironic thing is, like, if you go back to, like, 2007 builds of Dwarf Fortress and try playing those, because there's only, like, a dozen buildings you can build and way less going on mechanically, it's actually like a lot more approachable, which I think is kind of interesting. It's like older versions of Dwarf Fort were a lot more approachable to learn, and it's gotten more obtuse as years have gone on because there's more and more and more and more and more stuff that you have to keep track of and manage. Although another thing is if you're on premium, you can also just do this. So if you want to just like swap back and forth and try and learn the ASCII version, premium's a pretty good way to do that. And that's something that I was like trying to convince a lot of people to do earlier on in this version being released is like, you know, even if you're one of those people who's just like, I'm too stupid to learn ASCII, which is like kind of a lot of people, unfortunately. Just give it a try. Just tab back and forth every now and again. Eventually, Dwarf Fortress just starts to look like Dwarf Fortress. It doesn't matter what tile set you're using or whether or not you're playing an ASCII or not. Yeah, because like also ASCII gives you some view perspectives that you don't really get outside of ASCII. Like you can see frozen ice in walls in ASCII, which you can't see with the tile set turned on. So there is actually sometimes reasons to, you know, keep those running. Okay, I wonder now what's going on with my dwarves. Can I send out one squad to go do this? There they go. Yeah, no, the lack of waves drives me nuts. Like, beaches are beautiful in ASCII and boring as hell in, like, with the tile set on. Yeah, that's it's kind of funny how some people are that far in the other direction, right? Was he doing that on stream then, I guess, Clino? You revisited tons of your classic forts recently. You laughed at how much emotion you attached to them. It seems so much smaller. Well, oh, like ASCII? Well, I mean, the nice thing about ASCII is it forces you to read the dwarves' descriptions of their aesthetics, right? It's one of the reasons I'm very excited for like the dwarf portraits because it'll kind of compensate for that a little bit, I hope. Because you become very aware. Like, you know that you've played ASCII Dwarf Fortress for too long when you can tell which dwarf is walking by the speed and way they're walking. Which was the level that I got to before this version came out. And now I still kind of can because, like, they have unique tiles, but when you get to that level in ASCII, it's like, shit, I've played this game for too long. I think I need to go outside. All right, let's see. How is our chains doing? Ah, I haven't even been queued up yet. Oh, it's because our manager's sleeping. There you go. Presme is a very sad dwarf. This is a dwarf we need to hopefully cheer up at some point. Yeah, you're one of the most stressed out dwarves in the fort. You were right in the middle of like the worst calamity that happened. You got to watch a zombie die like 1 billion times and get resurrected. How was my flight? It was lovely. I posted a video on Discord actually, which is in the secret subby only room. But let me scroll up here. That. Sure, I'll just download this. That's easier. I realize it's in portrait mode. I filmed this on my phone. I'll turn off the sounds. Flight, yeah. No, I flew to Victoria. We took the boat back. We literally did this so that we could go to a restaurant that we like an extra time. Because there's a restaurant in Victoria that me and my friend Kevin really like. And we ended up going there 4 times in 2 days. 4 times in 24 hours. Yeah, so we went there for lunch the first day, and they closed at 3. And we went there for breakfast, and then we went back for lunch, and then we left, and then came back an hour later and got pie. And the 3rd time, they gave us free coffee. They're like, you guys want anything else? Like, you guys just keep coming back. What tile set is that? ERF. Spelled E-R-F. Also, this is a float plane, so this is intended. We're supposed to be landing in the water.
Crypt Wambler, Crypt Wambler, Crypt Wambler.
Cheers, Potato Godzilla. Thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. But yeah, the thing about that trip is it's just reinforcing in my brain that I think I'm going to eventually just try to buy an apartment at some point in Victoria because I really like Victoria. It's like I've been trying to debate for ages as to where I should be looking, and as much as I love or like living where I live, there's like absolutely zero fucking social life where I live, and it's a problem. At least not for my demographic. And Victoria, I can walk from one end to the other in like a weekend, in like 40 minutes. Public transit's good. It's easy enough to get home via the ferry.
Gotta go get
Visit
dinner
family
ready
and
for my
stuff.
wife.
So
Thanks
I might
for
try and move to
streaming.
the island at some point. Cheers, Munchuck. Yeah, go do what you gotta do. That sounds like important life stuff. Streaming, as fun as watching streams can be, it does not outweigh important life stuff. So go get dinner done. See you when we see you, dude. And thanks for the $1. The Buy Blind an Apartment One Day fund. Maybe in like 5 years. All right. I recently saw a Twitch stream actually with a $10 million goal, which was buy me a top floor penthouse suite in downtown New York. And I was like, that's a way to do it, I guess. Yep, nope, definitely go get that done. Definitely go get food done. And congrats. It's ambitious. I know, especially because the stream had like 3 concurrent viewers, which was the most funny part about it to me. I was like, that is very amusing. Hey, you know, it's healthy to have goals in life, right? It was also like 0.02% done or something. What do I think about RimWorld? It's fine. It's not a game I particularly enjoy playing. I played it a lot while it was in early access, but I stopped liking it around the time it hit 1.0 and started viscerally disliking it after 1.0. I'm annoyed by its business model. By that, I mean make game expensive, because it's not a cheap game, and then have DLCs that are more expensive than other games. Not a big fan of that. Never have been a fan of that. Never will be a fan of that, especially for like smaller indie games that like realistically selling millions of copies of your base game should be enough. But clearly they have higher ambitions than that, so I mean that's up to them, but it's gonna make me less interested in playing your video game. And aside from that, it's mostly just a matter of I don't particularly like the community. There's definitely good people in the community, but as the perspective of somebody who streams the video game, games like that tend to bring out the worst in people. And that's definitely a great example of a game that brings out the worst in people. So, I don't know. It's also not the same type of game as Dwarf Fortress. It's a game that markets itself as being like Dwarf Fortress. What it actually is Dwarf Fortress is a story builder or a colony builder, if you want to call it that. But Dwarf Fortress is a story, world builder first and foremost. I'm actually going to remove Presme from being manager because they are too upset with this job. So I'm going to give it to Darius, who's currently just the tavern keeper. Who's also currently sleeping. And RimWorld gets compared to Dwarf Fortress a lot, not because RimWorld is anything like Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld gets compared to Dwarf Fortress a lot because the guy who made it marketed the game extraordinarily heavily as being like Dwarf Fortress, which in the early days of RimWorld's development, it was. But the longer that game developed, the less like Dwarf Fortress it became, to the point where it's now just a game that's loosely inspired by and not a game that's anything like Dwarf Fortress. The way I found out about Dwarf Fortress or about RimWorld originally was from the Dwarf Fortress forums, because Tynan was posting shameless self-promo posts on it. And initially, I really liked that demo. I didn't back the Kickstarter because I was broke at the time and didn't have the opportunity to. And played it off the website, then streamed it quite a lot, and got partnered streaming it. I played about 3,000 hours of it on Steam, as well as a good chunk of time before it came out on Steam. And largely I liked it, but by the time it released, I was so tired of the direction of that game's balance that I never wanted to play it again. What kind of dwarf did you like? Big Bang. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the classic thread that I always love to show. September 15th, 2013 was the original post. I've been working on this a little while and just put up the first video. I figured it was a good time to tell people that it existed, especially people who play the game that inspired it. At a most basic level, this is Dwarf Fortress in space. No, it's not. It was more like that. For random events, like weather and attacks aren't random. They're created by a configurable AI storyteller. They're still random. And if they're not random, then they're so predictable that it's guns. Yes. And you can take people prisoner and recruit them, and this is the main way you grow the colony. Nobody's a professional settler, blah, 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 blah. The original pitch video for RimWorld. Posted in 2013 by Tynan Sylvester on the Dwarf Fortress forums. And what's funny is, like, this was the page I landed on, and I like how this is posted here. Never ceases me how games can bring out the worst in people. Though I do like keeping spare lungs around personally, just in case. Anyway, yeah, it's one of the most viewed threads on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, too, which is, or not subreddit, forums, which is kind of crazy. Or the Bay 12 forums, rather. It was like, there. Also, yeah, his first post was a shameless self-promotion post. And another thing that I really love about that post, or this whole thread in general, is this right here. This response. Obligatory. Creating an account and making your first post as an advertisement for your game is seen as rude in this community post. Literally, the first response is somebody calling him out for being rude. No, it's great. RimWorld is fine. Like, in actual practice, I have nothing against it. It is a fine game that should exist. It's just, picking at it is almost as much fun as not thinking about it these days for me. Am I really? I thought I had 12 aluminum, so where is all that aluminum then? Oh, I see. They made the amount that they had. Okay, so how many chains did I get out of that? Okay. Well, that's fine. Let's do, whoops, not adamantine ballista arrows. Let's do copper chains. 10 of them. That'll do. I made them, but apparently I was one short, which is why it was giving me a cancellation warning. You know, I think I'm going to add coffins to this. And let's remove coffins from here. Because stuff that dwarves are going to be around a lot, I want to get encrusted with gems. Stuff that dwarves are not going to be around a lot, I don't want to get encrusted with gems. Let's do hatch covers as well. Also, the thing that you need to know about like that version of RimWorld is RimWorld was a lot more like Dwarf Fortress when it first started development. But the popularity of the game didn't go in the direction of story generation. The popularity of the game went in the direction of min-maxing difficulty. Right? So if your game is built around min-maxing difficulty, then you cease to be a story builder. And Tynan went in with the development of RimWorld with a very specific way he envisioned people playing the game. And that very specific way he envisioned people playing the game was building a base and letting things come towards them. But the mechanics of the game didn't lend to that being a fun mechanic. And it was actually quite the opposite. The mechanics of the game lended themselves to you building weird tunnels and things and contraptions. And that was the era of RimWorld that I really liked. And the more he tried to develop the game into, oh, well, they can just get into your base now. It'd be kind of like if Tynan decided drawbridges, or not Tynan, it would be kind of like if Tarn and Zach decided drawbridges can't kill enemies anymore, and most enemies, and enemies know where lava's going to be and won't stand next to it. And also minecarts can't fire items anymore. You have to use ballistas. Which, while that would be fun, suddenly the game has a lot less variety. Right? And that was kind of my issue with the direction that RimWorld went, was, yeah, okay, so the way I like playing the game is no longer possible, let alone viable, right? And that just kept happening. And now it's like, if you want, like, people complain that Dwarf Fortress doesn't update often enough. RimWorld updates literally once a year, and they charge you $35 fucking for it. I'm speaking Canadian dollars, but like that last update was that expensive. And it's like, sure, there's like a vibrant modding community for it, but every time, oh no, baby zombie is tantruming. That is actually terrifying. Oh boy. Are you gonna kill your mom? Well, at least when you tantrum, you don't seem to actually get a combat log. So that's good. I'm very worried about zombie baby tantruming and killing mom. Although, shoutouts to Fath, who's hanging out with mom next to zombie baby. Yeah, Big Bang redeemed a dwarf, and I absolutely forgot to name them. 7 minutes ago. Did you say what kind of dwarf you wanted? Miner would have to be the one that killed a Forgotten Beast taken. I don't think the one that killed a Forgotten Beast is taken. Let me do. Cattle? Yeah, this one. Would you like this one, Big Bang? Because this is the one that killed it. It's this lady dwarf. Saw a dwarf recite the... It must have been dwellings at the Fenced Pumpkin, which is the name of my tavern, by the way. Yes, please, sweet. Bing? Called you Bing initially. I'm sorry. But, I mean, here's the thing that I'll say about RimWorld. That community helps me and my stream team raise a lot of money every year for charities, so It's also made a lot of my friends' careers and also got me partnered on Twitch. So I definitely have fun thoughts for it, but it's just not a game I actively play anymore. She never becomes angry and is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism after seeing Freeways die. So you watched Freeways die to a were creature in front of you. And she is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. And she does not seek retribution for her past wrongs, and she is she does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. And she is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since she values friendship. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She is quite ambitious and often feels lustful. And we're in an ad break, but I'm just going to keep reading. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She interrupts others during conversations when she is annoyed, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. You kind of seem like a captain of the guard. Personally, strongly values tranquility and quiet and hates those who wield power over others. Sees competition as reasonably important and doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Never mind! She likes horn silver and bismuth and brown jasper. Rope reed fabric, battle axes, slabs, and large gems. Buckets and the sound of the rhyming verse. And the sight of the festive bewilderment, and when possible, prefers to consume giant lizard and custard apple cider. And absolutely hates snails. Blissful after staying in a legendary dining room. Look at that. It was great. She was nailing the interview until, yeah, she just kind of like mentioned there that like, yeah, and I don't feel strongly about the law, which means she'd immediately become corrupted. Still do need to find a captain of the guard though. So every single one of these is going to get a chair. And a table. Although I kind of ran out of tables, so I'm going to have to get more tables. But we'll sort that out. And then probably also beds. As well as these chests. I don't know what these chests are actually going to have in them, but something probably. That or it's just something for them to look at. And I guess it's microcline tables, so... Chests for contraband. There you go. For hiding your contraband, naturally. Then as these chains come in, each one gets their own bed. Well, or will, once I make more. And this is going to be my dungeon. A big ol' dungeon. Pretty fancy dungeon, too. Gotta say. Chains let them stay in 3x3, yeah. So they could like, this one could sit here, look at that. It's basically they need to be able to look at the thing. They need to be able to look at furniture around them, and they need to be able to chill, essentially. Another good way, and something I want to try, is I'm going to double this up as a dining room. Basically meaning I'm going to let them get the thoughts of being in prison while sitting at a good dining table. What's this green floor? That's glass. This is going to be my prison. So I'm going to see if making this all into a dining room helps their moods. Because when they get brought food, theoretically, they'd then be able to sit in the table and eat. Or sit at the table and eat. You tend to make the prison as part of the hospital and makes patching up criminals easier. It's not a bad idea, actually. All right, so who was my... I think it was Onul who I wanted to do this. I have 2 tavern keepers, but I'm pretty sure it was Onul. I was like, you would be particularly good as captain of the guard. Personally sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, is put off by family, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Doesn't feel strong. Oh, none of them feel strongly about the laws. Unless, like, maybe Darius was the one I was supposed to do that with. Actively avoids exciting or stressful, has a strong sense of duty, and can get caught up in internal deliberations. Generally finds himself to be quite helpful when others help him out. Grateful when others help him out. He doesn't mind changing his mind about things. He isn't given to flights of fancy. He isn't particularly... Okay, well, I mean... Leaves war as a useful means to an end. Going in leisurely pace. Rare emotional bonds with others. Swayed by emotional appeals. Does not often feel lustful. Has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions or practical applications. Tends to avoid crowds. Is trusting and occasionally overindulges. Maybe not the best. How about your wife? Values romance. Oh. Very single-minded, doesn't often feel envious of others, tries to keep her things orderly. Is moved by art and natural beauty, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Is troubled by this, since she values romance, likes to brawl, often acts with compassion, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Okay, you'd be bad. You'd get corrupted easily. How about you? Is raising a family? There's a negative view of those who exercise power over others. So you? Unfriendly and disagreeable, is bothered by this. He values friendship. He is scatterbrained, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Likes to brawl, often acts with compassion. Does not often feel envious of others. Is moved by art and natural beauty. Okay. Yeah, the patient missing thing is a bit of a difficult thing to get around sometimes. Doesn't seek out excitement. Does not really care what others think of her. Doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Personally sees tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Values our harmonious experience. And finds leisure time wasteful. Developed empathy. I'm trying to find a good captain of the guard if anybody's wondering what I'm doing. Thrill seeker. Ooh. Percy sees hard work and competition as reasonably important. Doesn't care about nature one way or another. Wants to practice a craft and is dwelling upon it. Likes to take it easy, is never in the slightest bit cheerful about anything, and is confused by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, is given to flights of fancy. To the point of distraction, generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, and is very comfortable around those that appear that are different from himself, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he likes to take it easy. I think we found it. Yeah, I should. Although, actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here, and I'm going to rename you to a bunch of exclamation points so that you're easier to find in the list. There you are. What about obsidian? So you need your quarters to be nicer. It's the first step. A bit trigger happy. I don't see the problem with this. It'll also improve his wife's mood. Okay, so he just needs his bedroom prettied up. And another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new squad. This one's going to be run by Captain of the Guard, and it's just going to be crossbows, same as the other crossbow squad. So he's going to run around with a crossbow, and the Oily Heavens is the name of it currently. We're going to call it, oh man, I can't call it the Oily Criminals. The Oily... The Oily Surprise! No, the Oily Prison. The... Hot Prison? Nope. First, Fiery? Nope. Armored, Angry, Bald, Oaken, Roomy, Spry, Unkept. Hollow. Ooh, Single. Terrible. Musical? Lazy. Corrupt. Leafy. The Last Prison. There we go. There we go. And I'm going to set you guys to, you know, train. And your place to train is going to be up here. The Oily Doily. That's a very different thing, probably. I mean, it's the next time you make a restaurant in any video game, it's officially the Oily Doily. Is that where we're at now? Okay, so let's see. There's no... Okay, so Cattle... The Gem Setter, you got hit with a disorderly conduct. Same with Reg. So somebody is getting disorderly conduct charges. We're going to go interrogate my dwarves to see who hurt you. See if we can imprison them. I should make that generic anything goes spot nicer, shouldn't I? What do you need? Okay, so you got 3 pieces of cloth, fungi wood, slate, nice blocks. Do you also need clear glass? Why does everybody need clear glass? Sorry, I peeked my microphone. Why does everybody need clear glass? I was gonna make 3 ash. Three of those. Yep, out of ash. Don't have any ash. Yep, never mind. Dwarf went berserk. Couldn't get it done. That's a shame. There you are, Shem. You have a family? Nope. Getting beaten up by a bunch of dwarves. I think that was actually the first death today. Damn shame. Forgot to take the minecart certified mug on photo shoot. What, for like work or something? Okay, so you're moving that to stockpile. I need to make sure that there's a tomb available. Ay vey. There is a giant mole in my walkway. It's an absolute unit of mole. Never kill a mole. Prepare thy body. Thank you, Agent 9. Although don't compare your gameplay to mine. That's a bad idea, because I have thousands of hours on this game, and it's ridiculous for anybody to do such a thing. All right, well, Shem's bled to death. Oh shit, more native aluminum. Obviously have to continue harvesting that native aluminum. Didn't get much more out of it. There's also some more back there. I'm kind of amazed by how much aluminum is just scattered around this map. Such a valuable material, though. Red zircons. Guess that's everything for that copper. Ugh. A large siege has arrived and are seeking a parley. Ooh. I'm gonna get some quote-unquote talented Marks dwarves into this military. So it looks like we may actually need them now. Okay, it's not too bad. Where are these guys from? Ah, yes, naturally. They are from the Angry Demon. Nah, it's not that big. I mean, it's not a small siege, but it's definitely like the tier 2 of the siege. They're sending bigger sieges now. I mean, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the manager's office. Yeah, right here. And I'm just going to give you a lever. And I'm going to connect it to that drawbridge because I just haven't done it yet. Okay, that's the petition for the loss of life. No new information was revealed. Wow, they don't actually know who committed those crimes. That's kind of incredible. All right, let's link this lever. Because pulling a lever, turns out, is a lot easier than waiting for... Let's just make sure that all these bedrooms are in here. Nope, they are not. Turns out that just locking or pulling a lever is easier than waiting for the dwarves to... Or waiting for my dumbass to remember to unlock a bunch of stuff for the dwarves so they're not stuck outside or whatever, or inside. I'll say, you're not chained up, are you? No, you're just hanging out. You're just like eating in prison. I guess the prison's like a nice enough place to have lunch that people are just having lunch in prison. How much green glass do I have right now? It's not what I wanted to do. In case of any fire dangers? I can't say I've ever done that. But I respect the hustle, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. What, you mean like the flood fill thing, Miss Alyssa? I mean, I will say, I'm not using DF hack, but they have made non-DF hack a lot better because you can now do multi-layers with the burrows, but we still don't have flood fill. I would like flood fill, but I won't lose sleep over not having flood fill. Sup, Sax? Just waiting for that bridge to get hooked up. I'm getting the dwarves other tasks to do around the edges. Okay. What? Why ain't no Linky up here? Oh, you're already linked. Duh. Okay, so I can just pull you. Get everybody inside. Yeah, the flood fill is a feature we used to have in older versions, so I miss it. But I will live without it. It's a nice feature, but I will appreciate it more when it gets added to vanilla. A lot of canceled hauling jobs. Okay, let's deny this. And get the military stationed. And also pause game briefly. Go down to here. Go down and into here and unforbid all these, just so that we have access to all of our bolts. Although we should have a good amount of bolts to begin with. Go here. Set all the dwarves up to be ready to do the thing. How goes fort and things? Oh, you know, getting by. One fort at a time. But to have to fire some bolts at goblins. Of which there's not a trivial number of. Let's actually move the military all the way to the end here. Come on, dwarves. I'm now just suddenly paranoid that they're just going to walk in like a crack in the wall. Because the last time that happened, the fort almost died and I got a zombie baby out of it. All right, well, he's already firing bolts at them. Granted, they're just bone bolts. They're not anything super crazy or fancy. Move them back over here. As more dwarves come running out. They will run to the end to go grab more ammo. Vomit is coming out of these goblins because they are getting arrows and bolts going into them. Dwarves are doing a decent amount of damage to them so far, but so far nothing has actually died. Stingray here is using a crossbow that for some reason isn't showing up on their person. They also have, I was going to say they have no pants. That is not true. They do in fact have pants. Has the tide turned? They're terrified after conflict. Firing a copper bolt at the goblin, bruising them through their iron mail shirt. That's the terrifying part here is the fact that we're only really doing bruising damage, but hey, it's something. Dwarves are now moving down, plenty of blood. But we may not be able to do too much against these guys. You need to go get bolts. They're petrified, terrified. Considering there is bolts right here, there is also bolts down here. So I probably need to queue up some more bolts. Let's actually queue up some iron bolts. Just in case I start to run out. Dwarves are firing. This guy's dropped a bunch of stuff. In fact, he's dropped his shield. This might be a bit of a tough fight, chat. It's time to begin firing. I've never managed to make catapults work, so let's try and make catapults work. Oh. Well, did anybody get hit by a boulder? I don't think so. Okay, so something fell down in there, but I think that may have been from the last fight. We'll get more ammo, maybe? Well, a lot of them still have bolts. Still doing the firing thing. I think we need to tell them to move back here. Of course, they'll sprint. Like absolute mad dwarfs. Pretty sure I just saw somebody fall into the lava, but I actually don't think that's true. Well, what's up with the naked goblin up there? Naked goblin? Oh, why are they naked? I mean, they start to drop their armor as they get shot by bolts, and that's what we're defending with, is bolts. Problem is we're running very low on ammo. I'm pretty sure I'm actually just straight up out of ammo. Yeah, we are just straight up almost out of ammo. I may have to just lock the door. Ready, dwarves? Book it. And by that, actually, I mean go station down here. Because otherwise, we are going to die. Run away? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Run away indeed. Because I have a military squad that's not good, these guys. But they're not really intended to be a military squad. They're all just a bunch of novices. So what I think I got to do... Gotta wait until we get more bolts. Wait for those baddies to leave the map a little bit. And then maybe train up some of my bears. Fight them that way. Because they are backing up, or will back up, hopefully. Yeah, they will. We're gonna wait for them to back off a little bit. Because currently the door is locked. Although, I guess I didn't think this through too well. Currently we can't actually get into there. But they can go down into here. I guess explore around. Fortunately, we've been able to do some damage to a bunch of them. I mean, like, you know, flying donkey bone bolt hits you in the upper arm, but it was deflected. Like, you just deflected it. Just to wait for them to clear out of this area and back off, and we'll get distracted by something else and then try it again. Here's the thing, right? Lava's great, but when you've used lava to defend in your fort 2,487 million times, it stops being so exciting. I think probably what I'm going to do if I can't make this work is I'm just going to make a lava catapult and just fire lava at these guys. Because, yeah, filling a room up with lava, great fun the first 10 times you do it. The next 245, mate, you've done it before, right? So you try and make more maniacal death traps instead of just doing the thing that works. Unless maybe you're a very different kind of person than me, and in which case, by all means, do the thing that works. But I think I'm just going to make some minecart shotguns here. Because who's going to actually complain, chat room, if I just build a lava shotgun setup here? I mean, come on. Who's actually going to complain about that? Nobody. So I think that's probably what I'm going to do, because that won't be hard. In fact, I could just do like 2 there and 2 there and just fire lava. Okay, so these guys are still leaving. We're in an ad break. That, or, you know, just go with the classic put weapon traps in places and let things fall off the edge. Is also fun. But I think for right now, what we're going to do is... Floodfield does kind of sound like a dwarven name, doesn't it? I think for right now, what we're going to do is just wait. Until I have some better bolts and then do it again. Which is currently what we're waiting on. Yeah, I think chat understands what I mean. Say, like... That is like the whole point of this system, Black Flag, Red Neck, is to make them dodge bolts and then fall into lava. But, I mean, if they don't want to fall into the lava and they don't want to dodge the bolts, then what can I do, really, right? What, you wonder why they aren't dodging? Because they're bad at combat? Enjoy your lurksies, Elfie. Bah. Hiccups. Right. Feels old, man. I don't know. Depends on what you feel like that week. Sometimes you feel like lurking, sometimes you don't feel like lurking. Wonder why they decided to turn around all of a sudden. They really want to walk in this way, don't they? I guess I could just do it this way, too. This would be a lot safer. Also, they're not poorly aimed bolts. The bolts being aimed are not the problem here. The problem here is my dwarves aren't good enough, or my ammunition isn't good enough. It's not the problem. It's not a problem with my dwarves' aim, per se. It's the ammunition sucks, which is partially by design, but it's also, I guess, an unfortunate consequence of me trying to go with a particular style of thing, which, for clarity, is I was trying to make it so that my dwarves would not primarily do damage to the goblins with the bolts, but I wanted them to make them dodge into the lava with the bolts. That was my hope, but doesn't seem to be working, so that's fine. That is fine. Let's go update equipment. We'll be set to training. All the bolts down here are gonna just get forbidden, like immediately. What are you doing? Hauling a bunch of bolts, apparently. Oh, I see. There's a bin there underneath that boot. Means the dwarves should be able to just go get those bins, or go get those bolts out of those bins. Yeah, I want this fort to be much more pacifist, right? Like that's the whole goal of this fort was I wanted it to be a bunch of pacifist librarians who didn't want to fight. But I may just have to be pacifist in other ways. Or less combat oriented in other ways, I suppose. The objective is to only make one trip. I disagree with that. For me, groceries, the objective is to get the best quality groceries. Which often requires multiple trips to different locations. Because not everybody, has the best, food of a specific type. I guess it depends on what your goal is with food at that point. Which is a much more complicated question. Especially because, in reality, as somebody who walks, it takes me 8 to 10 trips sometimes to get everything that I want. But that's okay, because it's an afternoon. I can go to 5 or 6 different stores, buy everything that I want individually. Gets better prices that way too. Can't relate. I've never had to make a trip from a car. Because I've never owned a car. We live very different lives. All right, let's go along the bottom here. Go up here. Couldn't have minecarts in the lava that would load the boulders as they were dropped in from above. Load the boulders? For what? You mean load them into the catapults? I mean, that would just be a massive risk for the dwarves. I mean, one thing I could do is I could make a minecart route up here that would periodically drop lava. Okay, here's an idea. Chat room, here's an idea. What if I pump some lava up to about here? Okay, right here on this layer. Then one layer above this, I have a powered circuit, okay, that just goes in a circle. And there would be 4 or 5 different circles, different minecart circles. And each of them would dump the contents of their lava periodically, maybe one right here, one right here, one right here, one around 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 here, one right here, and one right here, and one right here. And then hopefully lava mist would kill the baddies. I think that could do it. That could be interesting. I mean, my goal for this kind of thing is just to build interesting and entertaining defensive structures more than anything, right? It's not about it being optimal. It never will be for me. It's always about, how do I make this an entertaining thing to watch? I think that could be fun to watch. Could also be pretty dangerous, but... Or we could just do cart grinders. Cart grinders would probably be pretty efficient in this too. Yeah, where am the goblins at? They're in a very annoying spot. Goblins, can you please move? I mean, I'm already, doing this. Might as well. Might as well commit. Yeah, I think we'll build that. We'll build a circular track up top with that. I'm pretty sure you played that level in Dune. It's either that or Mario. Kashmir, why are you fighting with a turkey? Is that a crime? I think not. as for this right here, this enemy siege ain't that scary. I don't really want to just like dump boulders into the lava though, because I could also just do that. I could just dump boulders into lava. The reason I don't really want to just dump boulders into lava is I feel like that's just a massive waste of boulders. And boulders are like a finite resource, so... Same with like ballista. Ballista use up a finite resource, which is whatever metal you're making them out of. Increase food creation would be my tip. Like, if your fortress has a lot of dwarves but low food for beer and low food, beer, and meals, increase your food creation. Make your farming, scale up your farming. Yeah, but then you have to make obsidian. Also, you can't specify the type of boulder to use in catapults. So I would have to make specific stockpiles in specific locations, but they're not working anyway. Like, they're not even doing any damage to the enemies at all. Like, it's just bouncing off of them. So, like, what's the point? It's not having my desired effect at all. The desired effect was I'd want them to dodge off the map, and it's not even damaging them, let alone making them dodge into the lava. So, like, what's the point? Just jump in the lava and get your boulders back. Sure. Yeah, definitely. Also, why do you ask a question like that, Xylium? You know the answer to the question. Obsidian farms are not finite. Those are infinite. But that requires you to go through the effort of then remaking all of your obsidian. So why do you ask a question that you already know the answer to? Instead of just making the statement, which you know the answer to it. All right, so now we have to wait for these goblins to come back around. Eventually they will. And I still stand by what I said. Most boulders are a finite resource. All right, so now I wait. I mean, if you insist. Run swiftly, dwarf. Watching dwarves slowly get happier, which is always good. Wow, where exactly are you going? Okay, well, you're not grabbing that glove. Where are you going? Picking up something. Not that shield. What could you possibly be going for? Nothing in that. Said there's nothing up here. No, certainly not that glove. What in the world? Am I missing a very obvious piece of clothing or something somewhere? Oh, there it is. Probably. There it is. Turn around. Your shoe's not that important, mate. There. Nope. Okay. Nope. All right. Better run away. I mean, or don't. Also, we're in trouble. Ah! I should have seen that coming. All right, here we go again. My mayor's dead. Quizitipo, the dwarf scholar, necromancer, has been found dead. Of course, this happens twice, right? Darius has been found dead. Great. One of my miners was found dead. Also, a bunch of dwarves are outside. May very well be the end of the fort. I said this once before, but once again, this may very well be the end of the fort. Kashmir is haggard and is dueling with a spear, or the spear dwarf, rather, is using a sword and dueling with this goblin who is overexerted. Seems to be having a rough day, if nothing else. Seems like Clockworks here was just able to put down a goblin, Esterer. I think it's time for new leadership for this fortress, though. Another goblin is falling to pieces as they go running up the stairs. There's nobody in the upper floors. Guess that's a benefit. And the goblin siege breaks. Clockworks most recently slashed a goblin bowman in the head with a short sword. And severed part sails off in an arc. I'd run too after that, frankly. I mean, what else am I going to do with them, Fallout? They're a bunch of were creatures. I don't really have a use for them. Chat room, can we get some Fs for our glorious mayor? Who stood so strong for so long. We were hoping for eternity, but unfortunately, he fell. I'm gonna go around here and real quick set up some tombs. Okay. Well, fortunately, I do still have a decent number of pickaxes. Managers required for work orders, right? I think I'll give it to Napalm, who can have the job for a little bit. And we have a new manager named Az. Napalm, you're now the... Okay, you need an office assigned. We also have a new mayor. Okay, where's Az live? Mayor, you're currently harvesting plants. No, you're not. You need a new job. Where's your room currently? Right here, that's fine. It's no longer your room. This is now your room. I don't know why this jeweler's sleeping here. Didn't even hit 100? That's not true. No, the mayor was 124. You're just saying things that you don't know to be true. Also, there's another crazy goblin coming running in. They're continuing the slaughter. Appears that Servash here is bleeding heavily. Seems like they got slashed in the chest pretty bad. Kogan was found dead. Such a horrific slaughter. It's gonna take us a while to recover mentally from this one. I like that this fort is like trying to be kind of non-combative, and then like horrible things keep happening, and I keep screwing up and leaving the door open because I keep getting distracted by things. It's like literally, it's just straight up 100% my own fault. Like it's just like my own gross negligence, but I just think it's very funny that that just keeps happening because this is like the 4th time that this has happened now. How many goblins are still on the map? Only 3? They're all leaving, mostly. No, they're not. This guy's running back up. What the fuck? Like, there's, like, these goblins are coming back. I don't remember goblins doing this before. Like, back when sieges used to break, they would just book it to the edge of the map and try and leave. But now it's like the siege breaks, and then they still try and kill you, which I think is kind of interesting. It's neat to me that they do that, because I don't recall them doing that before. But I've had this happen a couple of times where, like, I will defeat a siege, and then the goblins will keep fighting. It's like they're just ballsier now. Like, they'll be like, we retreat! Actually, never mind. What, being a manager for a Dwarven Fortress is a depressing job? Why is it a depressing job? Yeah, I'm gonna read that mayor's mental state, but I have a feeling in a moment here we're going to be assigning some new defensive construction orders, because I feel like our new mayor's first decision after joining the military is probably something along the lines of they're just like firing bolts at this guy, and the captain of the guard's just beating him with his crossbow and then falling into the lava. Well, rest in peace, Geshud. You were a good captain while you lasted. We didn't have Geshud as the captain for very long. The dwarves are trying to beat him to death. But they were able to take out the last of the goblins. Someone dodged into lava? Someone did, yeah. Definitely. Not the intended someone, but rest in peace to the good captain. Okay, so I need a new captain of the guard. You know what? Solon the Lie Maker. Welcome to your new job. Actually, you know what? Even better. Let's go with Imush, Geshud's wife. I like that plot line more. So this dwarf here is now the captain of the guard. Because their spouse is now no longer with us. I can... Uh-oh. I actually had somebody topple a bunch of stuff. The heck? Asab tantrumed and toppled some of my... my workshops. Whole bunch of witnesses, too, turns out. Well, first prisoner. And a bunch of my stills were toppled. Bloody shame, that. I like how this song plays sometimes, because this song plays when the game thinks that you're about to lose. All right, chat, so it's time to build some minecart shotguns, I think. It is, in fact, time to do that. Our new mayor hopefully was able to get the proper mayor cape. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She has a sense of duty and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She could be considered rude and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, chews her lips intently when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, and this dream was realized. Personally, finds acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Is disgusted by merrymakers, respects the law, and values loyalty, and values family. I feel like this dwarf would actually be really good as a captain like guard, but you know, here we are. Books are like, one, extraordinarily difficult and time consuming to make, and two, generally unique. So no, I would never like dispose of books by firing them into lava. That's a horrific waste of an item that's difficult to acquire. Sure, but also they're not heavy and very weak, and they're above lava, which means every single time they flew into the lava, every single dwarf that did that would be very upset. That would be one of the... Okay, one, that would be extraordinarily ineffective, and two, it wouldn't be... No. I guess, actually, is what I should say. Just no. I don't generally mod Dwarf Fortress, so I'm good. The only good song is the bar song? You have a bad taste in music, then. It's like the people who are like, the only good music is like rave music. It's like, well, okay, so you have bad taste. That's fine. It's like some rave music can be great, but it's certainly not the only good music. If it ain't four on the floor and sounds like I'm here to dance and to hang around women that have had too much to drink, I don't want it. And there's definitely a lot of people like that. It's kind of sad. It's not a bug, really. It's just an artifact of the way the UI works. Also, who cares? Doesn't really matter if there's text over top of the save bar. I've actually found it useful a couple times. Been able to read text that I was reading while the game decided to start saving. That a thing in Canada too? That's a thing on planet Earth. That's not limited to country, mate. That's just what people do. It's only when you notice because it's so different from the rest? I notice all of them. Sounds like you need to turn your volume up. There you go. Geshud has been missing for a week, so I can memorialize him now. I saw the peasant has been found dead, excuse me. Oh, wow. Cap, did you get your first kill? Oh. Captain of the guard is on a, well. Certainly likes her new job. She very much likes her job.
Bring out your dead.
Very much likes her job. Kashmir has been killed by the captain of the guard, And so has Asob. Yeah, Asob toppled a bunch of things and Kashmir tantrumed once. Punched somebody. I mean, one of my favorite things, actually, is like the weirdly conflicted captain of the guard. I will always enjoy that just as a storyline. Just period. Just entertaining. One second. Alright, so I grabbed the hoodie, but the screaming started again. I'm kind of concerned about my neighbors up the hall. Wait. You just don't remember them? No, that's fair. I remember all of them at this point. Although I don't remember the names of any of them. But I also don't remember the names of literally any song, regardless of how much I like or dislike a thing. More grizzlies fighting with what? Just yourself, I guess? Well, we're still not the worst off we've ever been as a fort. Far from it, even. It's gonna take a second, but they'll start throwing these off the edge. I think I should make a indoor lava disposal area for this stuff. That or just put a minecart up here or something. Get this stuff disposed of quicker. Because having to do this with the dwarves is really, 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 really bad. Could also just use the front kill room to do this sort of thing. Nope, you need to get buried. Also, hold on a second. Whew, for a second there I thought that your child died, and I was like, nah, not the undead baby. It'd be very sad if the undead baby became a dead baby. Oh yeah, no, I mean, we had 40 pissed off dwarves in this fort at one point. So yeah, no, it's actually doing quite well. All things considered. Also, these are all still set to fire at will, which is quite funny. Poor Will. I was getting shot at. Okay. That's all I really need. There's 4 tracks. 4 tracks should be more than enough. Fill this thing up with lava and just use that. Really. Humans here to trade? Seems good to me. Because, you know, chat's also made it clear based on, like, those nudging suggestions of like, well, why don't you just fire lava at them or dump lava on them? Well, how about we, instead of dumping lava on them, which is boring, we do essentially that, but way more exciting. Because I would rather just do that. I'm gonna fire lava at something anyway. They might want some catapult. I mean, I'm gonna sell them those catapult parts. Because, you know, those are being retired. The plan clearly didn't work. Floor bars is what I tend to use here. Let's just use iron, because I'm always worried about stuff disintegrating. I'm going to need to make iron chains, probably like 6 of them. Actually, hold on. Can't do that. Yeah, let's just stick to constructions. That's a thing. Technically, no. Give me like 30 minutes to set it up. Because I'm going to do a pretty small one. I'm normally much more ambitious with my constructions, but with this, we're going to be pretty small. Nothing crazy. Nothing super duper duper over the top. I bring my large cut gems and my cut gems. We're also going to bring catapult parts, of which I've got a lot of different varieties. And it's a shame catapults are terrible, actually. Like, I did kind of want to use catapults for this, but we just need to, you know, wait a little bit longer for the proper Siege update series or whatever they're going to end up calling arcs going forward. So yeah, I guess the actual answer is not technically. There isn't technically a way to fire lava. However, using some trickery and brains, there are ways to make it possible. Because the physics in this game are special. To put it simply, the physics in this game are pretty special. You would one day like to make catapult towers? Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And a stoneworker's shop, if you run off. That's a good start. Microclan and diorite, alrighty. Comes back with donkey leather. Forgotten Beast Uja Iron has come. A giant eyeless crocodile and has thin wings of stretched skin and it undulates rhythmically. Its cardinal scales are small and set far apart. Beware its poison sting. I beg your pardon? Cardinal scales? That's interesting. I'm lock this door because I don't know if it can get in. So I'm just gonna lock that door. Make life simpler. I'm also gonna go over to here to the captain of the guard's place, and this is where Geshut is going to be memorialized. His old place of work. He did die defending the fortress, after all. Ah. Forgotten Beast has encountered ant drone blowgunners, which It is, like, massacring from the looks of things. It's already killed 3, 4, 5, 5. Still 5. It's off map. Oop. More. 8. Still 8. Well, you can be Cavern cleanup crew then. Napalm Sideburns meets with the Necromancer. And they say, what would you like? And I say, bring me bears, probably. I think I'm just going to stick with bears, actually. Pets. Grizzly bears, please. Could also ask them for elephants, but it's like elephants are kind of expensive, and then they only bring like 1. Whereas I already have a bunch of elephants. Also just gonna sell these cages that have stuff in them. I don't need a goddamn chipmunk, nor a magpie, or a bush tit, or a wren, and I'm pretty sure those came from that one caravan that got toppled. Also, what's up, Ensa from? Good band, by the way. Everybody on Earth who's heard of this video game has probably read that article or watched one of the many videos that cover it. I care Aether Frost, and the reason I care is because if people promote too many things that this game can do as bugs, then people don't want to play this game because they just assume that everything is a bug, which is something that actively pushes people away from trying to play this very interesting, fun video game. Yeah, there's many. There's a lot of videos and articles about that one bug, to the point where people still assume it's a thing. Like, I had somebody in my chat a couple weeks ago who was like, I've never made a tavern. I'm like, wait, why? Or like they were talking about like Dwarves being upset for some reason and like not getting married. And I was like, well, why aren't they just going into your tavern? And they're like, I never make taverns. I'm like, why not? And they're like, I don't want my cats to die. I was like, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm losing brain cells in real time. Please cease speaking. Metroid John, the surgeon, has created a microcline crown, I assume, and offers it to the living fire. Yes, it was in fact a crown. This is a microcline crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned microcline cabochons and studded with billin and decorated with donkey leather and sheep's wool and encircled with bands of cushioned direct cabochons and black cap and water buffalo leather and single cut clear tourmalines. This object menaces with spikes of buffalo leather. All right, well, I can, I guess, add that to my artifact hall. Hand chest, you do in fact already have a dwarf. Who would you like to give a dwarf to then? Because you already have one. At least you did. Never mind, you do not. What happened to your dwarf? I don't think you died. Weird. You did have one though. Unless I'm just like screwing up the spelling of your name. I think I am. Yes, you do in fact have a dwarf. You're very happy. You are a spinner. A developed sense of empathy. You're strong. Red hair. Grandmaster spinner. They did not die. I just mistyped it. I've had Krug Smash on my channel before. Do I watch Krug Smash? Well, it's kind of like walking into a restaurant, okay? And you have a waitress, right? And you ask to speak with their boss, and then the boss comes by, and then you say, "Have you ever met this waitress before?" That's kind of how small this industry is. So, hand chest, you do in fact have a dwarf. So would you like to pass that on, or would you like me to refund it for you? 'Tis your choice. First person to type in I love Tarn gets a dwarf, according to Henchest. And as far as Krug's content goes, I've watched his series in the past, but honestly, when you play enough of a game like this, you can kind of see pretty clearly what he's doing all the time. So I do watch his videos from time to time, but I don't go out of my way to watch them. For the same reason I don't really watch a ton of content in general. Also, it makes me absent-mindedly copy him if I watch or just any other DF content creator. I like absent-mindedly end up doing the same sorts of things. And I get really tired of people being like, why are you copying Krug Smash? It's like, well, okay. So it feels like Craig here gets the response. Craig, I will give you the happiest bearded dwarf that I can find. Who was I supposed to name this dwarf after then? What? Was this dwarf supposed to be named? Did I not name you? Raging Cave, I think. Did it not? Yeah, okay. Well, fix that out. Okay, well, you are now our, one of my bone doctors. Craig. He's currently hauling a coffin. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, is quick to form negative views about things, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and isn't particularly ambitious and enjoys the company of others, often cheerful, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Is a friendly individual and occasionally overindulges, could be considered rude and gets easily distracted during conversations when he's annoyed. He begins to talk rapidly when he gets angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. Hates those that wield power over others and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful and doesn't care about nature one way or another. And he likes silver and bismuth and pink tourmaline, llama wool and bracelets and donkeys for their stubbornness. And the words of the fragrant sheen and the glimmer and the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer and the sight of the bride of intricacies. And when possible, prefers to consume sparrow, yellow bullhead, and dwarven beer and absolutely hates toads. And has a very long beard, which is braided. Cheers! Even though like some of the stuff in that Let's Play is out of date now, but... And Deadlies wants me to save. Got it. You're a member of the Good Guild, which is the Doctor's Guild. I did not know it was called the Good Guild. That's funny. Also, you're a former member of the Jewelers Guild. So you worked as a jeweler in the past, but you're now a doctor. You've got a pretty wide family, very large family. You're not religious in the slightest. You don't worship any gods, and you're lonely after being away from family and friends for too long. You don't have any friends, and none of your family lives here, so that's a shame. We need a build guild. So wait, hold on. If the Doctor's Guild's the Good Guild, what's the Bad Guild then? Fisher's Guild would be the Bad Guild? On it, Darius. Necromancer Guild? Maybe a Dyer's Guild? Because of how useless it would be in this fort? Dyer's Guild would be pretty useless. Because sheep go bad. Great. Wouldn't that be more like a Spinner's Guild? Would be a dire situation, very much so. Or maybe a Gelder's Guild, because who the fuck needs a gelding guild? That's, I guess, the only two questions I really have. Necromancers are just late doctors. I don't know what that means or how that works, but what, like toy boats? Ranger Rick? I'm pretty sure you can queue up specific toys, can't you? Yeah, I guess not. Maybe you can do it from the craft store shops. Let me check. Yeah, no, you can just select material. Might as well just let them make the rock toy. All right, well, they brought a bunch of grizzly bears, which I will buy. They brought a bunch of meat, which... I would like the meat. Like the fish. I would like the plants. Like the leaves and fruit. Like the capers. And the other things. Gonna have to do multiple trades here, I think. It's a very expensive crown, which needs to go in a specific place. Actually, here's what I could do. Bring a bunch of arrows down here. Not much value, but... you need to go into this crown. Which just heal post-death. I don't think that resurrecting a once dead corpse is like the equivalent of healing, but I guess we have different opinions on that then. We'll just bring some more gems over. And we'll see when we see a Neezer. Cover the zombie baby's ears. The zombie baby doesn't feel anything, so it is for the best. I'm just gonna sell them cages. Could also melt a bunch of these down. My broker went to sleep, which is kind of unfortunate. Imagine being a necromancer, but you don't know it and you just think you're a really good doctor. I find that really hard to imagine, but I also find a lot of like hypotheticals like that very hard to imagine personally. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to trade for these. Okay, well, I got to get that, but that doesn't give me enough value. I should just probably give up realistically. Need to actually trade for all this stuff. Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about it. Update my equipment, because everybody gets nicer stuff now. Let's go here and just do Smelt the expensive stuff and copper as well. Just get that stuff going. I don't want everybody doing it. I just want a few people doing it. Still putting those away. Getting dwarves heading over here. Back down into the tavern, which is good. All right, let's go up to this walkway here. Well, actually, no, let's check the body pile and just make sure that's clean. Pretty sure those are goblins. Yes. Once all that's done, we're going to go down to here, and we are going to continue working on my cannons. We're going to make cannons, and I'm going to make some of those, well, I mentioned them briefly, but essentially just letting lava dump down from the ceiling. It's kind of my idea here. So okay, so 1, 2. Also need to shrink this down pretty considerably, which I currently have the wrong tool set, which is fine. Because these right here and right here need to be, see those in the right place? Yep, you and you and you and you. There you go. Need to be knocked down. I also need to move this staircase, which is not actually that big of a deal. Let's move the staircase to right here. First grasshopper woman. Damn. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a grasshopper woman. Is this just like a random visitor, or are they like a potential criminal, or is this somebody who could be friendly? Or are they just like wandering through the map? And then also this side over here needs to just be walls. I actually need to deconstruct this wall. Because I kind of screwed this up a little bit, but that's okay. Visiting bards. Oh, damn, really? Those are the best. Is when like a cool citizen shows up and they're not there to just steal your shit, and they're actually like a cool person to have in the fort. It's the best. Doesn't happen often enough. It's like you kind of need adventure mode to do a lot of that sort of cool stuff. Might as well just do it this way. It's easier. I am, in fact, making a contraption purely out of pink stone that it's going to launch lava at things. It'll look pretty in pink as it fires lava in the direction of the enemy. You have a peregrine falcon man? Another forgotten beast shows up. This one is a feathered ribbon worm. I've seen a lot of these recently, and they're very weak because their entire body is brains and only one of them needs to get hit to die. It's also on a layer where it's not going to live super long, so. I still look forward to the day that I find my first tick man. Because they are the ugliest thing in this game. By a lot. What? How did I manage that? I'm good at this video game sometimes. Building over my own stairs, you know? Just as you do. I've never seen a tick person, no. Although I specifically just want to see one because of Steam DF. Because they are hysterical looking. Just go look them up on the wiki. You had a jaguar woman in the last part. I end up with a lot of, like, snake men and stuff. We're fine, but... I mean, the reality is I want Gorlax in my fort. That's the actual reality. Uh-oh, that's not good. I'm in an ad break right now, so I'm just going to pause the game. Oh, Dwarf's been missing for a week. Well, that's concerning. Tickman equal Mr. Potato Head? No, Baby Gorlak is a Mr. Potato Head. Leechmen are also pretty horrific. But this right here is a Baby Gorlak, so they look like Mr. Potato Head. As far as Tickmen... There we go, Tickman. They're kind of like that, which is just super weird looking. Same with Leechman. Leechman are like something out of Caves of Cud. I've seen baby Gorlax, not tame ones though, or not friendly ones though. They were just animals in the caverns. Leechmen are like my fucking sleep paralysis demon. All right, well, we'll just do it this way. So this is 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hardest part about this is going to be getting power to it. Also realizing something. Screwing up. Let's get the top part set up and then we'll worry about the rest of it. Just to match things. So the most annoying / hardest bit about this is going to be getting power to this thing. That is going to be the worst part about this whole thing, is getting power to it. But aside from that, this won't be too difficult to set up. What? Am I going crazy? Oh, I see why. There's a tile missing here. It's like, why you no work? Well, it's because there's a tile in the way, which I hadn't dug out yet. Am I encountering the same problem again? I'm very confused. Why do you no work? Okay. I see what I did wrong. I screwed this up pretty royally. Jesus Christ. Chat, don't ever let me trick you into thinking that I'm good at this video game. Because I am not, clearly. Well, that's fine. Okay, so have you watched my stream before, or do you just not know my opinions on Dwarven reactors? I don't like Dwarven reactors for two reasons. One, they evaporate and are a pain in the ass to manage. Two, they're just way too fucking cheesy, dude. But no, I will never use Dwarven reactors. No thanks. I'm good. Xenomorph EDU? Turns out anything that is an alien-shaped humanoid-ish thing that has a long nose / long neck and looks vaguely like a penis looks like a xenomorph, which is a very common alien design. So then what I need to do is I need to move these back one. That's totally fair. I mean, it's just like the classic, regardless of what I do, I will have to answer the same questions every single time. So I have no idea why that dwarf is missing, but I've got a dwarf that's been missing for a week. So I'm gonna go memorialize it. But yeah, my main problem with Dwarven reactors, the actual main problem that I have with them, and the reason I just straight up, I used to use them sparingly in older versions, but I find in this version, for whatever reason or another, they randomly just evaporate. And I kind of have no real reason as to why, so I just kind of don't bother, because I just find them to be tedious to have to go and refill them constantly. If you're going to generate a new world right now, update to the experimental branch first. Because the experimental branch has redone or changed a bunch of things about how... okay, hold on. About how goblins generate. Makes them better, basically. Yeah, so that's something I would say. Also, if you haven't played since the very first version of Premium, you're gonna be impressed by the frame rate. The frame rate's kind of incredible. Like, actually. Game runs literally 200% better on most systems now. Also, speaking of something, I have more crimes to convict. You go beat criminal. This will be not your first time beating somebody. Although, actually, seriously, how many? Okay, well, we have plenty of chains, so you just like beating people, I guess. Maybe it was the soundtrack giving you anxiety? Eh. The world is still just as scary. Still just punching. Did that increase your kill count? Nope, not yet. Goes back to archery practice. What a dwarf. You mean like it's playable at high resolutions? Doesn't just work better, it's actually playable. All right, what was I doing? I was doing a thing. All right, back up here. No reason to waste extra blocks if I don't need to. Wrong video game, Silver Crow. This is Dwarf Fortress. I mean, we have our own cultural repostable things here too. You know, praise Armok. There's other games that have dwarves in them aside from Deep Rock Galactic. And Deep Rock Galactic makes me painfully motion sick. Whereas Dwarf Fortress doesn't. So, like I said, wrong game. Maybe you were learning the game for the first time, so the game was mysterious and strange because you were learning the game for the first time. That's just my theory. I could be completely wrong. But my theory is that you were learning the game for the first time, so everything seemed darker and stranger because you were still learning the rules of the game. Porcelain, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. Yeah, that's also possible. And also because, you know, you're based entirely in your imagination and not the kind of whimsical pixel art. There's also that. But I know at least for some things, I've seen people say stuff along the lines of like, when I was first learning this game, it seemed a lot darker than it ended up being and stuff like that. I think it's because like the world of Dwarf Fortress actually isn't that dark. I mean, it's pretty whimsical with some like kind of dark themes, I guess. But, like, it's no Warhammer Fantasy or anything, you know? Like, it's certainly not grimdark. Okay. Let's do that. So otherwise dwarves are going to get stuck. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's do this. Like, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is honestly, chat, you guys can tell me if you think this is a good or a bad kind of analog description of Dwarf Fortress. I would say Dwarf Fortress and Dwarf Fortress's world is pretty close to Brothers Grimm. You know what I mean? Like, on the surface, it's super whimsical and it's pretty bright and colorful, but the second you look underneath the hood a little bit, it gets kind of dark, and then suddenly it gets really dark, and then it gets really dark. Also, I see your post on the other platform now, Mr. Sluggo. I do look at the YouTube chat. I just only look at it like every 30 minutes or so because it's a lot quieter over there. Which is also partially because I don't look at it so often, but kind of like lurker chat in a way. And to answer that question from a while ago, yes, I'm doing all right today. You know, like, because in Brothers Grimm you have like witch makes house out of candy and then eats the kids, right? Or tries to eat the kids. You know, like you have happy-go-lucky elves in the forest that then eat the like dwarves or eat the things that they kill after battle. You have humans that, you know, tame elephants and have giant animals, but then like, you know, put heads on spikes and have slavery and stuff. Bad stuff just happens to people. Bad stuff just happening to people is like one of my favorite parts about that kind of fantasy. Oops. Still waiting on this. I need these stairs. I just bought the game and you've started to watch my videos and you really enjoy the way I show the game. Well, cheers. Any advice before starting a first fortress? Don't think about it too hard. You will fail. And know that you can start a new fortress in the same world if you want to keep living in the same world once you get attached to it. And failure is part of the game to the point where eventually you will plan for it. There you go, you grab that block and you go there. Plop that down there. Like, new players to Dwarf Fortress fear failure. Experienced players of Dwarf Fortress plan accordingly and try and make it the most dramatic failure they've ever experienced. Yeah, learn by failing is probably like one of the most like consistently important things about this game. Yeah, I think that's going to be where we're going to put power. Oops, that's not where I wanted that. I wanted that one further down. I guess I need some iron chains. Like 10. Okay, so now that I'm done that, let's go down to here. Let's go track. Oh, and all dwarves actually need are beds, booze, and some form of food. That's it. Everything else is kind of optional. Kind of screwed this up a lot, but So you go up and turn up and turn. Okay, that's where I screwed up. Because I can't turn on hills, so you go here, and then you turn, then you go up. This needs to get fixed. All right, well, we'll wait until they build this. Is this structure for moving lava? Yes and yes to both questions. It is in fact for moving lava, and it is in fact a trap. You know about version 47? There is adventure mode, but it's not the experience the update's gonna be. Are you asking me about this? Version 47.05 is like just the last major update branch, basically. It's like the difference between pre and post a World of Warcraft expansion. But largely it's going to be the same experience. The difference is largely it's going to be the same experience. The main difference is that it's going to, you know, have graphics and a new UI. But it's still this same game. Like, you need to remember that Dwarf Fortress is like 3 games that run in one engine, and the engine being Dwarf Fortress's World Gen. Oh, poor War Grizzly. Snatcher! Praise the children. Praise the children. I mean, hide the children. Stab them to death, dwarves. Oh, and the rest of their friends. Okay, they'll run. We'll deal with that later. By that, I mean the bodies that they're going to leave, because I need to get this done. And I need to test this. You go up, then turn. Up, and then turn. Up, and turn. Up, and turn. Up. This is going to be a pain to make. And turn. Up. And turn. Up. I don't know why this War Grizzly is perpetually fighting with itself. I think it's time to swap this Grizzly out for a different one. Let's plop 2 separate Grizzlies in here, because that Grizzly is just constantly collapsing. Dwarven Caravan has arrived. Combat is mega difficult. I wouldn't describe combat in version 47's adventure mode mega difficult. It requires like wrapping your head around the UI, but that's the exact same problem that every other version had. And what you find frustrating, I think, is interesting mechanically, right? So I think, like, I would disagree with almost everything you just said. And largely, looking at the screenshots of the premium version, it looks pretty much the same, with the exception of it being presented in a graphical interface. Yeah, you have to set the DF hack to the experimental branch. And you'll even get new features that aren't in the normal branch. So yeah, I would have to disagree with basically everything you've just said pretty wholeheartedly, Mr. White. Cheers, Badonk. But yes, new menus will be helpful. I don't agree that the combats make it difficult. Like, you can absolutely fight against mega difficult enemies, but that doesn't make the act of actually taking part in the combat difficult. And I think a lot of the tedium from adventure mode is just like lack of clarity. Also, I think another issue that makes made a lot of people bounce off in the end previously was like just lack of direction. So I'm really, really curious to see what I'm really curious about that whole demigod change that they're making, where they're like making demigods actual demigods. Hey, Joker, what's up? We'll see you when we see you, Noel, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be on tomorrow, normal time. But I'm really curious to see what the actual, like, demigod stuff is, because that's, like, the, I guess, big change, if you will. And that is kind of exciting to me. I keep forgetting to unpause. What is wrong with me? Okay, so another thing I think I'm going to do, actually, is I'm just going to dig a little walkway over here. Because you're going to have to go up here. You are going to have to go up here. And you're going to go up right there. I mean, when are we not talking about adventure mode, right? It's the next major thing that's happening in the Dwarf Fortress, like, panopticon? I don't know, like, world? Universe? It's like the next major change. So, it's like one of the most common topics of discussion, shall you, if you will. Okay, so how come you work up to here, but then stop? No, it works. I just have to do it a couple layers at a time. I get it. And now I'm lost. Oh. Huh. How did I manage that? Well then. Oh, because I dug up instead of down. Well, all right then. Screwed that up pretty good. That area's getting constructed slowly. And now the last little bit of this. There you go. Well, that should work, hopefully. And then we can get rid of these and then connect you there. When's my next Future of the Fortress video? Are the Bay 12 forums up yet?
Danae Gold.
No. Future, the Bay 12 forums are in fact up. So it's a matter of when Tarn posts them. Has Tarn posted them yet? I was gonna say when Tarn posts them, because they hadn't gotten posted yet, at least to my knowledge. Oh, apparently they have been posted. Well, I wasn't able to do them until the forums came back up, but it looks like the forums are back up now. So when I make it. Also, there's a lot of multi-parters in this. Maybe tonight? I don't know. Phineas, thank you very much for the 45th month. Welcome back. Xylium wants you to post beers, chat. So, Afroman, when I make it. It's the proper answer to that question. Also, we're in an ad break, apparently, so I will wait. Happy to help, Lizardbird, over on YouTube chat. But yeah, I was literally just waiting for Tarn to post them. Also, looking at that vanilla world map, that is something. So these were a bunch of screenshots posted quite a good chunk of time ago by Xylium, which I completely forgot to check. This is a vanilla embark. That is gonna end quickly, I guess. Because it's just like a wall of water, or lava, not water. How? I don't know. I mean, this is like, get to the high ground, the fort. Looks like an eruption. That's what's happening. And those don't exist? Exactly. Exactly. It's like, they described it as three like lakes on the surface that immediately began erupting upon embark. No, it wasn't a reclaim. It was just an embark. If it was a reclaim, I'd be like, ah, well, there's your problem. But no, supposedly it wasn't a reclaim. This is going to be the annoying part to build this. This is going to be the annoying bit. Everything up until this point has been child's play. Need rock mechanisms. Doesn't matter what they are as long as they're lava safe. We need a lot of them. Might just go mine out some more obsidian. Now we'll just go get Gabbro. We'll go get Gabbro. Make it work. Andesite, nice. Obsidian. You know what? Never mind. We'll use obsidian. Obsidian's all the way the heck up here and much closer. Watch me, like, accidentally dig into the caverns again. I'm also curious about how many extra beds I need. Well, we got a decent number of... I was going to say we have a decent number of unclaimed beds. That's not true. We have almost no unclaimed beds. We're also out of beds. Out of everything! Never even seen a bed before. Alright, let's let you guys just do your thing while we go back up to the instruction site or the UV over here. How's this Forgotten Beast doing kills-wise so far? 10? Okay. Well, it killed another Forgotten Beast. So, maybe it's finally met its match? I guess not. And it's fought its way off the map now. Elven? No, those are Cavern Invaders. It's Forgotten Beast that's dueling with Cavern Invaders. That cavern is sealed off, so they can't get to me. We did that in the last fort, fought them off. Not this time. It sounds way scarier than it actually is, I guess. What is bed? That is bed. Bed is place where I sleep. Okay, so now I'm gonna use gear assemblies. Let's see how many we have. 18. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, sweet. So this will be much easier for these guys over here. Let's use diorite for the end, for the top here. And quartzite. One of them will be a slightly different color, but it's fine. Oops, nope, that's not what I wanted to do with you. You are going to stop right there and be in line with this one. Go that way. In fact, I can just mimic you. Yep. This bottom one can get deleted. And then you can go here. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I'm just going to see if I can speed this digging process up. Which I'm probably going to regret, because usually when I try and speed anything up in Dwarf Fortress, I just end up screwing it up, but we'll see. Although actually, like I said, I literally already screwed it up. Okay, so up, corner, up, corner, up. This needs a wall piece right there. It's a little bit annoying. You go up, 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 up. I did screw it up, but it's fine. Interesting. All right, Mr. White, you have a good night. Sleep well. It's going to be a lot of construction to get done here. Okay, so now that these are all done, go about doing this. So speed for these are going to slow down pretty considerably. I need access to them to do that. I need somewhere to stand. Why do they need somewhere to stand? Let's just get the the stuff down here first done. That's not the tool I wanted. There we go. I need to make sure it's iron chains, because if it's anything aside from iron chains, then this won't be lava safe and this won't work. I also need 4 mechanisms. Catapults didn't work. Nope. Nope, very ineffective. About as ineffective as I kind of unfortunately suspected they would be, but somehow worse. So, yeah, having to go about this a very different way, which, you know, sucks because I didn't want to do it that way, but makes sense because, well, you know, I had to go about doing it this way. Also, I'm going to need to move this stairwell because this stairwell is going to be very dangerous. Like, very dangerous. Like, extremely dangerous. Like very, very, very dangerous. Like, you will die if you stand here to levels of dangerous. Because this is going to send lava mist spraying everywhere every time the minecarts fall down. Yep. Well, even that, like, they tanked the boulders and they, like, didn't even take damage from the boulders when they tanked the boulders. So it's like, not only did they tank the boulders and then, like, didn't even get, like, try and get out of the way, which is like, come on, really? Not even gonna try? All right, well, let's get rid of this and let's get rid of this and remake this over here. Let's also put a wall over here. And by that, I mean deconstruct that. I should try and mirror this, shouldn't I? This is the problem with this setup right now. I'm gonna have to do something extraordinarily annoying. I think so, Talon. I haven't seen them die. Yep, you're still alive. Still Dwarfing. So because I screwed up this, I kinda... Actually, you know what? We'll do it this way. This is probably really hard to watch for new players, too. Because what I'm doing is not even remotely straightforward looking, visually. There you go. So you're going to dig down to there. You're going to go up here. And that should just connect. Should. Meaning you right here should just go all the way down. What in the world did I do? I don't even think I traded with the mountain home. I'm pretty sure I just missed trading. Nope, that worked. As I needed it to. Any unnamed woodcutters? No, but I can name one. Which one do you want? I could give any of these an axe. Yeah, I've seen that one before, and I have no idea how you'd actually, like, pull that off. Like, genuinely, I have no idea how you'd pull off everlasting peace in the world. A devilish potato is lonely after being away from family for too long, content after sleeping in a very good bedroom. You have modest quarters, and always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world, and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, is quick to anger, and doesn't focus on material goods. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Isn't given to flights of fancy, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He can handle stress, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and his hands move frantically when he's trying to remember something. And he will often touch others when greeting them. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds leisure time wasteful. You do have no family, but you have tons of friends in the fort, actually. And you're a member of the denomination of Glitter, which is the most popular religion in the fort. The only one that has a full temple complex. Welcome to the fort. You're going to go read for a little bit. You're reading The Monastery Explained, which is a 64-page guide entitled The Monastery Explained, authored by Civ. It concerns the monastery bird trammeled, and overall, the prose is amateurish at best. Gazoom, subscribe to Tier 2 for 3 months. On a 3-month streak. Thank you very much, Gazoom. Appreciate you, mate. Really does mean a lot. Thank you so much for continuing to, support the channel. I completely forgot about all of this nonsense. I need to actually do that at some point. That's going to, at some point, be my drainage for this thing. It's connected to that. Oh, geez. I need to cut some quartzite blocks. Last time I left lurking, there was Goblinite in the stairwell. Yeah, we did in fact survive. We did lose about a dozen dwarves or so, but including the mayor, which was a bit of a shame, but okay, so let's go here, up, up, up. These look so confusing until they have the tracks on them. Whoa, wrong spot. Let's just go to the bottom. Oops, there, not there. I beg my, what? What have I done? Okay. This is why I decided to, like, fix this mess. How the hell have I managed this? I've, like, completely destroyed all of this. What? Okay, so you are doing your job. I mean, okay, I can just roll with this, but why don't I instead go to right here? Up, right there, up, right there, up. Oh, I see where I screwed up. let's just stop all of this and just get this side done first. Also, who needs a chair? Presme the bookkeeper does. When did I take away your chair? What? Oh, I know what happened. You got demoted. Can make this into a tiny little office. You need blueprints. The number of times people have asked me how to use the blueprint tool, and it's like, it's not a blueprint tool. It's a planning tool. It's called planning for a reason. The icon just looks like a blueprint. I feel like it doesn't matter how good the function is if... What? Presme, have you gone insane or something? I guess so. Well, I will just replace you with somebody else then. Dastot, congratulations, you now have Presme's job. Because I couldn't assign you to this. I can't type anymore. Slate. And slate. Mental blueprint of what you're doing. Oh. As in, like, you want to know what I'm doing? Or as in, like, you need that feature for yourself? But yeah, it is actually I will say the blueprinting or the planning tool is a little bit deceptive for new players. Because it looks like it should do something and it does something completely different instead. Let's just use Hornblende. Can always change the color of these later. Okay, so flat, flat, flat. God damn, that's confusing. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. There we go. I've now finally got it. I was debating myself with... So, the reason there is, like, the center of these are channeled out is because I need to transfer power down, right? So, I've been setting these to be channeled, right? So that I can transfer power down. The problem is, I was looking at the power transfer spot and being like, oh yeah, no, naturally, like, that should be where I dig in. No, that's not where I dig into. I don't dig the power spot out this time, otherwise I'm gonna script the whole layout of this. And so I was making the whole thing go wildly off center because I was looking at that and using it as a guide when I wasn't supposed to be. Regardless, got it. Finally. Now there's one other issue that I'm about to run into. And that is, how do I stop these from derailing? Guess keep it minimum speed right at the top here. Let's also just like extend that by 1. I guess that's all I can really do there. And then these need to have power going all the way up. And then you right here, you can go, whoops. Go here. Oops. Hopefully this is entertaining to watch. I can never tell if like me doing not really, I mean, tedious is the wrong word, but me doing fiddly constructions, I feel like I'm always terrified that chat's just bored beyond all reason. If you guys are bored of watching me construct stuff like this, just holler and I'll go do something else for a bit. I'm also not 1,000% certain that I'm going to be able to make these go up vertically like this, but I would like to try. Like, I'm not 100% certain that this is even going to work. Which I guess kind of the beauty of it, right? Because you never even try. Well, that's fair. So we need power. We need power, and we need to get power from somewhere high up, probably. So we're going to go all the way up to here. Also, speaking of things I haven't tested yet, I haven't checked if this map even has wind power. So maybe I should do that. Let's just go windmill, plop. See if it works. You won't look it up when you're trying to build. So you just like try and memorize what I do and then play it for memory, essentially. I mean, I respect it. Can I put these on a ramp? I don't think I can. Let's see. Pressure plate. Yeah. Kinda haven't given myself enough leeway here. Actually, no. I've given myself enough leeway. I'm just gonna have to start the carts elsewhere. Like, I'm gonna have to start the carts right here, I think. You spend your time reading / watching a video while doing it, you want the benefit of failing miserably. Yeah, I mean, how many games can you talk about failing miserably as a benefit? What am I doing right now? All right, chat, let's make this a collaborative effort. What exactly am I doing right now? Is it more difficult to build an underground lava transport system? I'm assuming Silver Crow's in an ad break right now. Want a tip? Don't dig great. The only tips I accept, Xerox, is money. Tips about how to play the video game is the last thing I want. Unless you're talking to chat, in which case, by all means. So, to kind of elaborate, what I'm doing has nothing to do about ease of construction. Is it easier to just dump lava on things? Absolutely. Is it easier to just use drawbridges to drop things into lava? Absolutely. Is it easier to just pour lava on things? Absolutely. Is it easier to just build a bunch of soldiers and tell them to stand in a thin tunnel and stab things to death? Absolutely. Is it easier to just lock a bunch of goblins in a long hallway and crush them with a drawbridge? Absolutely. But that's boring. because I've done that a million times. So what I'm doing is an extraordinarily over-engineered, extremely elaborate, completely pointless construction. Why? Because it's entertaining. And that is the entire reason why. So to answer the, isn't it easier to just do it this way? Yes, 1000% it is guaranteed to be easier to do it some other way. I'm not gonna do it that way though, because where's the fun in that? The point of constructions like this is to have the most goddamn over-engineered thing possible. And if you've ever heard like the Dwarf Fortress community reference, Dwarven engineering, that's kind of what we're trying to do. We're trying to live up to the good dwarven gods and the good engineers of, you know, dwarf kind to impress Armok with my, I don't know, absurd over-engineered constructions. And that's it. So is there an easier way to do this? Oh, absolutely. Should you do it this way? Probably not. Because like once it's done, this is going to be a very indirect, not necessarily guaranteed to be effective way of killing things. But it's entertaining. So that's the most important box it needs to check for me. I'm gonna get this staircase rebuilt here. And there you go. Once I've done that, I'm going to go build that Planters Guild. But first, because it's 5 p.m. and I've been streaming for 9 hours, Jesus Christ, I'm going to go grab lunch. And then I think we'll probably aim for 10 hours, and then I'll see if I can make a Future of the Fortress video for tonight. Or for tomorrow morning. How was my weekend? It was good. I went to the island, did some stuff. Had some fun. Drank a lot. Didn't get arrested for public alcoholism, which is good. Bought a bottle of gin. Man, you know, it's good. I ate at the same restaurant 3 times in one day. 4 times over in 24 hours. I went to a bar that I like going to that has $5 1-ounce pours of like bourbon that is normally like a $25 pour at any other restaurant. So, you know, good stuff. Late lunch. I never specified that it was on time. One can eat lunch late. The Forest Titan Gassin Sangalel Sodal Laxman has come. A huge hairy viper. It has a knobby shell, and it moves deliberately. Its eyes glow blue, and its golden raw hair is patchy. Beware its poison bite. Well, the poison bite checks out, and also Raging Cave is making an artifact, and there's a ghost in the fort. Well, this game's never boring. Rovod. Did I engrave your thing yet? Yes, I did. So I need to place it. Well, there we go. All right, chat. Place your bets on the number of casualties. We're gonna fight this thing. I'm gonna go get like my food first. BRB. Call it a cliffhanger, I guess. Entertain yourselves. I'll be back in a sec.
Bring out your dead!
Over here, he has a sword!
Cheese for everyone!
Primeval's up, you
Nani?
Nuclear vessel.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Bark, 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 bark.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Ah! Blah, 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 blah. Were you entertained? Are they working, Big Bang? Because if they are not, let me know. I'll fix them. But they should be. The bot wasn't scolding you, so that's a good sign.
Seared broccoli. I went on a trip this weekend and I don't really have much in the way of groceries, so I'm just kind of eating what I got.
Actually, more specifically, seared broccoli stem,
Sandwich!
which didn't make it into my dinner last night. I am a proud supporter of the whatever the fuck sandwich, which is the whatever the fuck's in the fridge sandwich. All right, well, at least you have a silver spear. That's an improvement. Where are you going? Oh, you're going to go pick up equipment? That doesn't seem wise. Well, here comes the Balrog thingy. Who's shaken to the core. Why? As a flying iron bolt struck you in the body, tearing the muscle. Well, more bolts. I'm getting puckered with holes. Udil runs past. The flying Yakbone bolt strikes the forest titan in the shell, but the attack glances away. Well, it seems to be kind of terrified off at a distance, and then the very brave Volbok decides to, decides that since he's used up all of his ammunition, he's gonna charge in instead of, staying back, which is probably not too wise, although the creature is bleeding pretty badly. We also have Klosoth, who's assisting as well. They're fighting in melee range, and I just saw a shell go flying. I don't know where that landed, but I did see it go flying. The creature is still shaken and continuing to fight. It's bleeding heavily, with the Marks dwarves just up north of it. The child, Zephon, real quickly had to go grab that bolt because he's a brave little son of a dwarf. And then that right there is the shell that went flying. The creature's bleeding heavily still. The melee dwarves are now in combat range with it. It is pale, and they have killed it. Freeways, you are alive, yes. Okay? Freeways. You demanded a dwarf at the beginning, and you have not died yet. So thus, you are, by logic, alive. God damn it. I wanted to butcher that. Dwarves suspended the construction of the windmill. Why? Don't suspend that. Just because there's a titan walking around doesn't mean you get to stop working. So what is this madness? God, these dwarves think they get a break. My 3-month sub anniversary? Well, thank you for the 3rd month. I mean, there was one time on stream, Control, I was eating a cheese, Granny Smith apple, fried onion, avocado sandwich. It's pretty good. All it needed was like some spinach or something. I could have just called it a power salad sandwich. Did your new dwarf survive the last siege? Nobody died in the last siege that was named. That wasn't Darius or the mayor, so yes. It's like only Darius and the mayor died in the last siege, so yeah, you're good. Okay, now that's a little bit hard for me to imagine. A salad with no lettuce. Considering, like, I grow my own lettuce, it's really hard for me to imagine eating a salad without lettuce, because I just always have, like, virtually unlimited amounts of free lettuce. And it's, like, everywhere all the time, so... I have to keep very close eye. Make sure that other forgotten beast doesn't work its way in here. So I have to go down here and chop these down, chop that down. I need this extra wood. There goes Devilish. I'm gonna wait for all this stuff to get taken away. Yeah, I don't even have a hydroponics tent. I literally just have some grow lights. Hydroponics is like more advanced than what the stuff I'm using. All right. Let's just do this. Well, honestly, that tree and that tree are both blocking this already. So as long as I don't chop those two trees down, I should be able to just get those gems out of there. Because the lights are bothering your partner. I mean, the lights are real bad for your eyes. Like, you shouldn't be looking into those lights at all, ever, really. Raging Cave has claimed this craft store shop and has a native aluminum and a bunch of tourmalines. Quarry, what else do you need? Stacked cloth. A lot of stacked cloth. Rough gems, a quarry. Leather. Glass and burning wood. Skeletons. Okay, well. Let's see, do I have the stuff to make raw glass right now? Nope. Do I have the stuff to make pearl ash right now? No. Do I have ash at the very least? Okay. At least I got step 1 done. Do I have a favorite type of pasta? Pasta that is currently in my mouth is my favorite type of pasta. I don't discriminate between types of pasta. All pasta is perfect in its own way. I have a least favorite type of pasta, and that's anything that comes in a box or like pre-cooked in some way, or like that comes with powder that you're supposed to put on it to make it taste like edible. Because it's not. It's tricking your brain with salt and carbs. That's my take on pasta. Do you have a favorite type of pasta? You're kind of eating like me, as in like just random whatever sandwich. Honestly, the only reason I eat so many sandwiches is because of the fact that I stream full time and I need like quick meals in the middle of the day that I can just grab really fast. It's like for the same reason a lot of people who commute eat sandwiches is like, well, if I take a lunch break that is longer than like a minute and a half, significantly less people tune into my streams, or like significantly larger numbers of people tune out. Like it's kind of amazing actually how quick the drop off is. All you have to do really is just like stop talking for a couple of minutes and you lose a huge portion. At least I do. Pasta BLT. As in like on a sandwich? Or did you make pasta with bacon, lettuce, and tomato? Ah, I gotcha. Yeah. I feel like I should just make a bunch of pearl ash. To just have this stuff on tap for when I need it. Also, unrelated, is pearl ash used for anything else in Dwarf Fortress? Or is it just clear glass? Because that's the only thing I think I ever use it for. Aside from, like, I think fertilizer? I mean, have you never, like, cooked lettuce in... I mean, I'll tell you this. Lettuce goes in almost everything I make. But it's like spinach. But I also don't have any issue with weird food textures, so. It is fertilizer? No, well, okay. Actually, allow me to elaborate the question a little bit. Is it used for any other crafting recipes? Like in the same way that it's used for clear glass? Let's go get sand first. Just glass? Well then. Also, it appears that I need to queue up some more collect sand jobs because... Yeah, we're... Yeah, well, the real world isn't Dwarf Fort. This is a well-known factoid. What? Am I out of bags? I doubt that. They're all right there. Also not in the burrow. Actually, I have a suspicion here. Servish cancels store-owned item, reason 2 injured. You have no ability to grasp or something? Oh, I was gonna say you're not even injured. Then where's Servish? Okay, well. Like, literally, there is a... Okay, hold on. Let's just do this. Forbid and unforbid this. Cancel that. Cancel these two. Clear. Raw. Do it. Yeah, no, it's Pearl Ash is a weird thing that you probably would never know about if you didn't play Dwarf Fort or didn't have to deal with it in real life for some reason. All right, there you go. Finally. Hallelujah. Bang. Got it. So now you probably need a dead animal because I think you need bones still. Slaughter a grizzly. Oh, I'm sure. And that's like the whole point of food, right? If it's delicious to you, then who cares? Which is why I will forever, for the rest of my life, be confused, perplexed, and mildly disappointed in people who meme about how much they hate pineapple on pizza. Or just like food gatekeeping in general. It's like, how dare you gatekeep food? All right, chat. Do you guys want me to tentatively announce something? I think Tarn's coming on the stream on the 14th.
Woo!
So start thinking up questions, chat room. Which is also good, because I have to end early that day. So I don't have to feel as bad about ending early. Because I can just end the interview and then be like, all right, guys, I got to go vote in Strata. Bye. Assuming my landlord lets me. Still waiting on the proper response. I never noticed this until recently. Like, it's stating how much of the pigtail cloth was left. And I also didn't realize that they didn't use the entirety of a piece of cloth to, like, mend a mood. Or mend a wound. So you have pigtail cloth, cave spider silk cloth, marble, grizzly bear bone, raw glass, raw clear glass, water buffalo bone, water buffalo, leather, native aluminum, and 3 clear tourmalines. I think that's going to be a very expensive artifact. And it's a gem setter. Speaking of, I'm just going to select a random dwarf. You've got decent clothes. How about you? You've got decent clothes. How about you? You've got decent clothes. How about you? Stumbling around obliviously. How about you? Okay, I think we are good on clothes for a wee bit. And then here... Oh. Duh. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm confusing myself with this shit right now. So, chat, if you guys are confused by what I'm building, don't worry, me too. Like, very much so, in fact. Think that? Okay, actually, I could just do it this way. I could just do it this way. This would look better and be easier on me. Might be a large gem. That would be a really large gem, because there'd be a lot in that gem. Okay, so I can actually cancel this. So this layer is going to be where I actually worry about stuff. And these are going to be how I transfer power everywhere. Assuming there is power on this map. Yes, there is. Okay. So that's good news. The emotion is confused. You know, that's a very good way to describe a lot about this fort right now. Also, Mayor Gremlin, this might sound like a strange question. Are you one of Diamond's alts? Or are you a unique person who has the name Mayor Gremlin? It's actually a Tourmaline animal trap. You're a unique YouTuber who finally made a Twitch name. Got you. Well, you just probably sniped one of Diamond's possible desired accounts, but well done. Raging Cave, the gem setter, has created Iden Isan, a clear Tourmaline animal trap. A YouTube viewer. Okay, fair enough. Well, cheers. Thanks for tuning in. And offers it to the living fire. What's funny is this is not the first. This is actually the second animal trap I've had. And I guess they're trying to tell me they really want me to do stuff with it, but this is a clear Tourmaline animal trap. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with huge buffalo with water buffalo leather and encircled with bands of rose-cut clear tourmalines and cushioned native aluminum cabochons. And grizzly bear bone and cave spider silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and menaces with spikes. I lost my spot. Menaces with spikes of clear glass and marble. On the item is an image of 2 forgotten beasts. We forgot both of them. And in clear tourmaline. So I need to make that. I need to make this. Oh God, I have to. Actually, I also have to upgrade a guild. I have to make a guild hall and upgrade a guild hall. So let's just pause and do that next little bit. To attract magpies. This is true. They are magpie traps. Very much so. They're shiny. Definitely magpie trap. I'm in 100% agreement with you here. And they're both made of gems. One of them's clear tourmaline and the other one's amethyst. Which is just kind of funny. So I'm waiting for it to pop up on there and then I can lock this. Yeah, because Diamond has that account. That is Diamond's alt, Gremlin for Mayor. What are the railways going to be used for? An extraordinarily over-engineered cannon. But since I am in an ad break at this exact moment... This is going to be for a Planters Guild. And the other guild I need to do is upgrade the jewelers. Which is... that's the gem setter. This one. I just deleted it. Good at this. I'm good at this game, chat. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Anybody telling you I'm not good at this game is lying to you. I am very good at this game. Definitely. I never clicked the wrong button. What in the world was it called? Yeah, that was it. Okay, so now that I've done that, And now that I've done that, let's go, I don't know, figure out what kind of furniture I have lying around. Let's say... sometimes at the wrong times. This is very true, actually. Maybe the most accurate way to depict my stream. A stream about pushing buttons, sometimes at the right time. Can neither confirm nor deny how consistently I hit them at the right time, though. Let's just do this. Let's get a display put in, and let's just put some figurines on these displays, or maybe just large gems, even. Or some rings, maybe? Some earrings, possibly? There we go, like this aluminum earring right here. Maybe perhaps an anvil? That's encrusted with stuff? There we go. Maybe perhaps a scepter? Maybe perhaps a figurine? Perhaps maybe... Let's put this fancy iron short sword here. So these are all stuck with things assigned to them. Let's go and throw in another one of these. Put a large gem on it if possible. What's it a figurine of? It is... let's see. A masterful... it's an image of Kavish. On the items in green glass, Kavish is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Kavish to the position of Baron of the Veiled Halls. So it's a figurine of an old Baron from times long past. And then this can be large gem, assuming I have some. I do. They're both named, and neither of them are in here. So you know what? I'm going to go pull this lever. We're going to move this... the value of you? Yeah, we'll move this large gem to down here. Just to sort this out. Can't pull that lever again. That should satisfy you. Which I should get the notice for in a moment. There we go. So that is satisfied. And then the other part that I need to satisfy is up here. This is going to be the Planters Guild, which I'm going to accept now. Because if I don't, then they are going to be like bah, 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 in a second because I haven't, you know, done it yet. This right here is going to get accepted. Planters Guild. So let's go Guild Hall. Planters. Where is Planters? Somewhere under farming. There it is. So what's the value of you right now? Nothing. Great. Yeah, I'll find it. Just remember, Talon, and part of the reason I don't allow backseating in this channel is because I'll find it. Just give me time. And so by the time I look over at chat, usually I've already found it. I'd rather find it and then look at chat when I'm done and then just kind of keep going rather than giving up immediately and then asking chat, which is what I would do if I allowed you guys to really do that. Because I know I'll find it eventually. It's just like, bear with me for a second. Is front seating not allowed? I'm front seat. Thank you very much. Y'all are in the trunk or the back seat, depending on where you fit better. Getting devilish potatoes in like a little tiny planter on the dashboard. That or you're just that potato meme going, "Where's the dirt?" I call a shotgun. Isn't that the mod's job? Sentient, devilish, and you know the rest of the patats. I do have to say, I love how much the Gremlin for Mayor inside joke from this stream, which was an inside joke from this stream a couple of years ago, has slowly morphed into like something that I see popping up with no context in the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. Like it's extended that far. It's kind of nice. It's like the only meme that like my tiny portion of the community has like successfully created. Potatoes are unionizing? Somebody has to. Why not them? Probably for the best.
He has a sword.
Prove it. You cannot prove that I do or do not, in fact, have sword. All right. That should hopefully satisfy this. Tis a very small guild hall, but hey. Not the fanciest that I've made, but it'll deal. It'll do. Because somebody else has a sword. Oh, wow. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Chat room, I need you guys to do me a favor. What was the name of that dwarf that was like a sociopathic crazy dwarf? Isn't it the dwarf I put in the library? Was it Geotrack? I think it was Geotrack. Oh, jeez. I need to unstation my military. Yes, this one. So this dwarf is quite literally a goblin. Was quite literally a goblin. I see an opportunity, chat. Should I make Geotrack hopefully get one step closer to completing his goal? In which case, the first half of the statement is true, or you do not. In which case, the second half is true. Therefore, you do, you have or do not have a sword. Thank you, Zach, for your very helpful addition. So this dwarf was kidnapped by goblins and thus has a goblin outlook on life. And is kind of a crazy dwarf for that reason. So I think that, okay, hold on. Just let me extend the length of your name so you're easier to spot. There you are. Geotrack. The necromancer is dead, Napalm. And I'm actually going to ask for wood. Believe it or not, I'm getting kind of low. Yeah, the necromancer died in the last fight. But who's to say that this dwarf won't become a necromancer? They do dream of ruling the world, after all. They're also bored after leading an unexciting life for too long. All right. Let's get back to this monstrosity. Yeah, the undead late baby dead's on. Yeah. The undead baby's still dead. Is the status of the undead baby. I'm kind of surprised nobody's claimed that dwarf yet as the dwarf to be, because it's like, who wouldn't want to be an undead baby? I mean, like an immortal baby? Come on, you get to stay young forever. Like a steel. Who doesn't want that opportunity? Okay, so let's go here. Go to there. Here. Go to there. And here. Go to there. This, ideally, assuming I've done everything correctly, should make this whole thing work. Should. Let's get those ramps gone first. Wow, did I not get that done? Oh, I see what happened here. It's mildly annoying. And I still need some more iron chains, of all things. Although I think I'm out of iron. I don't really want to melt too much stuff down. But I am certainly running low on stuff. I'm just gonna melt down all these iron chain leggings and just jump up here. And just be all like, melt a goddamn metal object. Because I'm running out of iron. There is almost no iron on this map, so. Sweet, we got those done. So now I have Geotrack, who actually is satisfied with his bedroom, which is kind of crazy. Geotrack is somehow satisfied by his bedroom. And I need a mayor's office. Well, not a mayor's office. I need a baron's office. It's a bit bigger than a mayor's office. The question is, where in the hell do I put it? You know, Baron office, go right here. What do you think? Does this seem like a good place for Baron? Seem like pretty good. This seemed like pretty okay place for Baron to me. I think we'll do something like that. Yeah, that'll do. Seems rather barren. Huh? You know, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think that the Baron's gonna be able to Baron these jokes. And that can go up to dining quarters. I mean, you know, you did it to yourself, so I think it's legit. I'm also, like, kind of tempted to give them a, you know... I'm going to give this Baron an intimidation tactic. And by that, I mean, I'm going to give them a lava flow into their... into the middle of this. Ashamed? Not really ashamed of anything. I mean, maybe advanced world gen? But I wouldn't say I'm ashamed. It's more I've been too lazy to learn it, and there's no real shame there. It took me about 10 years to learn minecarts. That I'm a little bit ashamed of. Like the fact that I didn't properly learn how to use minecarts until this version of the game. Like I knew all of the theory of how they should work. I just never properly learned them because it was just too much of a pain to actually go through the process of making them work in older versions of the game that I just never bothered. I think that's maybe the most of it. How wounded is that Minder Dwarf? I have no idea. That's a good question. Probably old wounds. And I clicked on the wrong one. This guy, right? Notokasa? I mean, he's got some issues with his lungs, but yeah, just a slight breathing problem. That dwarf was pretty pissed for a while, but they've recovered decently. So that can stay open, and then it's just a matter of channeling this out right here. Maybe actually don't do that right now. Let's hold off until the dwarves are maybe done constructing a little bit more of this. And by that I mean, like, oh shit, magnetite. Just found some magnetite magically. That's wonderful. Very small deposit, but hey, I'm complaining. It's annoying how OP doors are. Yeah, I don't actually know how to like pester Tarn about doors at this point. Because it's like I think everybody just kind of agrees that everybody wants doors to go back to the way they are. But I wonder if it's like a concern that it'll just upset newer players or something. I don't know. They should just do it. They just need to rip the Band-Aid off and de-nerf doors. Or nerf doors, I guess. Not de-nerf. Forgotten Beast, this one has fire. It's called Yugosh Negasash Dig Low Boar, an enormous feathered zebra. Okay. It has short tails and a bloated body. Be aware it's fire. And it's the weirdest looking zebra I've ever seen. Well, that thing's moving. Jesus. That thing is moving. Oh, you're going down to the lower layer. That's mildly terrifying. Lanix, thank you much for the raid. What were you up to today? Zebra's fast? True. I mean, it's not a cheetah. It was just moving like a cheetah. Mods, can I get a shout out for Lanix? So this will flow this way, fill this area up. And then this is going to be, you know, what I would describe as glorious lava feature for the one and only Baron. Tab consolidation time. Good, 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 good. There's a naked child there. I think that means I need to make more clothing. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so let's make cloth glove, silk socks, cloth. Let's do cloth tunics, cloth dress, cloth trousers, leather shoe. And we'll just do 60 of each. Well done. Going online again later tonight, but needing to fulfill some other obligations. It's a weird concept to me, streaming twice in one day. Something I've literally never done. I've done many things in my life. I've never streamed twice in a day. Like, literally never. One of these, once I'm retired from streaming, I think is the year that I will probably play something like the Outer Wilds. That is a game that I feel like I would really hate streaming. As cool as that game looks. Or Outer Worlds, not Outer... Wait. Wait, hold on. Are you talking about the Obsidian RPG, or are you talking about the space game? I can't remember which one's which. The best part ever was when the actual marketing of that game got it wrong. Like, the official Twitter account tweeted the wrong name once. The space game. Is that not the Outer Wilds? Well, they're both space games. But, like, Outer Wilds is the cockpit game, and the other one... Because Outer Wilds is this, and Outer Worlds... Oh, God. Is this one. Okay, so you're playing this one. You're not playing the space game. You're playing the Obsidian RPG. Got it. The bad one. I mean, what? A Helix named Sturvolts has been stir my vaults, baby. Has been founded a day's travel to the northeast, incorporated into your holdings. No, I just don't like that style of RPG. I mean, you're entitled to like what you like. Aren't they both in space? Nah. One of them's in space, the other's on planets. Being based on planets doesn't automatically... Does that mean... Chat room, I have a question. If Outer Wilds is a space game, are we in space right now? No. I mean, I've done streams like the next morning past midnight and after I've slept and stuff, but I don't think I've ever streamed twice in the same day. Not that I remember, anyway. In a technical sense, yeah, well, shut up. I don't need your goddamn technicalities. I'm just saying one of those is a space game. The other one is definitely an on-planet game. They're both sci-fi. Shut up, Curious Maniac. I don't need your specifics. God damn it. You do pretty long streams, though? Most of you do short streams. I'm the normal one here, okay? See you when we see you, Lanix. Cheers, dude. Well, actually, these nuts. Okay, so let's get 2 Slate Thrones. And 2 doors. These Outer Wilds, yes. Okay, so then, by that logic, Outer Wilds is an encompassed by an atmosphere science fiction-based RPG. Whereas the Outer Wilds is a space game. It's almost not possible to do another stream that same day. Well, Rolki, I think is how you say your name? V-R-O-L-K-I, Volki? Volki. No Man's Land. For some reason, calling a game No Man's Land would be one of 2 things. A pretty culturally questionable game about colonialism, or, like, a World War II game. It's one of the 2. I'm still waiting for Hello Games to make another Joe Danger. They'll never make another Joe Danger. Sad times. An Amazonian game. True, my brain didn't go there, but... Okay, so this... will be assigned to our Baron. Baron is happy with the... You know, honestly... I think I will just make this into Baron's bedroom. And then over here, I'm going to size this down a little bit. Maybe like cut out this chunk down to like over here. And then this can be dining hall right there. God damn it. I'm doing all right. And yourself? I don't even know what materials these tables are going to be. Bunch of slate and then like 2 microcline. Okay. You know what? Screw it. Let's just use boulders for the rest of this. Let's just get this done. Instead of me just doing this one at a time. On break at the moment? Hell yeah. Actually, hold on. Let's dig these out one more. Gonna dig them out anyway. Let's actually use obsidian for these walls. Almost never use obsidian, but I think for this particular Baron, we're gonna use obsidian. The thing about tavern rooms is it allows people who are not a member of the fortress to sleep in them. So like human visitors and whatnot. It's generally good to just assign bedrooms as bedrooms. But it doesn't really matter all that much. The only thing is if you assign tavern rooms as bedrooms, then anybody who's in that tavern can go into that bedroom. Basically meaning that like dwarves will just have other dwarves on top of them talking whilst trying to sleep. Or at least that'll happen way more often. There are 94,000 people watching someone play Rainbow Six. You say that like that's out of the ordinary. What was the name of that channel that came out 2 days ago? G something. I mean... You mean the TV channel? I feel like I should know this, but currently brain is blanking. But also, yeah, you say that like that's something even remotely out of the ordinary. I mean, for whatever it's worth, your average, like, what, NHL game has like 500,000 people watching. G4, yeah, that was it. My brain was going to GameSpot, so I was like, GameSpot? GameSpot was kind of TV-like at points, but yeah, I never watched G4. I did watch, like, Attack of the Show and a few other things and thought that they were pretty bad. Remember thinking that Attack of the Show, even for the time, was, like, kind of cringe. It's like, why is this just, like, staring at this lady's tits? Like, what's going on? Was, like, Blockbuster buying Netflix? I don't know. This is one of the most dated commercial or dated discussions I think chat's ever started. They knew their audience? I mean, them failing horribly would say otherwise, but you're old as fuck? No, you're not. What? I have a pretty good idea of how old you are. I can tell you for a fact you ain't old as fuck. You might feel old, but that doesn't make you old. What? Two dwarves just vanished? I wonder. I'm just scanning bedrooms. What are the odds? What are the odds that somebody is dead in a bedroom? Weird. But yeah, unless you are, like in your 70s, you aren't even the oldest person watching this stream at this exact moment. So, calling yourself old is kind of silly. And also, someone who I would describe as old as fuck probably didn't watch G4 because they were already old. So just on principle of this entire statement, I disagree that you are old. Still have your 2 Tamagotchis? And your point is fucking what now? Mate, Tamagotchis are not that old in comparison to what I am referring to as old as fuck. Like, Tamagotchis launched in what year? 1997. Fuck you. Like, so you're describing, like, everybody in, like, their 30s as old as fuck. All right, well, I should ban you on principle now. Because you're calling me, you're calling most of chat. No, I said that that is an odd thing to bring up. Because I'm pretty sure that's, like, the first time terrible media such as G4 has been mentioned in my chat. I'm like, you ain't old. I disagree on principle. I remember seeing G4, like, in movie theaters. Like, I can't even remember what movie I was going to go see, but I remember seeing G4 on screen in a movie theater. So, like, I recall encountering G4, but it was one of those things that died because it wasn't very good. And there was better alternatives out there to it. Got nothing to do with it being particularly old. And also, I don't think that G4 would have survived in a world like Twitch because G4 probably would have been banned from Twitch. And then G4 came back and didn't do an even remotely good job because of poor programming. Like, it was owned by some rando billionaire. Some rando billionaire's kid, rather. And it was an awful product. There was no connectivity between the shows. There was no continuity. There was no reason to watch it. It was presented like a TV show based like series of YouTube channels that were very convoluted and hard to connect together, and they were just not good. Well, you certainly ain't old as fuck. What's my Steam playtime for DF? Let me check. I haven't looked in a couple weeks. It is currently sitting at 1,820.4 hours, and DF Hack is 877 hours. And you know, I understand feeling old. I feel old sometimes. I have chronic pain. I wake up every morning and my knees hurt, my back hurts, my shoulders hurt, and my chest hurts when I breathe. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm not that old. My parents' cat is old as fuck. Stars. I don't know how old your kitty is, but my parents' kitty is 22. Almost 23. Like in a month or something, he'll be 23. That cat's a goddamn fossil. He's ancient history. We're shocked he's alive most days. Okay, so let's get these two dwarves memorialized. I have no idea what happened to them, but... I'm kind of assuming they got swallowed up by lava somehow, but... Or stuck somewhere. We'll probably find their bodies in a couple of years. No, he's just like immortal. That cat was supposed to die at age 3. At age 3, he got his back broken, both of his back legs shattered, his front left leg fully dislocated, and his front left leg mangled. And his chunk of his tail was missing. I was at 3 years old. So he's proceeded to live for another 19 years. Good question. What a pleasant surprise! Not a single tree here weeps from the abuses meted out with such ease by your people. Joy! The dwarves have turned a page. Not that we would make paper. A travesty, perhaps. It is better said that the dwarves have turned over a new leaf. And springtime for our two races has only just begun. Well then. Oh my god. Chat room, I think this is getting darker. So, I've never seen this happen before. But the undead baby dwarf has sunk into depression. So it's haggard. Now mom is stuck in an infinite loop of trying to pick up her infant, and she can't. And there's supposedly a combat log. Well, she was able to pick it back up. Because baby snapped out of the depression. So if you have an undead baby in Dwarf Fortress and your baby gets depressed or haggard and starts stumbling around, then mom just gets stuck trying to help it. Wow. Yeah, we have an undead baby. And I'm clipping that. Just to have as a short later. Babies can get haggard? Yes. Yes, they can. I don't think that mom's gonna make it. That's the sad bit. What type of blocks do I want to do? Let's just try and use marble. That undead one is. Because it's undead, so it's never going to reach adulthood because it's undead. Also, yes, I'm aware that I'm just using marble boulders when I should just be using blocks, but yeah, no, absolutely. They do not age up. Once they are undead, they remain the same age forever. Although, ironically, ghosts do age and will die of old age. They will cease to exist when they die of old age. Which is kind of a weird, unintended mechanic, which is a polite way of saying bug. I kind of like it, though, because to me it's like, in like the world of Dwarf Fortress, like you're fated to die on a certain day, so even your ghost will cease to exist on that day. I kind of like it. First time catching the stream, you found me through Path Backwards video. Oh, wow. That game is fantastic. It's coming out early access pretty soon, too. People don't generally say that they found me through Path of Acra. Normally people tune out and stop watching when I play that game, so... Babies... Okay, so baby AI works pretty simply. They wander around in circles until they starve to death. Mom AI is pick up baby and keep baby safe, right? And feed baby and do whatever you need to do for baby. Because it's a baby and it will never age, it'll never move beyond that level of lack of intelligence unless, like, goblins snatch it or something. Also, apparently we've got snatchers. So if mom drops it, baby is just going to continue being a bit of an idiot and never able to, like, do anything else forever. So baby is able to locomote, but the problem with that is it doesn't really matter. Selling some random trousers and things that are friendly with the elves. Let's do... Pilot, how are you today? It's good to see you. Thank you for informing me that that type of plane is called a twatter. I don't know what I shall do with that information, but I'm glad that I know it now. Don't really have much that I can sell them. Turns out, don't have much at all. Actually, I do have a green glass scepter. Let's cut raw glass into gems. We'll sell those. What sort of sorcery is this? This map has no trees on it. Period. So I very rarely have to chop down trees because I'm just importing wood. Also, if you watch my streams once in a while, and pay attention, you'll notice that I almost never actually go to war with the elves because I find them quite annoying to fight against. And, like, they're really easy to fight against and also not particularly strong. So they're not a fun adversary in my opinion. Meaning I don't really prioritize fighting with them because why? They're more valuable to trade with anyway. Also, this is the first time I've traded with them. since starting this fort, so there's that. But they're not super fun to fight against because they just kind of show up and then bring a bunch of large animals, and I don't find them to be particularly difficult to fight. It's easier to just stay friends with them and trade for large animals until they eventually go to war with you and then fight with them. But this is my first time trading with them, this entire fort. So. 8 years in. But I will be honest, even I rarely get the, wow, not a single tree was damaged to do your slaughter or whatever. Block of glass has been taken by a Fey mood. A mood of the Fey, if you will. Yeah, they tend to bring big fun animals. You must have rough gems. Well, I guess I need to go find me a rough gem then. Smoky quartz. Let's do onyx opals, actually. Or whatever they mine first, I guess. Elves is how you start a unicorn breeding program. A Twitch chat brain cell loss program. I don't know. Having a stream open on multiple devices doesn't... Not if you're signed in. Twitch is smartish, believe it or not. Wow, they brought me a lot of wood. Well, that's very kind of them. What did they bring animals-wise? A blue jay and alligator snapping turtle. I will take the snapping alligator turtle. And a giant wolf. I will absolutely take giant doggo. Although I can't afford giant doggo. Well, then instead of giant doggo, I will take all of logs. And then remove cut gems until the value is low enough. Then I will trade. And then I will wait. And then we will buy giant doggo. I think that we should just have an alligator snapping turtle in the tavern. What do you think, chat? Just because I think that that's hysterical. Sadly, it's not a giant alligator snapping turtle, but still very funny. Elves trade you wooden tools. They trade you all sorts of wooden stuff. But also random animals, like, you know. Alligator snapping turtles. Trying to get this stuff traded. I doubt this is one. Oh, true. Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to lose brain cells, just go watch XQC or something. Or like, you know. Uh-oh. A tier committed crimes and has since died. Well. Oops. They'll pass? Okay, fair. Well, hang on to your brain cells, though. You do need those. All 18 of them. That's about how many I have left, so I'm sure you're around the same level then. Large gems. Blink. 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on. Come on. Baka Glass has created Rith Kabon, a perfect smoky quartz, and claims it as a family heirloom. Which I'm going to put here. Do caged animals have any value in a room? Yes. The animal itself does indeed add to it. Every animal has a different value, basically. Okay, how much is giant pupper? Giant pupper is 510. Hey, I can trade for giant pupper. We have successfully bought giant doggo, which I think should go into the prison. Bark, 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 bark. I don't think that's the sound that a giant wolf makes, but I'll give it a pass. Also, this squad set you to off duty. Also, am I correct in... Oh. So, chat. For some reason, I completely forgot that my captain of the guard vaulted into lava. My brain is, like, not great today, apparently. No, this is true, because I've never made those sounds with my mouth. I never thought to make a command for it, so... Bark is about as close as you're going to get. Does pausing a library... What does pausing a library do again? Absolutely nothing. It pauses the meeting zone, not the zone that's assigned to it.
Woo!
So quite literally, absolutely nothing. Are you asking me if I've watched XQC? I've met XQC. I have stood in the same line as him for Starbucks. Like, you need to remember what I do for a living, dude. But I'm assuming you're implying my brain cells. No, that's just the amount of, like, caffeine I've pumped into my bloodstream. Mostly how that is. All right. I like the alligator snapping turtle. You know, chat, I'm gonna... I'm renaming it to Pumpkin because this tavern right here is called the Fenced Pumpkin. This is Pumpkin, the alligator snapping turtle. Chat, meet Pumpkin. Time for your super old as heck bedtime. Have a good super old as heck bedtime. Let's Pumpkin. All right, speaking of... Okay, so I'm still supposed to be working on this. Oh, wow, I can't export robes, and I have to make low boots. Great. Okay. I can barely remember what I'd done in this friggin' nightmare. So let's just do the boring stuff because we're in an ad break. Being old and feeling older, two very different things, mate. What are we laughing about? What's so funny? Speaking of laughing, and that laugh in particular, has anybody here listened to Keanu Reeves' band's new album? It's pretty good. Oh, it was a generated name, and it was good enough that I just rolled with it. Quite literally. Yeah, so ironically, the band's name is Dogstar, and they've been around since like 1991 or something. And the band formed way before Keanu's acting career had really taken off, back when he was just like a somewhat successful actor. And so the band kind of stopped touring and went on permanent hiatus when his acting career really took off. But yeah, no, he's had a band since the 90s, and they finally finished their album. They put out an EP in like 98 or something. I need to increase the value of the Gem Setters Hall, but I want to get this done first. I want to get power. So yeah, no, they finally finished their EP. Which, I don't know. I think that's really funny. I kind of respect it. Well, I'm sure a bunch of these just got forbidden, so let's go down here and unforbid all this shit. Yeah, just go look up Dogstar. I mean, I've heard them for forever. Like, I've listened to them on and off for years, and like their old EPs, like kind of okay. If you like Weezer, it's the same kind of shit, basically. Darius, sorry for killing your dwarf once again today, and thank you very much for the 14th month. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Both low time and low game turns. Yeah, I mean, neat. Have you talked to Elfsire at all, Prince Quincy? Because like that's how you like communicate with that community, is just talk with Elfsire. But you know, Path of Acra is something special. You don't see games like that too often. Okay, let's do that. Love how there's just a random grizzly bear running around. I mean, when it comes to celebrities that also happen to be in bands that are completely unrelated to their fame that have names, I would say that Dogstar is almost as bad as P, but not quite as bad as P. Although these days it will just forever make me think of Lies of P, the video game. Oh, so it's an evil Gorlak. Got it. If something is blinking gray, I've been told that I'm wrong with this, but not entirely wrong with this. So, you know, thanks, Putnam, for not being more clear. But essentially, if they're blinking, it means they are hostile to your faction. It means they're an evil actor, an evil entity. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Darius, keeping that subscription alive for his second month? Or, sorry, for a 14th month at tier 2. I read 2. Anyway, I can read. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. It means a lot, dude. But yeah, it means that Gorlak is plotting against you, basically. Same reason that, like, invading Mega Beasts also do that. Something just got toppled by a ghost, so I'm getting that dealt with. Of the Spicy Fellowship. I'd like to know more about the Spicy Fellowship. Do you think they have their own hot sauce brand? They probably interview celebrities and like make them eat hot wings or something. Must be some terribly evil individuals. Where the heck did that sand come from? What? It's a religion? Oh, even better. Do you know what god the Spicy Fellowship worships? Like, well, I wonder what that god is aligned with, I guess is maybe the better question to ask. All these dwarves coming down here to smooth these walls. All these blocks coming up. Probably mental health awareness. I really hope that it's like the god of lust, because that would just be funny. It's like the god of lust and pregnancy, the Spicy Fellowship. Or it's like the god of vulgarity or something. Forgotten Beast, Sakwa has come, a giant humanoid composed of obsidian. Oh. Poison vapors. It has 4 short horns and it squirms and fidgets. Beware it's poison. That's scary. Just gonna place some of these real quick. How do you find out about a god? You try and build a temple to it, and then hover over the temple. It used to be a lot easier, but... So this thing breathes fire. This is the Gnarled, which killed the Starvation of Waves and the other Forgotten Beast, as well as some giant moles. This thing is an enormous feathered zebra. So feathered zebra versus Forgotten Beast made of obsidian. Also, you don't, because God isn't real. Well, this thing is pretty scary. Although at least it was taking damage. Oh no, I mean, he actually absolutely took damage. It's just... took a lot of damage. Not Forgotten Beast that can kill it will show up. I mean, I have zero intention of fighting it, so... For whatever that's worth. I will just keep using Quartzite. That, or it'll just slowly get weakened down by other creatures in the vicinity, and then it'll, you know, get killed by something. I think you'd have to look up the average weight of obsidian and then look up the size of your average zebra. But this isn't an obsidian zebra. No, this is an obsidian humanoid. And how much does it weigh? I don't know. It's still alive. I don't think I can check something's weight until it's dead, can I? So. But the zebra wasn't made of obsidian. It was just a zebra that happened to breathe fire. Meanwhile, some migrants have arrived. I'm sure this place is just safe as heck, right? I mean, Subtlescribe is totally not a joke intended to sound like subscribe, so, I mean, you know what to do, chat. Anyway, my game's lagging. It's probably because of all the chaos going on in the basement right now. it continues, clearly. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know. Is there? Them? What kind of dwarf do you want? After my frame rate recovers. We're in the moment of a dramatic slowdown. I think it'll come back because it's just the Forgotten Beast aggroing the caverns, but... It's trying. We'll wait. You want to be safely on hauling duty. You know, for whatever it's worth, there are 2 undead zombies that are a member of my faction, and one of them is a baby. I don't think being younger makes you safe. Unless you want to be the undead baby. I don't think anybody should be the undead baby, but like, I mean, if you want it, I would say it's up for grabs. What are we doing with all that power? Well, let's just say that my catapults were not particularly effective. You'd rather not be a zombie. I mean, I'm just saying, it's there if you want it. He's slightly pissed at everything. How about this one? 2 years old, Tekud. Kiddo Fam is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort, is confident under pressure, and is prone to strong feelings of lust. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She does not go out of her way to help others, and... Good lord, what is going on down there? Not go out of her way to help others, and is often stubborn and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she is assertive, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. You know, we used to like theorize, can the dwarves hear the screams of the creatures down below? And I think that horn is literally them hearing the screams of those down below. Rich get richer until they lose. See, the secret to getting rich in this chat, Neokai, is just wait. Just don't invest for like 6 weeks. And just watch the stream, and you'll have a lot of tickets. I literally never invest, and like... you know. Now I'm waiting for the frame rate to come back. Basically, gambling addicts get broke in this chat. You dream of mastering a skill and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Likes garnerite, lead, and resin opal, ropery paper, and the color gold. Shields in the words of the certainty of directions and the sound of the scintillating sister, and the sight of the meandering play. And, when possible, prefers to consume glass eye and sunshine and foxtail mullet flour, and hates slugs. You realize that those are 2 different things. Channel points and tickets. Also, I have infinite channel points, so I could claim infinite dwarves. You like lead, resin, opal, and rope reed paper. The color gold shields in the words of the certainty of directions and the sound of the meandering play, and when possible, prefers to consume glass eye and sunshine and foxtail mullet beer, which I've already read. Your parents, and you have an older sister who is dead. Your deity, you worship the healing denomination, which is a less popular deity in this world, and you're playing with a copper mini forge. This copper mini forge is encrusted with a lot of gems and quite valuable. Yeah, owning a channel gives you infinite channel points in that channel. Okay, so... how many things have you killed now? Oh. So when it arrived, it hadn't killed anything. It killed that Forgotten Beast almost immediately, and this is what it's done since. After various nicknames who's had. I'm so confused. I don't really name dwarves on my own volition. Like, when I play this game off stream, I don't name dwarves at all, really. I just kind of pay attention and, like, remember which dwarves do interesting things, or maybe, like, put a note next to somebody's name, but I don't really give things nicknames. I guess I don't really understand the statement. Why would I do that? What? You guys are weird. Might be a shocker to some of you, but you guys are bizarre. I don't know what you guys are on about the vast majority of the time. Today is no exception. You're not a maniac. Curious. If you were a maniac, you would have been banned from this chat a long time ago. So, you want to live up to your name? I could just remove you. And then you'd live up to your name. Otherwise, no. No, you're not. You're fine. Relatively, pathetically boring individual. Just like the rest of us. All right, let's get this right there. Also, being annoying isn't something you should brag about. Just throwing it out there. I don't know. Definitely the strangest one in your friend group. You have friends? I don't have friends. I have duos. It's me and the other guy that I hang out with, and that's basically it. Let's Gem Setters Guild, this thing right here. How's Kevin lately? We went to Vancouver Island this weekend, and I've decided I'm going to try and buy an apartment there because I'm fucking tired of living on the mainland. Aside from that, I don't know. He's broke, as usual, spending most of his money on ammunition so that he can shoot his guns. And various other bizarre hobbies that I can't keep track of. Going to go see a concert this weekend, which should be fun. Which is the, oh fuck, you need help flavor of bipolar. Although generally people that act like that on the internet don't act like that in person. Alfie. At least in my experience. See, I'm bipolar, but I'm good at hiding it when I'm streaming. Or I've gotten better as of late. I'm not always good, but... Alright, well, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I guess I could... Let's just do this. What's the value I need to get this up by? Not a ton, but also not a small amount. That sounds like an awful way to select your name. I think the way that you should select a name if you're going to change your name would be a name that you like. Maybe have a discussion with somebody you trust about it. Don't leave it up to some sort of video game nonsense. I think serious things should be decided in a serious manner. But what do I know? I would never change my name. I like my name. Hmm. I guess you and me think about and operate with things completely differently, fam. You, for one, have emotions that function. Because you feel things when you see things. I don't. Okay, well then, I don't know. I will say the thing that I said once before with you. I have no idea how to even respond to this topic, so I will move on. All right. I'm going to drop one of these down here. Huh? Edge what? What are you looking for? I would never use Microsoft Edge. What kind of nonsense is this? How dare I use Chrome in a Microsoft colored funny hat? No, you don't, because I've commissioned a bunch of emotes that are actually going to be useful, which is how you guys are going to name dwarves going forward. So let's do like one thing at a time. So what killed you? The farmer punches you, eh? Wasn't the mayor. Well, it was definitely Dishmab. Starting to finally get some tantrums. At least they all got reported. I mean, I would never make an emote like that, so. Also, generally in my experience, unless I immediately think it's hysterical, if chat's like, we need this emote, I'm never gonna do it. And the reason is because it's already irritating me. Also, you just said we need this emote. You never really gave me an actual reason as to how or what it would look like or why we need it. You just said we need it, which is like, I'm good. Well, it's better than saying Safari out loud. Captain of the Guard is beating the crap out of Dishmab. I think this might actually be the first dwarf to make it into prison. Who attacked you? What? Somebody attacked my wolf. Wow. All right, and of course they put him into the one, like, prison cell that doesn't have, like, you know, a bed or anything. They put him, like, as far away from everything as possible. That's actually kind of funny. You were clowning for a second? Oh. I mean, I understood that much. I was mostly just didn't understand the point of said clowning. You know, like when somebody says a joke and you just like don't get the punchline and you're just kind of confused. So you're like, well, I guess I'll take this seriously for a few seconds. Anyways, it's kind of about how I felt about the whole thing. Why is there a giant bat down here? Unrelated. Why is my military stationed? Unrelated. How long have they been stationed? Shit. Feeding prisoners of the doggy? That's not how this game works. This game doesn't really have a mechanic like that. Ah. I found another dwarf dead. Excellent. No, it's just there to look menacing. It's more about the RP of it all. All right, well, making 20 more obsidian thrones. How much power am I making? So you, all the way down here. Connect to all these. Not connected to this. I need to actually deconstruct this and deconstruct this, and I need to put a gear on each of these sides. But yeah, no, that's not a mechanic in the game, really. Game don't really work that way. So this is gonna look kind of ugly for a little bit here, but you're gonna have to bear with me. I will fix them. Because I need a stable spot to construct these. So thus, every single corner of these needs to be dug out, and then I'll replace them later. So that I can place well, I mean, these actually need to be dug out anyway. Okay. Because in order for this entire thing to work, I need rollers going all the way up. And then we should pretty much be done with this sucker. Let's check on the value of the gem setters hall. Not quite. Not even close. Yeah, boy. Can I maybe make some thrones or something? What have I done recently that has higher value stuff in it? Let's do like this bookcase. And this, oh, okay, no, just the one. What else do we have? And this armor stand. Several of them even. I'm just kind of like stuck in Stockholm syndrome right now trying to finish this goddamn artifact. Or not artifact. Well, I guess artifact for me, but I'm just trying to finish this goddamn shotgun. That's literally all I'm trying to do. And in order to finish this shotgun, I have like a good chunk more work to do. So, chat, buckle up. We're going to finish this thing, and then I'm going to stay up all night editing a video for you guys. And you better be thankful. Or, I don't know. Don't be. That's totally your choice. Oi. not sure when you left, Spencer, nor am I sure when you came back, so it's hard for me to say what you missed exactly. But the wind power is for a minecart shotgun. It's only been an hour and, or 10 hours and 35, 10 hours and 35 minutes of stream today. I was supposed to play 2 games today, but you know, that happened. Also, Thursday's stream is going to be a little short this week because I'm going to a concert on Thursday night. You build a windmill and see if it spins, Ranger Rick. It's pretty simple. Me? Life? I wouldn't really say I have a life, to be honest. Considering how much my my counselor was always pestering me to, like, you know, go outside and be around people more often, I would say that I classify as somebody who doesn't have that much of a life. More than some, not as much as others, maybe. Man. Come on. I mean, these are like 95 and 70. How much is this? All right, how about we do this? Pull the lever full stop. We're gonna move this this perfect gem over here. 'Cause I just need to get this thing done. The last thing I need is all these dwarves getting pissed at me. We're gone for about 4 hours. Okay. Well, I mean. Also, I don't know who is who on which chat, by the way. So if somebody is like saying thank you in Twitch chat for me answering a question in YouTube chat, then I have no idea who I'm even talking to anymore. You guys make me, you guys freak me out a little bit sometimes. It's just like one name over there, one name over here, and then I answer a question from that chat, and somebody in Twitch chat says thank you, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening, and I start to feel like I'm going nuts. Slightly. So let's go gem, or large, I guess, cut gem. Pretty sure it was that one. Yes. No, it's all good. I mean, eventually I'll figure it out, or like what I'll do is I'll see the Twitch username and then the YouTube username talk in tandem in a way, and then I will copy one name and give you a nickname on the others so I can see both usernames on both screens. And then usually at that point that just sorts me out, but it takes a little bit usually. Should also check this. Okay, I've got a bunch of dwarves that need bedrooms. I don't have enough furniture for all these, but at the very least I can get beds placed in some of these. Just the less happy dwarves I will place in their own bedrooms. Cheers, Frega. Cool. My behind the scenes thing apparently Trello is now charging you if you have more than 10 collaborators on a single board. Awesome. I love being informed that suddenly we owe money for things. Isn't that just the best? It's just like when a service that I use decided that, oh yeah, no, you can no longer have multiple YouTube channels connected to the service. You now have to pay more to have multiple YouTube channels connected to the service. I was like, but what? So instead of paying you $10 a month, I have to pay you $30? Saw it off. I love stuff like that. It's great. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, well, let's get back up to the top of the map. Okay, let's see how much power we generating. 600. Not a trivial amount of power. So let's just go around and hook stuff up, shall we, chat? All right, so down here, down at the bottom. $40 iron bars, all right. Iron chains. That's the wrong menu to be searching in. Have I unleashed the hell creatures yet? On this fort? No. This is like a pretty young fort still. Also, we are, you know, building on the surface of a volcano, so... What? You should have tuned in like a week ago for the last fort, when that fort was coming to an end. If you wanted that. Minimap looks like a cross-section of a fly face. I kind of see it. It also looks like a really mad, angry person trying to chomp on something. With a funny shaped nose. Don't have any goblin caps. Little bit worried about lava sprayback. Little bit worried here. All right. Where was I putting? I have no idea where my, like, mechanics workshop is, so I'm just gonna plop some down at kind of at random. Which was the last one you were watching, Nagrim? Because I broke into hell in the last fort that I did. I didn't break into hell in the one I did before. I'm pretty sure I broke into hell in the one before because that was Creature Keepers. Although I never actually finished Creature Keepers. But yeah, I don't know. It's never a priority. It's usually the last thing I do, if I do that. Because I did the one in the Joyous Wilds, and then I did the one after that, which was in the desert. The one in the desert, we dug too deep. All right, let's go back up. We're starting to run low on drinks. I think we finally finished brewing. So you right here. All right, well, you right here. And you right here. You right here. You right there. Now we're just waiting on mechanisms again. Considering I also need more mechanisms in here. What are the demons of this world like? I'll be completely honest with you, I don't remember. I would have to go back and look at the last fort that I did. Oh, werepigs? Yeah, okay, that's early on in this fort. You can't wait to see that in a stream, and then by the time you do, I'm on to the next fort, usually, or something. If I had to bet. Let's just do this. It's all these tables and thrones. The humans, they're pretty heavy, but hopefully they'll be able to just take them. Just kind of want to empty all this furniture out. Let's also go to pets and livestock. Scroll all the way down. Eat you, eat you. Let's also eat some more of these grizzly bears. Let's also start war training some of these grizzly bears. But yeah, I mean, the thing about the VODs that go up on the VOD channel is they usually have like a 2-day delay. Ability to grasp, somewhat impaired. I do have doctors assigned, right? Yeah, 1 doctor, 1 surgeon. Oh, I don't have a diagnoser. Tisk tisk. 1 doctor, 1 surgeon, 2 surgeons, and a bone doctor. 2 bone doctors, all right. Well, you seem to be fine, though. We have a little bit of everything, including soap. Dishmab, the farmer, is throwing another tantrum. Wait, really? I mean, it highly depends on the world, right? And the populations. Ironically, the god of beauty appears to be constantly cursing people with were creature isms, so, you know, that's fun. Lycanthropy. Because at the very least, according to that thing, it's like, oh yeah, no, there's just like tons of problems in here. Although, doesn't one of these have giant moles in them? Should probably just not use these ones. This one. So the rest of these. Or maybe it's like a Shrek situation, you know? Where it's like, learn to accept your beauty regardless of your form or whatever. They ask what they would like me to bring, and I say, please, humans, for the love of humanity, please, please, don't bring me any more bears. Instead, I don't know, what do I want? Let's just ask for cloth. I want seeds and drinks, okay. You're tempted to trap a dwarf in a temple to play around with it. They probably starved to death before anything exciting happened. What's up, Squirrely? How you been? I mean, the thing is, if you want a dwarf to tantrum, if you want a dwarf to tantrum and break things in a temple, your best way to do that is to take a dwarf who's pissed off and put them in prison, and then designate their prison cell as a temple, and then surround them with statues. It's probably the best way to do it. Because you need them to topple a piece of furniture in a temple. That's what you need them to do. Way too much weight here. So even if I trade for all of their heaviest things, I don't think I'll actually ever be able to get through all of this. I mean... Your lettuce is dying? Oh no. Why is that? Not enough sun? Too much sun? Not enough water? Too much water? No, give that a go before you retire it. If you're feeling bored of your current fort and you want a really fun, interesting end, just deconstruct all of your coffins and get rid of all of your memorials and wait until the ghosts start killing people. It literally puts like a timer on your fort, and then eventually it just turns into a haunted wasteland. It's a pretty fun time. Confirm, it's very fun. Oh, hey, they did bring a bunch of grizzlies, so maybe... Maybe I can actually just trade all this stuff. Never mind, no I can't. Not the cages, anyway. Alright, well, we'll trade. Doctor's Guilds never teach wound dressing. How'd you figure that out? Oh, your cat's eating it? Well, there you go. That'll do it. I'd recommend putting a box over top of it or something. Or, like, put something around it. Holy goddamn gem cutters, chat. This, like, jewelry guild here is, like, accelerating crazy. Like, everybody's getting good at gem cutting. Do I even have any gems I could cut right now? Yeah, I do. We should. Get to it, dwarves. It was a proper gem cutting demonstration. I'm having plenty of luck with lettuce growing in my closet. But outside on my patio, I never had any luck. In my community garden plot, I have a lot of luck. This Vendetta cat had to, like, fight back. I mean, I don't know. I feel like cats shouldn't be too angry about being outside. You know? It's like it's their natural habitat, almost. Alright, so now that I got that done. Got these powered. That's going this way. Let's go up to here. I wish I didn't need to, you know, do every single layer like this, but I quite literally do. I don't actually think I can build anything there. Go with that, this. I'm assuming this is going to transfer power, but it might not. won't transfer power. Cool. Having to build way more axles than I want to. I keep on thinking Rolf is like a ghost or like something, but it's literally just like mom carrying her dead baby. Never gonna stop being way too dark. Okay, so at this point, this is the only one that still needs lava safe mechanisms. So I can just make rock mechanisms. We're just gonna make 100 of them. And let's do cloth rope. Let's make 80 of those. Okay. Wait, what? Well, that's interesting. I think I found a problem. You can't select a stockpile that has nothing in it and has an engraving beneath it. I think I should tell Putnam about that, because that seems not good. Foxes can't eat them. Yep. No, foxes will eat anything that moves. They're almost as, like, damaging to natural environments as cats. Cave dwellers, I don't think that's us, otherwise I'd be hearing dwarves dying right now. Yeah, but furry friend? I don't think that chat actually wants me to have this discussion, so I won't. That's one of those illogical human emotion-based arguments that doesn't end well for anybody. Sure, but you still can't click on it from this screen, right? So you can click on it from that screen, but you can't click on it from this screen, which is going against the way the game's design makes it seem the way it should, it goes against the way the game has taught you that it should work, which is not a good design situation. I stand by what I said. I'm going to report it as a UI design oversight, because that's pretty much what it is. God, this thing is brutally strong. This thing is going to be pretty legendary before long. This is correct. I do in fact have 172 population. But bets on how many are left. We're not fighting with it, but clearly you are misguided because there's no fight happening. This is a forgotten beast that is incapable of getting into my fortress. Now it's 100% incapable of getting into my fortress. And that's it. So there really is no bets to take place because it can't get in. Famous last words. Some people's children. All right. How are you doing here, Dwarf? Miserable after being confined. How about you? Pleasure near a sublime bed. Well, at least you're happy about something. At least you're happy about something, Dwarf. It's also time to brew more drinks. Don't have that much fruit, so I'll brew some of that. By that I mean I have no fruit, actually. All right. You know, chat room, every now and again I'm tempted to do the "Do you know whom I am?" kind of like rant, but just makes me seem even more like self-absorbed than I already am, so. I'm the man who taught you fools to play this game. I think I can handle a couple cavern critters that can't get into my fort anyway. Why do I need to burn anyone's house down? I can just like smile and be like, I know better. Dwarf could give birth. This is true. Dwarf could, in fact, give birth. Which would be much better than a dwarf taking it. Which would be terrifying. Only place I've ever had duck has been in restaurants. And it's always been, like, kind of too expensive for what it is. It's one of those things where it's like, I would eat it, but, like, everything else is cheaper. So, why? I'm mostly just sitting here and waiting until some of those mechanisms are done. Kind of like lobster? Sure, I mean, it's good. Like, I won't say duck isn't good, because it was tasty every time I've had it, but it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like buying steak. It's like, well, I mean, there's other things that are almost as good that are significantly less money. What am I doing? I'm making a tomb for my baron while waiting for mechanisms to get constructed. Lobster's overrated? I don't know about that. I think it's rated. Depending on where you're getting it, it's perfectly rated. I mean, to me, lobster is one of those things where if you live somewhere where it's readily available and easily accessible, it's extraordinarily good because it's cheap. You know, like, when I went to the last time I was in Halifax and you could get, like, a lobster from some dude on the side of the road for, like, $3. Yeah, I know, obviously. Like, that's a really good way of putting it, Squirrely. It's a huge shrimp. So just eat shrimp? I don't know, it's a completely different flavor than shrimp, though. That's not how the game works, Lucky Steps. They don't really have that capability. Did you also work on tendon farms? I know what a mussel farm is, okay? Because, like, I know how, like, seafood farming works. But, like, when I imagine mussel farms, I imagine, like, an Akira fucking nightmare. I do not imagine, like, shellfish. You know? Like, I imagine just, like, a mass of pulsating bicep. Does anybody else get that head? Like, image in their head? Like, that's what I think of. That or just, like, the test tube that the guys who enter, like, Mr. Universe come out of. One of those two things. You know that I've never told a joke in this stream in my life, right? Why the glass? I don't know. I had it and it's valuable. But yeah, honestly, it's because I had it and it's valuable and it's infinite, so why not? The humans hath embarked. The fuck? Am I just, like, out of the materials that I'm using to make these mechanisms? I mean, I guess it's possible, but... I guess I must be. No, no. I'll take care of that hand. We'll see you when we see you. Hopefully that doesn't impact work. I am of the opinion that being alive on planet Earth is bad for your health, so, you know, tomato, tomato. Or like, you know, just walking near a road. Unfortunately, unavoidable. Also got some gems here too, which is good. Okay, so dwarves, why haven't you started making mechanisms? Are you just like... I'm just gonna do this. Cause like, just whatever. Just give me mechanisms. Please, dwarves, for the love of everything, give me goddamn mechanisms. Just hopefully you make 4 out of like obsidian or something. Off to a good start. Technically, wouldn't it say that it doesn't actually, well, okay, you're saying by historical projections. Because I was like, if you're going by current population, then it doesn't have a 100% mortality rate because not every human is dead. So, but I also didn't finish reading the whole post, so. Nope. I am not running a single mod. I have DF Hack running in the background, but I am not running a single mod. I'm playing on the experimental branch, which has some different assets, but that's about it. Like, there's more statue variation and stuff. Better search bars and a few other things. But no, I am not using any mods. What you are seeing is 100% vanilla. We just got a migrant wave. Them, I don't know if you noticed. You're still closest? I mean, the fight's been over for a while, so I think like the population staying the same was actually the correct guess. So I would say that you were not the closest. I would say the person who guessed that the population would stay exactly the same was the closest. Which I think was devilish. How to control lava. Every single time you create a channel and your dwarves open it into lava, it just floods the whole level or two. So if you make stuff go through a diagonal, it can't bubble up. So as an example, it's going through a diagonal into here and through diagonals into here. Otherwise, it would fill up to the height of the top of the volcano, flooding the entire fortress. But because it's going through a diagonal, it doesn't. Sounds like you should sleep, them. If you're not noticing the blaring volume difference of the ads, that's a concern. Also, shout out to this dwarf who's somehow managed to acquire better clothing. Let's just do 100 hoods. Give everybody a hood. Not these dwarves have new hats. Seeing a dwarf running around with a hood, might as well just make the rest of them hoods. So peaceful. You know, it's funny. I've been hearing more and more hot takes about not liking the soundtrack recently. And every time I hear them, I'm just like, what? Batter takes like, all the soundtracks are bad except for one song. And it's like, okay. I don't get it, is the simple version. I don't know. I think when something's been around long enough, people will just start to dislike it, regardless of what it is or how good it is. Doesn't surprise me too much, to be honest. But yeah, I can't wait until this beta branch works its way into the main branch, because it's gonna be nice to just be able to shout to the high heavens, the quality of life update is out. That's just gonna be nice to be able. It's gonna be a nice thing to be able to do. Okay, well. Plate mechanisms. Make me a goddamn obsidian mechanism, like right now. That's all I need. They're not made by gods. If you look at the creatures and you look at their descriptions, these, it'll say who made it. It's likely just a necromancer creature. Certain worlds have such large populations of them that they just exist as like wild animals. So I would just look at that, because that probably will answer your question. All right, Big Bang. I'm gonna see if I can finish this construction today, but it's been a long stream and I got a video to edit tonight, so we'll see. Put a little bit more time in. Trying to get this thing done today, but if I don't. Okay. Now that that's done. Oy vey. Need this to get constructed. Place one of these here. Place one of these here. Then here I can go this and do this. What's up, Undeath lol? How's things, mate? So quite literally, all I have left to do is just get ramps or rollers all the way up these so that I can test this whole sucker out. So what I might do right now is make a spot right here. And I'm going to call this shoddy test, basically. And shoddy test is going to see if my strategy here is going to work in the first place. Because I am not 100% certain that it will. I am not 100% certain that it will. Playing Titanfall 2. It's nice to hear, like, they fixed Titanfall recently, didn't they? Like, officially. It's so people can, like, play it again and not only using weird kind of sketchy fan servers. Shit's neat. I'm glad they finally did that. And that's coming from somebody who, like, never played Titanfall 2 and doesn't have any real thoughts about it. But it's just, it's nice to see, you know, them finally being able to go back and fix that game. Okay, so now we're just waiting for a minecart to end up right here. That one's still under construction. Up. We're also dumping a bunch of references to number 3. I kind of doubt that the third Titanfall is ever going to come out. For one reason. And that's right now we are in a great, like, crunch, I guess, of the games industry. Where a lot of games that theoretically should get made aren't going to. And I have this weird, kind of shitty feeling that that's going to be one of the ones that's caught in the crosshairs of the games industry. Like, that's going to be the game that they cancel. Like, when inevitable layoffs happen, because it's happening literally goddamn everywhere, that's going to be the one that they cancel. There's hope. I mean, of course there's hope, right? I mean, you've got a studio that really, really, really cares about that game. I will say that Titanfall is the last EA game I bought. The first one. I bought that first game. AI is not going to make games better. AI is like literally everything else. It is a tool that requires human engineering on top of it. Also, come on, you already know my opinion on this. If you feel the need to ask it, you already know my opinion. AI is one of the worst things to happen to creative spaces ever. I like games because creative people make them. I don't give a shit if somebody wants to generate some nonsense. How good or how bad. You know, we've had procedural generation for years. AI is largely just rebranding of a lot of that shit. It's got nothing to do with being smarter. But it's got everything to do with creativity. And how many games do I buy already, Swanky Diggins? Haven't seen real AI yet? None of it's AI, it's just marketing. I have a question, Swanky Diggins. What the fuck? Why do you have to come in here and choose violence? I was having a pleasant stream until a few seconds ago. You didn't realize? Ah, well now you do. So I'm glad you do. Realize your mistake and Give it up. You've basically walked into a chat room that largely I like art. I like art made by people. Currently, what people are marketing as artificial intelligence is making the internet borderline unusable, filling it up so much with absolute dog shit that it's borderline unusable. Search engines are getting worse. Finding actual intelligent information written by humans is getting harder. And even the fucking models themselves are getting dumber. So, would I boycott? No. I play products made by humans. And if somebody used an AI tool in the background to, like, help speed up programming, whatever. I play games made by humans. Got nothing to do with boycotting or morals or anything. You want to use a tool? Go nuts. But I play games made by humans. And no, I don't want to play an open world RPG with AI drivel that doesn't make any sense. I don't care about that. That's not a benefit to the video game, in my opinion. And I don't think it ever will be. I was going to say Waxworker literally is. I'm a sleeper agent. I hear AI and I fall asleep. And I say, wake me up when the apocalypse is over. You know the worst thing that AI has done? It's done the exact same thing that bullshit conspiracy theories about aliens making the pyramids have done. It discounts human creativity because you've got a whole bunch of whacked out fuckwads on the internet running around going, video games are gonna get better because of AI! Bitch, you realize that video games are getting worse because people are idiots. And this shit learns from the shit that we vomit into existence. They're not gonna get better because of AI. They're gonna get worse. You started this, Swanky Dickens. This is all you're doing, man. Beekeeping isn't for strange moods, no waxworking, because beekeeping is farming. And waxworking is crafts. And yes, waxworking is in fact mutable. They can in fact use wax. I don't agree with that, Nebuchadnezzar. You clearly have more extreme opinions than I do. You said good AI games, implying that's a possibility. You started this conversation. If an AI game comes out that somehow has absolutely no stolen code that a human sat down and programmed from the ground up, like a human created all these assets and that one human used all of their own assets with nothing stolen, not taking anything from any model that previously existed and generated a game, that's incredible. And I would play that. I don't play games that feature plagiarism, which is all that shit is. It doesn't matter if the game's good. Shit's stolen. Not legally obtained. Heck, half of these image models are trained off of things with actual illegal content in them. So, what the fuck's your question? You're asking a question that is an impossibility based on morals. So you might as well pop into my chat and say, Blind, what are your morals? Well, you know what my morals are, and you keep asking the question. Also, fucking Speedtree has existed for decades at this point. which is about as intelligent as half of this shit. Shoutouts to Speed Tree. And I've played dozens of games that feature trees from Speed Tree. AI is just branding. So to me, AI, right now, making a game with AI, is using computer-generative technology to steal other people's work. Would I play a game that features plagiarism? No. Caves of Cut already has models that are similar to those large language models, and it uses it to generate its characters, its quests, and items. But that's not an AI game. That's a well-designed, procedurally generated game. And I played dozens of those. AI doesn't magically improve things. It turns it into brown slop. Do you like brown slop? Uninteresting, creatively bankrupt, dull, brown slop. And the two most common uses for it right now are porn and ripping people off. Of course, like, there are absolutely uses happening behind the scenes where people are doing some incredibly interesting work in science, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about creative industries. We are talking about video games. A game that is creatively designed by a person. So even if you used some bullshit model to generate all of your assets, you would still have to figure out how to make that game fun. There's still creativity that a human needs to do there. My question is, why the fuck do you keep asking me about my opinions of something that you've clearly figured out? If you learn how to draw by prompting AI and using it as a reference. I have a question, Swanky Diggins. Are you mentally deranged? Do you enjoy this? Read the room. Because as somebody who is mentally deranged, I think that I need to inform you that you are raising my blood pressure and not benefiting any of these conversations. So I'm going to time you out for 600 seconds, and if you figure out why you are fucking annoying yet, I'll see you in 600 seconds. Or, if you haven't figured it out in 600 seconds, I'll never see you again. And then we'll all have a better afternoon. That's it. Like, I'm just fucking tired of your bullshit. I don't give a shit if you learn to draw using prompts from AI. I don't. But I do absolutely have a massive problem with your insistence on keeping unpleasant conversations going. Thanks, Anonymous. Appreciate you. And also, a more elaborate re-answering of their question. I don't think that you would suck if you were using that as image reference. That's actually kind of neat. However, I will say, you constantly bringing this shit up makes you suck worse than anybody I've seen in my chat today. Tastes like chicken, Gino. All right, let's see what's going on with this clothes shop. Still at it. Not sitting there right now, so that's good. I will say this, and this is my actual opinion on, like, Stable Diffusion. If you download a model and fuck around with it on your own time, don't sell it to anybody, don't trade it with anybody, don't pass it off as your own work with anybody. Fucking go with God, have fun. Like, that doesn't bother me at all. The existence of the technology doesn't bother me at all. For the same reason that, like, the existence of the technology for, like, NFTs doesn't bother me at all. You just got gifted a subscription, yes. Congratulations, literally just a cat. So like that, the technology existing isn't what bothers me. What bothers me is everybody's use case for it. I think people should be allowed to use it on their own time for whatever you want, educational or otherwise. Except for maybe like, you know, generating non-consensual pornography of an ex. What bothers me is the use. All right, so we're going to test this out and see if this sucker works. We're just waiting for somebody to come pull this lever. I mean, there's stupid people in every single industry in existence, right? So that doesn't surprise me. Are you going to suddenly tell us that you're just a dog? No, it's actually just a cat dancing on a keyboard. Okay, well, that's off to a good start. How did... Gotta lower the speed of this. Actually, you know what? Let's not pull this. Let's just lower the speed of this. Let's also lower the speed of this one, because I know this one's not going to work now. So, let me tell you this. You deserve better. Literally just a cat. And the other thing is, chat, does this count as ban evasion? Oh, the bridges are how I stop power from moving. What? What vile force of darkness? Well, you don't even follow me, so thanks for the money.
Good afternoon, all.
Satchimal, thank you very much for the 20th month. Well, I 100% count that as ban evasion. Satchimal, thank you very much for the 20th month. How are you? Snatchers. I'll remember to deal with that in a little bit. I really want to get this done and get this thing tested, so. Beg your pardon? Guilty by association? They didn't say anything I wouldn't have cared, but the problem is they said something. Got invaded by humans and then do goblins, though, even though the goblins are closer and have higher population. But probably because you're at war with the humans before you were at war with the goblins. Your faction may have started a war with the humans unrelated to you and your existence. Pickpocketing elves in RuneScape. I have a hard time imagining playing RuneScape again. It's been so long. Truthfully. Absolute banger. Missed out on RuneScape? No, you didn't. If you never played RuneScape, you won, actually. It's one of those games. Well, so far that works. Well, I understand why this happened, but anyway, that works, so that's good. I need to put walls on these. I'm kind of surprised I didn't yet, but that or just flooring. People who play Eve scare you? Why? They're just people. Also, considering Zach Adams, one half of the development team of this game, played Eve for years. Considering Zach and Tarn Adams got invited to go to Eve's convention to talk about Dwarf Fortress once. So I would say this thing works. Yeah. That works extremely well. Like, extremely well. Let's wait for these dwarves to finish building this. Up here. And fire this off again. You weren't here for half an hour. Oh, God. Well, check this out, Stone. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What? Uh-oh. That's funny. Got it going too fast. The button doesn't have time to reset. So... Yeah, it goes so fast, the button literally doesn't have a chance to reset. Well, I guess, I've got an idea. Because these ones are going to be going slower. I'm going to make sure that they go slower. What I'll do is I'll go up to here and say also connect this one here to you. And you also here will connect to you. So now all I really have to do is I have to go and create the remainder of these. Oh, right. I also need to go up here, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, this. Also, did I not pull this lever? I did. And down on this side, Can't do that. No. Also got to do this again. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it this way. Let's build axles through. Okay, let's go trade real quick. Bring green bracelets. I also need to make trading more accessible so that I can get wagons. Because right now, I can't. Which is less than optimal. Some other Aussies, if they could stay up late enough, with some Americans too, is some intense gameplay of seeking around other players. Wait, are you still, are you talking, so you're talking about EVE Online. Got it, okay. All I know about EVE Online, because I never really played EVE Online, is a friend of mine used to pop in a chat, and I'd be like, yo, what's up? And he goes, oh, just playing EVE. I'd be like, okay. He's like, yeah, on 11 accounts. I'd be like, really? That seems like a lot. And he goes, yeah, I'm at war. Well, what does that mean? Well, I'm not allowed to log out. Okay. So he literally would just sit there logged in, connected to all of these accounts. And then whenever he was told to fly out, he had to fly out and blow a bunch of his ships up and then sit there and wait again while he was waiting for his ships to repair and then do it again. Nothing about that seems even remotely fun. Like, that just seems like insufferable. It's like, what are you doing? Playing, in the biggest air quotes possible. At least I get to be creative. And trick my brain into thinking I do something I like doing. Yeah, but at least playing Aura 4X, you're playing a video game. EVE Online is often more of a fancy screensaver. No. It's not Big Spreadsheet Simulator. Spreadsheet Simulator is Football Manager. EVE Online is pretty space background while you get yelled at by somebody in Russian to go blow something up. Or just a job. If I wanted to waste hours on a useless screensaver, I would just go play Cookie Clicker. You asking me that, Nebuchadnezzar? I've never done that. Ever play SS13? Yep, unfortunately. Kind of hoping SS14 will shape up to being decent. Should be installed as a screensaver. Screensavers don't need to exist in 2024 unless you're still using a tube TV or a tube monitor. Modern monitors don't really have the same burn-in problems as old ones did. Let's get back to this project. I gotta finish this thing. I mean, they're good for very specific types of activities, right? Like, that's the beauty of, like, those old monitors and whatnot, is they're actually better in some cases for certain types of computing activity. Obviously, they're not better for everything, but they're certainly better for some things. Oops, well. Not sure what else I expected there. I think the most discs I ever had to install on Windows 95 was 4. And I never had a problem with any discs being corrupted. At least not for Windows 95. Windows 98, I had one issue with that happening where I had a disk that got left on a warm surface that a friend gave me for free, and that game never really worked. Rest in peace. One of the last 8 corrupted? That sucks. What was I doing? Right. Let's see. Craftsdwarf's Guild needs to be upgraded to Grand, which was this room, I think? Just this empty room. That'll probably do it. I love how all of my guild halls are just becoming like... The Buff Fellowship now needs a temple and a priest. The what now? Sorry, the who needs a what? Buff Fellowship. What makes them so ripped? Nobody will ever know, I suppose. What about back here? Let us put a temple down here. Well, if you miss it, why don't you go play it? There's plenty of emulators that'll run Amigas just fine. That's the thing about like old computers and old games that I will never fully understand about people is like, if you miss something, go play it. Like, I missed cassettes, and now I have a cassette deck that my hand is literally sitting on and a tape right here. Like, I missed a lot of things, so I went and got them back. You can too. Speaking of missing, chat, you guys are about to miss my stream because I've been streaming for almost 12 hours and I have a video that's going to take me 2 hours to edit, which I should probably edit tonight because it should probably go up tomorrow. So, I think we're going to have to call it for the night, guys. Also, most of chat has tuned out anyway, so. You know. YouTube, I'll see you guys tomorrow. There's only 20 of you left, but hopefully more than 20 of you show up tomorrow. Twitch chat, we're going to raid somebody. Let's go raid somebody. Unless you guys want to be no fun buns, in which case, then leave before the raid. Which plenty of people do all the time. You'd be surprised, even. Let's see, who's on? This person claims that they are learning DF, so we're going to go raid somebody who's learning DF. And I'm going to go grab the raid music.